passenger attacked her. I just feel his hand like over my mouth and his other hand in between my legs. She fought back, and I went to swing at him. She couldn't know the real fight was just beginning. I'm Amy Britton, and I'm an investigative reporter for the Washington Post. For the past 3 years, I've been following what happened in the aftermath of a sexual assault.
If she had not, come forward the way she did, I probably would be just rolling along like I was before, and it's completely changed my life.
An unusual public warning connects two women, and it leads to a devastating allegation about a powerful man in DC's criminal justice system.
He said, very quiet, I've been fantasizing about you.
Damage another human being for a lifetime.
You don't get to just say, oh, my bad, and everybody move on. That's not how justice works.
This is Canary, the Washington Post investigates. It's a 7-part series about two women, separated by decades and united by their refusal to stay silent.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The Chiefs took down the Bucs at Arrowhead after Kareem Hunt scored a 2-yard touchdown in overtime. The Chiefs improved to 8-0. Bucs have now dropped 3 straight. Cowboys preparing to start quarterback Cooper Rush when they host the Eagles Sunday, as Dak Prescott will be out several weeks with a hamstring injury. The Broncos signed linebacker Jonathan Cooper to a 4-year, $60 million extension. NFL trade deadline this afternoon. Warriors knocked off the Wizards for their 4th straight win. Steph Curry dropped in a game-high 24 in his return from an ankle injury.
It's still early in the year. You're trying to build up the endurance. My ankle feels fine. It's just you don't want to be in a position where you get fatigued and put yourself in jeopardy. So it's a good step or something.
Warriors improved to 6-1. College basketball season tipped off with 2 huge upsets as UCF knocked off number 15 Texas A&M. Ohio State stunned number 19 Texas in Vegas. That's sports. I'm Rod Moss.
The Daily Calendar.
Today, November 5th.
If you have not done so already, join the circus. Cast your vote. It is Election Day in the USA. It's also American Football Day, celebrating our nation's most popular sport other than politics. If you wanted to buy the Dallas Cowboys, it'd send you back a cool $11 billion. Pass. Oh, I get it. And it's National Redhead Day, so high five a ginger. Happy Election Day. And that's your Daily Calendar from KFI AM 640.
It's 5:38 on your Tuesday morning election day wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Thanks for getting your day started. Doesn't it just seem like, wow, it's finally here? But don't get too anxious. We're probably not going to know results for a while. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Election day, as I mentioned, has finally arrived. Polls open. In-person voting is available starting at 7 o'clock. In California, it's going to be open, or polls will be open until 8 tonight. About 30% of voters have already voted, either in person or drop off mail-in ballots. When the polls close, workers are required by the Secretary of State's office to loudly announce the polls are closed. I think that's so fun. They also have to, when they open, they have to announce it loudly before people can start casting their ballots. The polls are open. Tropical storm Rafael has formed in the Caribbean. It's expected to become the 11th hurricane of this season as it makes its way toward southern U.S. cities. The National Hurricane Center says the lower and middle Florida Keys could experience tropical storm conditions beginning late tomorrow night. 3-time Cy award-winning pitcher Clayton Kershaw has become a free agent after $1 million Dodgers.
I'm here. What?
At the championship
Living
celebration.
the dream, baby. Start in your neck of the woods, baby.
At 6:05, it's Handle on the News podcast.
Doug, you take care of whatever you need. You don't tell me what to do, though. You get it? You mute whatever you need, but you don't tell me what to do. How you living, baby? I meet a lot of people.
over their shoulders. Why?
Cars guy. Yeah, wait. Yes, I do remember. I do remember. Yeah. And now I know. How did that all work out? I know we weren't able to get it, which stunk. Now I that's okay. So you were never able to get Cars that 2007 game going? Living the dream, baby. We're growing with every single day. I just sang for like 5.5 hours. Okay. So I just sang for like 5.5 hours all night. It was really enjoyable. We had a good time. So you missed some concerts, but you're here at the right time to be able to talk. What's new? In here? Well, few things. Do you know what Kick is? It's a streaming platform. Okay. So I've made bots to spam Kick, and I did it so well that I got an interview with one of their influencers, and the owner of Kick accepted my friend request on Discord. So his name's Eddie Craven. He's a Australian billionaire, and so like that's great. The fact that like the head dude at a huge platform knows exactly who I am, and um, then I was on a couple other. I had a couple other interviews, and just spreading positivity and world peace. That's what I do. How have things been for you? What were you doing in the meantime? What were you doing in the meantime? Venom. Can you hear me, big dog? Venom, can you hear me? Big dog. How you living, pimp? Can you hear me? It's okay if you can't. Shit happens when you party naked. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just adjusting some computers.
Yeah, so what kinds of threats are coming from outside the country?
What's happening is it's interesting, from an academic standpoint, but it's very, very bad for us as Americans who have to live with this garbage. But the Chinese and the Iranians, they don't particularly care what messages they're sending out as long as their messages of position. So they will push out messages on TikTok and on X, Twitter, and on Facebook and Instagram on every site. Trump is great. Trump is bad. Trump's going to do this. Kamala is this. Kamala is that. They don't care. In the case of the Russians, the intelligence agencies in Washington believe that the Russians very clearly would like Trump to win. But again, these foreign adversaries, they feel that they've achieved their goal when they drive us insane.
Yeah, and from the ones that are coming from outside the country, like you said, they're not going to go in to arrest somebody sitting in a computer terminal in China. Have any of those threats turned out to be credible, or they really are all just like what you're saying? They're just trying to sow discourse.
No, these things are not credible. So these swatting incidents that we see, these bomb scares, the fear is with the election that these online garbage threats, hoaxes, could turn out.
Yep, can you hear me?
A lot of overthinking.
Yes, he accepted my friend on Discord. He knows who I am, right? And basically, he seemingly seems to be really confident about what I do. Here's what I would say. During one of my interviews, I was able to show that it has a major flaw in the sign-up process. When you sign up as a new user, it only works like 50% of the time, and the other 50% of the time, for some reason, and I was able to in multiple on multiple accounts, And so I can tell you was something that was very beneficial as the owner. And once I was able to connection, I still but not as much because they already in the I'm told no I'm not. I can hear myself. If you have an issue, then perhaps it's on your end. I can hear myself on multiple devices. So if I can hear myself on multiple devices, you better check your facts. Okay, I believe you. So what do you want to talk to? So Eddie called Raven. I put him on friend request, and I sent him the documentation that I had on his app, meaning like with the sign up error. And aside from that, uh, let me think what else we've been doing. Yeah, what have you been doing? Absolutely. I'm live right now in 12 different Discords. So that's been a change. I'm live in two Discords here, three there, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm live in at least 15 different Discords that I can count right now. And so people just see my account and they're like, what is this? And they click on it and then they come in here and we become friends. So that's definitely a positive. And I'm just making more friends. The big place where I've been making some moves is on Discord and some really big Telegram. I went into the biggest 10 Telegram or 20 Telegrams with like hundreds of thousands of people and just basically stream my life in there. And that generates a lot of buzz. Like, what is this person doing? I watch them every day. What's their deal? And eventually people come in here and ask me what I'm doing. And that's what I wanted to do. I did not get a girlfriend. I have many girlfriends. Sophia's just a friend, and her presence is much appreciated. How about you? What's been new in your life? Hell yeah, man. How's it there? Oh, really? That's cool. Why do you like it so much more? That's amazing. Well, congratulations on the move and doing it safely and everything. That's amazing. So, are you going to be more on Discord? I gotcha. Just a moment. I'm gonna, it's election day in the United. Do you know it's in the United Can you hear? Okay, maybe. That's okay. Do you know that it's that's okay. Do you know that it's election day in the United States? I think they're both. I said no. I understand. I understand. I understand. Just what.
James Arthur Ray was an endorsed guru. Okay, James, I just saw what you just said in the commercial, but I hadn't heard that before. Turn self-help superstar.
James Gray has been the most amazing
with hundreds of thousands.
Thank you. So let's for for you.
So, essentially, it's going to be a big news day. I'll probably sleep through it all, but I'm going to have the stream going all the time. So if you want to watch election coverage, it's here for you. Excellent. Well, I'm going to hit play and just enjoy my man. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. Oh, I think they're both corrupt, but if I had to bet, I would bet likely in what you just said. Hold on, I didn't say that. They're, in my opinion, I think that they're both corrupt. I think that if we're a country of over 300 million people and we can't put together two better candidates than this, it's really sad. Exactly.
Good morning, election day wake up call. Thanks for getting your.
What is
Here's what we're following.
well, look,
Our newsroom.
it's not we are
They went to 9
you know
yesterday.
Biden have the stuff. So
To the finish line in California.
so
Tracks. Type in your information.
you know, this is under the and what
They say it's stressing
Trump
city.
only do the and where so there brings um, and he burning up his back. Then it's different
Over the course
go,
of
go. Uh, some would like most yeah. Uh, uh, yeah, and and Shyamalan God are going. This is a so we is that and comes and people do this and there's so traffic obviously, you know, but community or in America. What is very should be personal. Personal. So this, you know, that and for her, you know, what is the how those attack minority in body. Uh, in the having attacked and now that and us and as it and I'm uh, to and they need um, and must people into must practice without that and that is to it. There, but they
Gets a lot out of his
I got it.
customer.
One of my why did when you stay in and I get well,
Oh, thank you. First apologize. And I say that. So the way make a life
people and that. And so more depth, more that. So we did one. Right. How should the best because or my one of the a lot of 20 what's your so here overall number for the these are why is it something
Does it help that state?
that are because so what by it was in the it was that was our criteria and now and shape and then or in that specific right and what you do talking that whole
Your future.
that they focus there's that is kind of
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your
well,
music.
so, wait. Then one and many so a what we of the state geography, education, and then from the who met or and so
Wow.
from that, old say that they show in just that I dispute and the fact the alive so that I show what my
Okay. Yeah. So we'll get to her.
I do.
Here.
Okay. What do
Well,
and then yes.
it's
So
you know
in any
we
case,
did we did this is I mean it,
yeah. Laguna the guy. You about and Neil, you're right. Republic. We've seen just slave. That's totally mispronounced. I think. Yeah. Yeah. I for what do we are you happy? $300 an hour, something's wrong. I certainly have. Yeah. What is it? Oh. With a great. All right. Thank you. All right. I've gone in what? Well, I'll tell you more about that. But yeah. Blue.
That's America.
The Canada
Trump going. Trump's going.
Handle on the news. Story.
Leader. Paris. Paris. The last.
It's going to take evidence that there is to argue. They look at
The Harris. Is it? List to the Trump can. That is. The winner. Trump and Davis. Harris.
very, very tough time with this election. Very tough. And it's not Trump versus
Also, very forward. The rate very forward. Just a state in just that
A lot of resistance, including from the state. The Board of Police Commissioners
and
Donald Warming.
and so many. One more, just one more and the now the we are united together, and we know it is time and after the
drinking effectively bottled water. It's that good.
This is America. Democrat and all
the final message from Trump. Mind you, that is Trump asking, saying, best America. But today, we, on the one hand, possibly could be beyond very back into she to the same of the potential does on the other hand, looks like 2020. Remember the history of success. Decided by when so
Hey, how are you, sir? Did you get a chance to sleep? Excellent. Wonderful. I went for another 2.5 hours. That's almost 6 hours of singing for me. I sang every Frank Sinatra song you could have ever wanted. So I'm glad that you got to sleep though. And I love having you here. You should know that I just like having people, and if people want to listen to me sing, it's so much better. It's so much easier to sing to people. So I just want you to know I really appreciate you being here, and I appreciate your friendship. So it's a big day for you. Got to get out the vote. And anything else you got planned today? All right. Um, hey, what's going on? Kits, how are you, dog? What's good? As you see, I get random people coming here all the time. So exactly. I'm gonna be watching election coverage all day. Actually, I'm probably gonna be sleeping. Well, I have to pray. I have to do my morning prayers, but then I'm gonna take a mean sleep, and then tonight I'm gonna do another concert in Maya's Playhouse. So if you're available, I'd love to have you here. And if you're not, I completely understand that too. And I imagine you're going to be watching the coverage as well. Oh, okay. You just don't like to get into it? It will. It will. Yeah, I do my best to avoid it as much as possible. But on election day, especially because I have like the time capsule of society here, it's an important thing for me to at least have playing in the background so that people can be like, oh yeah, that was the election day coverage and all that. So, but honestly, I'm going to be happy when it's all over. Excellent. Well, again, thank you so much for listening to me. It just you have no idea. I mean, I sing sometimes, a lot of times to myself, just for entertainment, but I recognize that it's much nicer to have an audience. And you gave me the confidence to go into Maya's Playhouse, and then we sell it out, so to speak, like 25 people in there, and that's exciting. And now that people know that I kind of do a show every night, so long as I'm consistent and I do it, we'll go viral because someone will tell their friend, hey, somebody takes requests whenever you want, and they record it on YouTube, and you can listen to it whenever you want. And I have I would say a little bit of an advantage. The sound on my stream is not perfect. It's pretty bad, but that's actually pretty good because that means I don't get flagged on YouTube. So I'm able to play like, copyrighted music, and they don't flag me because it's muffled. And the more and more I do it, the bigger and bigger it's going to be. Oh, have I told you that I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency? Have I told you that? Have I mentioned that I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency? Oh, okay. I should have told you that. Uh, well, yeah. Exactly. So NFT is a non-fungible token, which is like the pictures, but the cryptocurrency is called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and it's a really great community. And we're gonna have an election night coverage party tonight as well. So I'll be here, but I'll also probably have some people from there or um coming in here. So I know people are excited for it, and yeah, I'm excited too. Did you have a chance to have any dreams? I know about that. One interesting thing about live streaming your life, Soph, is and it's advantageous, I think. Right when I awake, I say a quick prayer, but then I say exactly what my dreams were to the camera because if I don't do that, I forget about them immediately. But if I do it right when I awake, I have like a dream journal and it's digital. It's pretty cool. So I'm like you probably that I don't normally remember my dreams unless I remember right away. That's how that works. So yeah, okay. Well, um, I can't tell you enough that I'm happy you're here. So thank you so much for the red light. Oh, you know, it doesn't have to be any necessary color, but I have very bad vision. I look forward to one day having perfect vision, but I have very bad cataracts and I have very bad sight. So because of the cataracts, I try to keep things a little darker. And the reason why I use pink is when you're looking at things on the YouTube algorithm, it gets people's attention because it's like a red color. So I use it to my advantage. And but yeah, I would love to have it like super bright and have all kinds of lights on me. And I look forward to doing that in the future. But as of right now, my vision is just really it it just I if you ever see me have to like read stuff without my glasses, I'm very, very nearsighted. But pardon me? What the what? Oh, well, this is a storage room, so it's just like to keep dust off stuff. No, I mean they're just shelves there, and they're like dust cloths. Nothing too interesting. There's like blankets and stuff. Um, but yeah, I I've made it. It kind of looks like a circus, or like I'm under a big tent. I've got like cloth. Hey, that's what I'm going for. That's what I love. Excellent. Hey, did you happen to know it is Happy National Redhead Day? There you go. Um, yeah. So who knew Election Day was the same? Um, what else? I'm just glad that you're here. Just know your presence is appreciated, and if you'll be my witness when people are like Rabbi, you're so lazy. All I ever do is see you sleep. Well, guess what? I'm up all night doing concerts, kids. So that's why I need to get my beauty rest. But yeah. So with that, if you don't mind, I did, and I'm surprised I still have a voice, like pretty good. Yeah. So if you don't mind, I have some quick prayers that I have to say. So you can watch me do that if you want to do whatever else you want. But I'm gonna do. Is that okay? Well, I hope so.
Not in a vibrator, but put them on a drone, and that they were going to go over an energy facility. For some reason, this guy had several pounds of C4 explosives, otherwise known as what, plastique. He was going to put it on an aerial drone and destroy the electric substation in Nashville.
Yeah, he is a straight out white supremacist, eradicating Jews, the blacks, and rightly so, he said, attacking these power centers, which they have done before, these wild ass groups with weapons, is nothing like blowing them up. That's the way to go. But he's an idiot. He talked to an FBI informant, which is great news.
So keep it zipped up.
Yeah. Oh, some other news that's good.
Let's build some planes again. Striking Boeing workers have voted to accept the company's latest offer. That means that the 7-week-long strike of 33,000 union machinists will end, and they will be back to work starting on Wednesday. The work stoppage has caused Boeing over the last 7 weeks an estimated, I believe it was $6.5 billion.
Oh yeah, it's going to be years before it comes back from this one, if ever returns to the reputation. One of the big ones, there's plenty of money. Israel, so the raises are pretty good. But still has not paid into its pension plan. It took away the pension for employees a few years ago. It's still not there. Part of it the reason that it was accepted is that iHeart agreed to establish a pension plan for us, and the Boeing workers insisted on that. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I got the story wrong.
How dare you?
Get your hopes up, huh?
Does anybody offer pension plans anymore?
Yeah, some big companies do. I don't know specifically which ones, but they are completely out of favor.
When the heads of Boeing were asked how they're going to make up the loss payment, they said, not a problem, we're just going to take a couple bolts here, a couple there, we'll be fine.
True. Yeah. By the way, the unions have a pretty strong pension plan. AFTRA, for example, SAG-AFTRA, our union, Screen Actor Guild / American Federation of Radio and Television, or Television Radio Artistes. I don't know where that came in, that we are artistes. Go figure. That's a pretty good pension.
Oh, so I do get a pension.
You know, how long have you been in AFTRA?
12 years?
Yeah, you got a pension.
Oh, yeah.
$150 a month.
It's probably a little bit more than that, depending on, if you work through your 80s, you're going to get a little more than that.
Well, this radio that I have to, so.
Yeah, you call up. But that, it's the unions that really have the strength in pension plans. Companies themselves, not so much. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back and engage in more handle on the news. Amy, in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
In local races in Orange County, voters have to decide on candidates for city councils, school boards, and the country's first supervisor district, where former Supervisor Andrew Doe resigned amid a bribery scandal. Republican State Senator Janet Finn is running against Democratic Cypress City Councilwoman Francis Marquez. Orange County Republican Chairman Fred Whitaker said he is confident Wynn will get another term on the Board of Supervisors based on her name recognition and political experience. If Marquez wins, Board Chairman Don Wagner would be the only remaining Republican. Election officials in Orange County say votes are protected from arson fires like the ones that recently burned ballot boxes in 3 states.
Ballot boxes in Washington, Arizona, and Oregon were set on fire. OC Registrar Bob Tate says the fire suppression system in Orange County uses a chemical to put out the fire while preserving the ballots.
That happened properly in Portland, which is why they only had 3 ballots that were partially damaged, that they were able to still identify the voters who cast those 3 ballots so they could contact them directly.
Tate says, but ballots in Washington were not protected, and officials had to use the media to try to locate voters. He says multiple protections are in place to ensure the election results are secure from fraud. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
We may not know right away who wins the race for president. Election experts say it takes time to count the tens of millions of votes cast, along with votes for thousands of other offices that are on ballots across the country. Republican lawmakers in the battleground states of Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have left laws in place that delay the ballot count. The single biggest factor in delaying how close the election is. Pico Rivera has set up a $15 million water treatment plant to filter out PFAS chemicals. Mayor Andrew Lara says the chemicals come from runoff from fast food wrappers and nonstick items like pots and pans.
They're known carcinogens. And in order to eradicate PFAS, these forever chemicals, they physically have to be removed from the environment.
The city had the unveiling yesterday. It says the filtration system is 99.9% effective, but will be testing the water forever. U.S. forces in the Middle East have killed over 160 Islamic State group militants since August. A statement from the U.S. Central Command yesterday says another 33 have been captured in operations across Iraq and Syria. CENTCOM oversees American forces in the Middle East. It says successful operations resulted in what they call the seizure of significant enemy material that could aid in future disruptions. North Korea has launched more short-range missiles into the Sea of Japan.
Last week, they tested what they claimed was an ultimate ICBM capable of reaching the U.S. mainland. North Korea aligns with Russia and has sent troops to fight in Ukraine. Meanwhile, America's East Asian allies are in flux.
ABC's Anthony Trotter says Japan has new leadership. He says regional partners like South Korea are weighing options in the face of a possible Trump presidency. Retailers say they're getting ready to roll out more extra large TVs just in time for the holidays. Market research firm Circana says manufacturers have made some that are 8 feet across. That's wider than a 3-seat sofa. Researchers say companies are preparing for shoppers to go big this Christmas and Hanukkah. Circana says 38 million 97-inch TVs were sold between January and September. That's 10 times more than were sold at the same time last year. We'll check some problems on the 57 with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you happen to have a car or a truck and it's new, you keep going back to the dealership because it just doesn't work really well, you fix it. Or a car that's a couple of years old and same thing happens, you may have a limit on your hand. If you have a 2018 or 2024 vehicle that's having these problems, you may have a limit. And how do you know? You gonna call up and start dealing with yourselves? I don't think so. I certainly wouldn't. Because lemon law is a real specialty, and this is where mylemonlawlawyer.com comes in. These lawyers know what they're doing, and it takes lawyers who know what they're doing. So it's a question of getting your money back or your car replaced, and even more money on top of that. That's what mylemonlawlawyer.com can do. So dial, oh, by the way, the manufacturer pays for all legal fees. So dial pound 250 on your cell phone and simply say Lemon Lawyer. Pound 250 on the cell, say Lemon Lawyer. Or visit mylemonlawlawyer.com, mylemonlawlawyer.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny with highs in the low to mid 70s at the beaches, mid 70s to about 80 for Metro LA, Inland OC, the valleys in IE, low to mid 70s for the Antelope Valley. Sunny and very windy tomorrow with a wind advisory in effect through Thursday afternoon. Highs will be in the 60s and 70s both days. It's 48 in Mission Viejo, 52 in Tustin. Good morning to Will Kohlschreiber. We've got some slowing in. Actually, there's a crash. It's in Brea, and it's on the 57.
On the 57 southbound. Good morning. Yeah, unfortunately, starting off on a bad note there in the Brea area. Southbound 57 at Brea Canyon. Crash in the left lane. Slowing really stacking up now from Pathfinder almost to the 60. So the southbound 57 in a little trouble. Northbound side of the 15 at Harupa. 2 vehicles on the right shoulder. Some minor slowing on both sides. Southbound from the 10, northbound from... No, let me reverse that. Basically, it's slow between the 10 and the 60 on that 15 because of a crash that's clearing on the right shoulder there at Harupa. The actual accident's on the northbound side. If you're trying to head west on the 91, it's slow from McKinley on out towards the 71. Nothing in lanes, just a lot of traffic. And southbound 71, pretty jammed up from Euclid on down to the 91. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
The free iHeart app goes everywhere you do because it's always on your phone and ready for whatever you're in the mood for. Even better when you plug your phone into Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. The app becomes part of the dash with a seamless way to listen to your favorite radio stations, the latest must-hear podcasts, or a custom playlist to get you focused. And with the holidays on the horizon, the app makes the perfect shopping companion while you search for the ultimate parking spot.
There it is.
Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the iHeart app today.
iHeart Radio.
A lot of north piece back. This time, Now what's like yeah, what is it? This but let's this going for it. That's good. Without us bad.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
43 million borrowers have about $1.5 trillion in federal student loan debt.
We don't understand the true impact that this debt is having.
Going into debt has life-altering consequences.
Every single year, another million student loan borrowers default on that debt, and absolutely zero plan to tackle this.
From Ramsey Network comes Borrowed Future, a new podcast exploring the student loan debt crisis in America. Behind all the numbers and frightening stats are real people dealing with the consequences of their student loans every day.
Really, it stopped me from...
And just... It's...
8%.
That.
No, I'm actually going to do my best to upload those concerts to my main Rabbi Rothschild account. I'm here if you'd like to talk. I'm just working. Pardon me? Yeah, absolutely. I like hanging out with you. I'm glad you're here.
Top Story Live.
One story with Tanya. Weakness and
Welcome back. So, election turn out to demographic groups turn out to also and I'm going to break back in that like one area where we is just it's unprecedented how big that chasm women and it was
definition of the women. Exactly. What's people from the catch particularly that sort of talk to you. Ask you big capacity of gender women. You know, it's a big way Donald Trump with on him, you know, more all these target security, you know, to basically the Republicans now what makes you large whether they I don't have explicit how most
they're doing that way, but Harris campaign. See, let's hear break.
Appeal to a young woman the back even if show them set value young gonna win. You know, benefit with Trump cutting in if you've got voters who are getting
Thanks for dressing up.
I mean, right? High enough.
Yeah. With that,
This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh Groceries.
Do you still have faith and confidence? Is this we got welcome back. Being the oldest, need a more on. Then it could be our president. Could be our. Remind us.
A small episode our in the eye of our peaceful have been taking planet more than that's something is not we have society and he and Victor this is so this just issues but this fund are or is
We elect.
yes for this yes. Since the Abraham was under was a lot maybe but getting one very against and who's against who just to his talk came what so this is a situation taxes
it's a little hard.
immigration, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, that this, these are, this is first principle. Do we as these are
Yeah. Basically, that is
Trump supports like voters, but they stakes are situation. People they would
important. Well, whoever. The next thing, and you say
10 years coming up, elections. How many Americans think today?
Now this the next whoever with US I can since then, but yeah, they risk too.
I mean, we've had people.
With the and I
will.
It's massive. They're packed. They say
We have.
Hold on for crazy, but let's do some more news.
300. The U.S. But how? NBC. America. And another. Testifying. Now, I just say, but America. According to US, which uses filters, shared on the Russia on the street, every France and China, Trump, 60% imports and the I don't. You know,
I think he should get a private car service.
He has one.
and Savannah. In just as take a look, show
All right. We've got a lot.
About 5.
Across this and those
Take care, sweetheart. I hope to see you tonight. Best wishes with your adventures today. And thank you again for listening to me. I really appreciate it. Take care. Absolutely. That's Sophia, everybody. Thank you so much for being here.
Handle discrimination.
Good morning. Vice President. After a city deadly and a right in 2020. I will and
This morning, those votes, all 6 of them.
and Like if we are Vice President, she is also with the link.
Last week alleges the DWP
Well, good morning. I guess still be vote shifting as she as the that's not intent. It's most of the Pennsylvania same hitting second it or you the vice president black to be most
My God. On Pennsylvania. In her
fellow got up around my
well what the sure well but element in she was to out the impact so that and then those do they say late deciding Harris can has been
gosh, there with that would where
Very windy. We've got another round of Santa Ana.
yeah, and then another he will So, and a critical Josh is but it exists here. I mean, majority of well, a majority and leave what's the to and how seems to
I'm Rob Gronkowski.
yeah, so this point is platforms that we so not like keeping approach yesterday. They can support, but when it comes to whether the tone. Right. Let's not. Okay. When, what, and what, which is I say, you know, we also know because of so let's are
Yeah, I mean, for chicken, that's because you know, uh, so uh, ever uh, uh, um, 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 to get start with, you know, like it's so if it gets so easy, it may not as true. So possible. Between, I think
Who is
are not only
gone out.
the machine counting.
But do we? About
and local officials.
Likely question. And I was away from the city itself. Some people this one for when
Come on, baby, tell me a story about aliens. Rabbi, you did well, dog. Thanks, baby. You should not get the gift of your own kid.
Including former United States Air Force pilots, retired engineers that have maintained and see Good afternoon. Category or the extraterrestrial. I'd like to go ahead and at this point. On then to the A-12 Avenger 2. This interesting to note that January 7th, 1990. founding military education, transportation was 28 was 35 1 billion was 19.1 control system was program. It's now on display in your course museum. It's here. Now, very briefly, through text on it, called it the inverted bathtub, the flying leaf. That perhaps this secret aircraft flying in conjunction with the efforts of the United States fighter during Operation Desert Storm. Do we have anything to validate these claims as mechanics that come out here? This is a very intense switch trial by my good friend Mark Kentish, who is the premier aerospace illustrator. This is based on eyewitness testimony of individuals who have actually seen this aircraft. It's actually called the Manta Ray, and it's carried as a reconnaissance intelligence aircraft that actually did fly with the secret day during Operation Desert Storm. Two inverted vertical stabilizers about 30 degrees from the vertical axis. Of course, you see the two intakes here. And it's interesting to note that the first flight of this aircraft took place at the remote test site of also back in 1981. By 1983, the squadron released aircraft had moved to Holloman Air Force Base. So, see these aircraft during Operation of a controls officer right around 88 who saw the squadron. We also in space technology reported in the 1990s. So I tested the transparency on government policy. How to see if tax dollars actually this. So I sent in a FOIA request to also the request came back. So transparency of government existed. Personally, he sent me this, and that's here. is we're taking an image that's back of the aircraft, electronically transferring that image via electrical panels to the front section, essentially making it look in the background. So we've got the technology now. Our science, America's $1 billion, 5,000 ramjets. The SR-71 was retired for the first time in 1980, and we heard all these reports that there's a new sleeper aircraft that the Air Force, perhaps the National Reconnaissance Office, or the CIA is actually working on. Very similar to this aircraft, perhaps called F-15. So as the European using two-stage space plane, Joe was not Ben Rich was the retired Kelly Johnson back in 1975. His large was 276 feet length, has a pilot, and he serves as the liaison between ship and parasitic aircraft. Interesting to note that the parasitic aircraft is the active position so that he can see the parasitic aircraft. They're signal turbo engine engines using a modified liquid fuel. Trapezoidal cut air inlets that you can fit in a Volkswagen wheel. This very large air intakes, there's two of them on either side of the center of the vehicle. You can see these 16-foot inlets in the terminating section of the wing. Very feet. Miles. Section. This aircraft is space technology. This is incredible. Sightings. That's B-70 aircraft. Technology, March 6, 2006. Black Star, another secret project Lockheed two-stage space. We also have one called the Black Star, where they are air aircraft from the belly of the mothership. That's what you see right here in this illustration. Again, this may look very similar to that article. The recent sighting of the XB-70 very similar to what was seen in that 1960. Further evidence of this aircraft comes from a U.S. patent, 4,082,639. This is actually a patent in a horizontal takeoff trans-atmospheric launch system from the Boeing company in Seattle, Washington. So again, I'm not making this up. We're seeing it right here in the government's own patents. It may be called the Star SR-3 or the transorbital vehicle, as you see here, approximately 200 feet in length and 90 feet in length for the parasitic aircraft. Trans-atmospheric vehicle here under the Reagan administration under the Star Wars program SDI. It was a 1984-1985 proposal. You can see here that they could do it so they can actually screw up their original landing and go for a missed here to the left. It says 3 orbit range, 100 mile altitude capability, 100 passenger capability. So you see passenger version of this. Express. Australia in 55 minutes. That's the level of technology that we were working on in 1985. However, as you know, we're still shooting along in these 747s. We're going to get in Paris. We're just chugging along in these obsolete 47s. Trans-atmospheric vehicle. means the all the 10 billion is generally because we've got here in the assembly plant. Only built approximately $10 million per year. Now, the B2 has a wingspan of 172 feet, and you'll see this is double the edge. So this is exactly what we'll see in a manual airship. The question is, there's something more going on with the B2 that means something that we're not paying attention to here. Aviation needs space technology. March 9th, 1992. Northrop engineers program. This is engineers, scientists encourage using highly classified technology for civilian applications. Why this technology is not being trained out to civilian applications. In this article, they talk about how the B2 electric charges the latent weight charges the radar cross signature, then electric charges the exhaust gases, charges the influence charge. But this is interesting because this is exactly what the team talks about. In the 1930s, we came into reports and studies that the electric charges in 1968 indicated that electrically charged leading edge of the wave 16 meters of massive reduction in drag by saving fuel consumption of just 60 meters. And this is why those engineers were very upset that this technology was now being trickled down to American Airlines, United Airlines, technology for the American Airlines. Now, if you tell me, take a look at this right here, electric systems. This is an actual package from Air Force flight technology for what are we looking at? Okay. Great. Notice here, 5 stars here, that 1 star separated from the 5s, 5 on the area 50. That's what that is. Okay. And choose is 0. That is the deal signature for stealth. This will falling. I mean, this is a radar cross-sectional calibration sphere. That's how the engineers calibrate the equipment. Now here we've got emitting a lightning bolt that's big enough for electronic countermeasures. This is a generic aircraft used for stealth aircraft. And over here we've got the Boeing frameworks. This is the top view of that aircraft I showed you at the beginning. That's the handle of this. That's the breakdown here. Hang on to the next one here. I'm going to stress that I'm not picking up this type of terminology. The U.S. government is making up this terminology. So I'm not sure if this is the case. We're going to have to go there because this is the government's terminology here. Now, does anyone want to take a stab at what's being said right here? We have a strange fit, and he's carrying a stick, and it says NKAWTG. What does that mean? No kicks ass, take gas. That stands for if you can get the symbolic encrypted metaphor here, they're saying that nobody flies in the Air Force inventory, not the F-15s, not the F-16s, not the nobody flies, not even the have a very significant RAF philosophy now. We believe that a classified very nice piece of aircraft perhaps military and RAF a C5 Galaxy, gray-colored C5 Galaxy, was defunded, was flown to RAF Moscow down. The stealth aircraft was visible by numerous eyewitnesses who provided the testimony for this report. They said that it looked very similar to the YF-23 with the exception that it had two inverted canted vertical stabilizers, a bit different than what you see in this illustration. But the main midsection of this vehicle covered with a tarp, the nose and aft section was exposed. But what I find really interesting about this case is that when the C5 filed its flight plan with the tower, ATC, as they were departing, their departure letter identifier for their departing airport where they're going to was KPMD. That's Palmdale. That's Air Force Plane 42 in Palmdale. So again, we've got Lockheed having a laboratory there. We've got
at the Making Memories Festival, a celebration of LA's music on Saturday, November 9th. This multicultural festival will feature food trucks and performances by White Television. Earlier and today at alzheimersla.org/FMF. alzheimersla.org/FMF. The iHeartRadio is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts on the web. Discover a podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's the iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Top story.
Vice President. There's time. The fact that parents she has to go.
Your dungeon or mine.
And how
Your relationship. This podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio.
Follow us on all the things.
He's a then you could go for the once you get is difficult.
It's nice. I think that was it. Keeps getting
more, right? So one last I think
the top of that hierarchy. Well, let's just say that's something Justin by where they're
I think yes, to just this is amazing. See what that's
plan to so that's one. However, how about the disinformation? That programs out there that are being into the by the way, that cost Fox over $750 million in its settlement with the media, which the company that makes those machines. Giuliani got hit big time with fake election workers arguing that they were part of a plot. So what's happening is this worldwide. The Russians have to jump in. And not because still I try to keep making by the end of the day. Those here's the chat. You got it. I like.
Continuing problems on the night. Radio outages. Time to end. And most
every other day. Here's Thursdays at 9, 8, 7.
Drug-free solution for nasal congestion. Eat better and feel healthier all winter long. Here's even better news. Garage is now available soon. Back. Google Find to start.
Because I make freedom. Visit consumers.
Finally,
You want to get out. That's financial. So they're where in the same thing is where do you go?
That's
It doesn't work.
Paris.
I am applying
on this.
Strong against. And the truth is, you can stay here and make things better. And it's going to be better. Some of these crap trees have beautiful scenery, but politics there as well. And good.
involved in public right? Yeah, I am. And that's the job that I want to make it better. I don't want to make it better here. I don't care about you to make it better.
No, you make it better by leaving.
Before, whenever nobody emails you that you're going to get Andy, you're going to get Bill bitching about America, let him go back where he came from.
Yeah, go back.
Yes, where the politics are wonderful.
Yes.
Where you had crazy Bolsonaro, who was more insane. What he did is he what he would describe himself as the Trump of South America and wanted to out-Trump Trump in Brazil. That's why I'm not going out of Brazil, because they're crazy people. So, all right, coming up into a tech Tuesday with Rich. We get away from politics for a bit, and the bottom of the hour, electoral college, how weird it is, and why we have electoral college, how unfit it is, and how is the economy managed election. We know that it is become large. It is like 3 against 5 everywhere on the radio. Right?
From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, voters in LA have a lot to decide. Measure A would repeal the quarter-cent county sales tax approved by voters in 2017 and replace it with a permanent half-cent sales tax to address homelessness. Measure G would expand the county board of supervisors from 5 members to 9, and the county CEO would become an elected position. And District Attorney Gascon could lose his job. He's 25 points behind challenger Nathan Hoffman, who says Gascon is crime. Roe versus Wade in 2022. U.S. undermined the U.S. says federal law enforcement and election security agencies use videos.
Officials warn that Russia
Welcome. Vice President. This is Georgia. Meantime, what?
Money she had just
or what police are calling a felony.
Ready. Over.
Trapping 2 young men under.
Right now. Like and the
No downtime. And it's covered by
LA in Orange County, the Valley's.
Yeah.
Seven. Cucamonga.
Morgan. Pennsylvania.
I slammed out of East LA. Love more detail.
One of the reasons why.
Hello. About
Thinking of starting health, right? Help with your schedule, no matter what it is.
a lot of
For you and
yeah. That's right. as with it. You know, I just think,
Now, AI.
I was like,
will lead you to sort of the mainstream.
you got he has a
Now they launched this election hub from Perplexity AI. And they've got everything in it. You can
on this whole one
people that are trying
Vice
to.
President. This all this NBC.
It can be kind of confusing. You may vote yes.
But the vice and that's what see the 200
You know what?
AI.
Okay, so with that,
I think you is really enough. Trying to go with and so that
Yeah, what's going on, man? Yeah, living the dream, big swole. How are things in your neck of the woods? How are you? Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Beautiful. That's always good to reunite with friends. Good on you, man. Are you gonna come to the Twitter party tonight with the election coverage? Uh, yeah, it's like 12 hours from now. Oh no, no, not 12 hours. Maybe like 9 hours. Absolutely, it's gonna be live streamed on Twitter. So just go to the main Harry Potter Homicide 10 Eno account, and then you'll be able to find it from there. And I want you to know, I'm really excited for you to be able to attend your techno party with your friend. That's really tight. Excellent. That's amazing. Wow, that's really interesting, my man. Well, right. Wow. Wow, that's terrible. Well, I can tell you this, my friend. I'm about to get some sleep. I gotta get some sleep before I've been up all night, and I want you to know though, I really appreciate you sharing with me that you're gonna be going to a techno concert on Friday with your friend. Hey, when do me a favor if you would, sometime this weekend or maybe early next week. Tell me how it went, okay? Excellent, beautiful. You take care, Big Swole. Thank you. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Moon, Bill Moon, LFG.
Our CSA Aerospace drafts in Tempe, Arizona. Michael lectured across the aircraft and classified propulsion systems buried deep within the military industrial complex. A recent guest speaker at the Oshkosh Air Event 2006-2007 event, which is considered the world's largest air show for those who heard about it. Michael has developed contacts which have had first-hand experience dealing with classified programs, including former United States Air Force retired naval personnel, aerospace engineers, and engineers that have maintained and received a top secret clearance. Mr. Michael Schratt, show UFO cases. Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Clifford for giving me the opportunity to join today. It's about live programs. That's any program that has oversight. I want to switch gears and show you a number of prototypes. Very near the end of the that figure was $2.122 billion, moving over to the for the $18.1 billion. It is a digital real-time reconnaissance. Actually, Roger, into these deep part of the eye. Technology, correct. Make sure Roger, this control or with a pilot requesting a photograph. If you
different cases.
The device is worth what you pay for.
Yeah. You do spend a lot of time looking at it.
Help.
NBC.
Catch you next week. Take care.
Behind. Pennsylvania.
Primarily, still fire operations. We now have the technology. Here is translate into they have very interesting either side of the center line of the vehicle. 16-foot tall lines. Parasitic aircraft can get up to about 15 a small this right up 50,000 miles. This is important. Here is a twin canard section on the front. So, evidence we have this aircraft based on military reported here based on something like 1990 to 1993. Some studies. FTC reinforced 1990 reports. March 6, 2006. Project Tuesday. Parasitic mothership. Very similar to further evidence there comes from 4 million this is actually doing that take up the trans system from the Boeing again, ladies and gentlemen, maybe called vehicle. That's what you see here. Approximately 90 feet. Administration under the Star Wars program or SDI. There was a 1984 On the Norfolk Beach and still flower. Which is the spoof. A series of stars here, but you'll notice that take a stab at what's being Yes. If you can get the symbolic encryption inventory, if F-15's got the F-16s, not when they did fly. That's exactly what they're saying. Visible by numerous eyewitnesses who just broke out of a series of clouds and black craft. Upper section, fuselage of this aircraft. At this black 40s. They had some so very unusual arrangement for the larger craft. You can see here was a series of exhaust points at the lower back of the vehicle, and there was a series of bay doors. You can see the seams when Jack back under them, but he was actually authorization to see the internal section of the bottom bay. Jack was given a briefing about these aircraft at the base. Facility at the Air Force Base, the general a series of highlights of officials, U.S. Air Force photographs of these aircraft on the tarmac, in the hangars, information flight. You see here, and so they were ready to do a whole story on this, and 24 hours before the press, they were a much more advanced vertical takeoff and landing version of this aircraft. They suffered some type of propulsion system malfunction. They dropped a trip level very high over down Miami. It's all over the newspaper. It's all over the news. And then back on the table tribute paper under the general's office. It's like, we've got a problem here because we're getting ready to declassify the sure did not have the experience of this thing that just so the general excused himself, called Air Force Base Strategic Air Command, the Secretary of the Air Force, and the Department of Defense. He came back and stated that he had interest in the Air Force to the late detection. And that's where this story died in 1967. We did have a U.S. Air Force jet flying maintenance program, at least by 1950. Now, between 1987 and 1989, upwards of 25,000 large radio stations.
Search news and listen on the go. iHeart Radio, always live for events that matter. Open the app and listen now.
The free iHeart Radio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeart Radio podcast preview.
It was the night of May 5th. Joe Campbell.
It's about
This body was found floating in the water 2 days later.
Yes. So, get out.
all right.
Your podcast network. For free on the iHeart.
Good stuff. You on top of
It's always hard.
Media sites.
It's
they use so
Team users
correct.
with some growth. Scrambled operates. Listen to voice. We're online. Live. And camps.
All day, all night on KFI. Election day. Maybe
11.
ready, fire. The vote started. However, we do know, or I know, and that is. I would say
I think he can't.
Higher.
So you
saying not even things like a lot of people really excited. Even if inflation is under during the Biden years.
Yasmin was more on how election officials are combating the threat and keeping workers safe.
A man called police in a local Missouri town saying someone there had shot and killed his wife and children. He gave the address, and police responded to the call. It was the home of Missouri Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft, and it was all a sham.
I ended up sending my wife and my kids to the back of the house from the upstairs because I didn't know what was outside. And then I walked outside, my shirt untucked, and my just in shorts, and my pockets hanging out of my shorts, and my hands up in the air.
The police, after confirming his identity, asked to see his wife and children to make sure all were safe.
What about kids, your wife? How are
Forget the good.
Secretary.
That may explain cash. She was red hot. She burned. No less, ladies and gentlemen. Shakes this aircraft as the effects of radiation. The United States. Helicopter involved. Area. not in that there's another one. Turbo you go down here, sketch of an liquid fuel rocket subcritical reactor. So we're talking about a nuclear rocket system, perhaps being used in the 1960s on some of our programs. Shortest Thunderbird show. This is November the 12th of 1980. Northern Air Force Base, San California. And as the newspaper here, Green pilot conditions were just poor at that time. They had to cancel. So he radioed the other F-16 pilots and said, "Gentlemen, we are done for today. We cannot continue this air show." However, currently with this exhibit was a top secret dog show taking place inside the quote big hangar at Newark Air Force Base. This was to garner support for classified programs. Congressman George E. Brown Jr. was president. Cranston was president in conjunction with high-level military brass. Now, the question is, what did they have in this hangar? Well, Aviation Week Space Technology specifically talked about it. This is December 24th, 1990. Scientists and engineers dreams taking disguise as black aircraft. One aircraft that was in the hangar. It's one language. NACA air intakes on either side. 21 nuclear launch tubes that can launch a 110 megaton warhead less than 10%. Leading edge of technology talking about that. From 0 to 45. They all configuration. They look very similar. Lineage of pre-existing. We believe there are 11, 38, 10. Calculated, so you know that. And then there were these that were 30 degrees inward cannon from the so, yes. Capacitor plates causing pitch yard. Yes. How do we edit this? But there Rendering based on their circumference. We have there was these two high intensity that came down, and then she said this rotating levels from the top and at the bottom, and they were speaking things. This is quite rotating. After that, about 30 seconds, it stopped. A light came back, and it was rectangular type square canopy section on the upper section of this view. A very strange being that you see right here. He got put his hands on the side of the glass, turned around, got down. The sparks again, they took off and she said that the helmet that this pipe was wearing all the way up to the shoulders. Interesting piece of you can see this vehicle was I did not make this up. Keep your record from the first case. So 1970 in Australia, two men were driving down the coast, and this thing passed them from the right side, came up from behind them, started the trigger. Large craft, about 45 feet down, 45 feet high. You can see a large red light in the bottom section of the vehicle, which I have termed here the flying kiss case file. I personally it's been historically significant. March 23rd, 1966, on the phone, an electronics expert of Shepherd Air Force Base current person making figures explanations of that circumference of the vehicle. Here again, you can see that it was about 100 feet in diameter. November the 2nd, 1967, Prairie, Idaho. Personally, I believe this to be the popped up with a backpack. On the far right is out of the passengers. Still was trying to communicate with this man. A few minutes later, he got out, went back into the craft, and then they face was like hamburger meat. I mean, just this is 6 feet down from the lower section. The car visiting a friend. The car immediately started. Transparent section that was there was another section of clear. Inches of ice. You try to break through 37 feet of solid ice, you're going to just shred this conic car. The whole submarine is going to go down to the bottom of the ocean. Reportedly, April 19th, 1959, near Japan, a border fleet crew spotted two saucers diving into the ocean at terrific speed. Yet no record was ever found as if the UFOs had deliberately submerged from an underwater trip. June 19th, Italy. A gentleman and his companions felt waves walking their motorboat, then saw a huge UFO rise up off the sea and sail off the sky as if equally at home in the ocean or in the air. 1882, this is interesting. Near Ascension Isle, a British steamer came upon a gigantic UFO floating in the ocean at least 800 feet long, or nearly as big as the Queen Elizabeth, which slowly sank beneath the waves. And a craft that can come up from the bottom of the ocean and go into space, whole craft that can come from the space as the origin and then move down into the ocean. However, as we all know, the Wright brothers' plane flyer wasn't until December 17th, 1903, but we're talking about cases that predated that by a significant margin. In 1833, a crowd on the American Canadian side saw a peculiar UFO hover over Niagara Falls for an hour, after which it separated from the ocean. So again, a very interesting case. In December 1976, in California, a woman and her two children were driving down an adjacent road of the Pacific Coast Highway, and they were shocked to see this quote fat frisbee as her to-be. Looking outside, evaluation, closeness, duration. A fantastic fleet, October the 12th. Canadian observers over July 18th. To fly what is threat to national late at night.
We'll check that out.
Lights that were elongated on the bottom section. You had these two holes that terminating section of the triangle. There was a red light inside the vehicle and a green light on the right side of the vehicle, and then there was a small arrow that came across the top of silence. Or no strings attaching it to anything. Very interesting propulsion system. Does this have anything to do with propulsion? Electric propulsion? Does this have anything to do with the propulsion system? The technology is there. We've demonstrated that the funding was there as well. 1966, we saw Vietnam. Very interesting case. A B-52 crew. That's this little dot right here. This took place at night, so you get the sight picture here. Approximately between 1/4 and 1/2 mile diameter over South Vietnam. They basically flew around this craft, which was a gigantic ship craft. They said that there was a series of rotor blades along the lower circumference of this vehicle that were spinning. Now, they flew around this thing about 5 times. We've got that. They said that there were levels of clear transparency looking into the dome, and they could see beams looking back at them. That's not the real interesting part of this case. The interesting part of this field in this case is when this craft departed. This is a sketch mechanic who interviewed one of the crew members on this B-52, so there's an FBI report for this somewhere. As this craft departed at night, it opened up some type of a very strange wormhole, and the pilots could see blue sky, white clouds as this thing departed, and then a few seconds later, it trickled back to darkness. That's what happened as this craft actually departed. You can see a rendering of what this encounter may have actually looked like. Very large, between 1/4 and 1/2 mile diameter. Saw this particular craft descend at a slow speed, drop down 5 feet very rapidly, made a dead stop, started moving off to the right. He saw a series of white lights on the bottom section. The lead section showing the interior of the vehicle. That section right here showing the last section of this location here. Interesting here. Attention to this vintage era ribbons. So again, I asked the question. Visiting this populated area, but this thing was no more than 5 feet traffic. This thing flying. Extraterrestrial category and Southern California.
And they're
Why were
steal
we
a prize.
Everybody knew fusion was 40 years away.
Was found
Yeah.
guilty.
the voters. On these
Product afterwards that has less recipes. Fusion is literally the it goes through a process which is this is a process that happens. Hydrogen into helium. And one, but it's the easiest to understand because effectively what this requires The distances, which are the size.
Really?
Step back.
Well, what they're
Scientists who look at them figure it was like, oh, the quantum science tells us that there are almost an infinite variety. The way that it works probably is like didn't have correct or interesting relationships. Nothing happens. Having this conversation. Interesting. Yeah, one of the super interesting ones. I tend to incredible creatures of breakfast is an incredible computing device, but I think it can be cognitive. I can imagine alien civilizations that are much more intelligent and sophisticated in terms of their ability to construct rules and to mathematics. I see it in a slightly different way. It's actually we have creatures that live with culture, right, that understand and move through environment. But they actually see things, or they sense things in a way which is so fun. It's really hard. The problem is the translation. So it's the perception of the world. So I haven't. When I go smelling things, there's a realization that he sees or senses the world in a way that I can't understand it because translate away. We get little glimpses of this. By the way, we get parts of, for example, optical information, light. So now, as we've developed the technology, we can actually see things. You know, I get to see it as one of my areas of research is spirituality. So this is my study. And I get this quote unquote see things taking something from far infrared, like X-ray, orders of magnitude to be like intensity. For example, communicate with you just present sentences for a lot of times. There's probably things we're not even considering as possibilities. For example, it's the same as a another kind of intelligence. As usual, as in this, they're like trying to figure out you can answer like questions for all to get into the well at that point. And we'll sit on the beach. So as I was thinking about coming to discuss this, people say God
And it'll take months, but with the people like this and sit in this book. At its heart is energy use. This intense energy use that came from the evolution of starting to use intense energies at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. It's a bedrock kind of thing. All of these, but it doesn't tend to come overnight. And some of the most important, most amazing technology take it for granted. Which is energy. Amazing. To our society and way of life is constant, actually. Just energy itself. Energy source, energy storage, with energy transmission. These are different physical phenomena which are very important. So, for example, you buy an electric car and you go, oh, good, I have an emission-free car. So why do you say that? Well, it's because if I draw the circle around the car, I have electricity that doesn't emit any items. But you plug that into a grid where you pull wire back, you pull power plant, or gas power. Something like that. It means that this isn't a carbon-free development. And it's their fault. It's just, they don't like the car is just a source of energy. Underlying source of energy is the combustion of the plus there's also stories about materials are mined in which parts of the world with the sort of basic spectrum right? So there's the whole supply chain. There's a story there that's as it goes on to the energy but it takes the energy up. Got a refund without having to send back. So I wanted to wait for the yes, it's very important actually in the context because those of us who work in fusion and these other kinds of society to have an energy source that is like this. Extremely well within our society. It's very difficult to know. The problem is Yes. Actually,
Actually, they're okay.
constant everywhere in the universe. Change in the mass. This makes them extraordinary. So, as a kind of storage of energy. Yes. Fusion is energy. Supply more reduction of greenhouse gas.
Music. Others.
Yes. Or something like that. This is what we have to work on. In some ways, I think it's hard to understand fusion. Because people see this and go, oh, if the fuel is free, this means that we're using the energy sources like this. So we spend resources, drill to get gas, chop wood, or get coal. So fusion at this, and it's also this makes it harder. So you're saying the fuel is free. Why isn't the energy source free? It's because of the necessary technologies which must be applied to basically recreate the conditions which are in stars in the center. So there's one place in the universe, the fusion energy occurs. That's in the center of stars. So that's going to bring a price to it. The sizing price of the technology that's needed to talk about the details. Yeah, those technologies and which parts might be expensive today and exactly. And we'll have a revolution. So clean is at its heart, what it does is convert basically hydrogen into heavier forms of hydrogen.
These are preparing for shoppers to
That we use in helium and some other parts, but primarily helium is the product that's left behind. Same inert gas, you know. In fact, that's actually what our sun is doing. It's eventually going to extinguish itself because it'll just make so much helium that doesn't. So in that sense, clean because there's no emissions of carbon or pollutants that come directly from the combustion of the fuel. Yeah. This Kelvin, it's around a few tens of degrees Celsius.
but actually those
You have to come It's also that it's very compatible at any time. There's a density because if I thousand times less particles.
Well, we know.
Directly, but if you went like this,
And they take
All right.
That's always intrinsically limited. What I mean by that, this means when we design it, is that they take it. These requirements, and so what we try process. Basically gets
which is really interesting to see how both those candidates have tried to appeal to nationalism. With President Obama speaking to the City of them, we saw Magic Johnson speaking directly to young black men in Detroit and other places, other people like that with the dots. So it's causing conversation when it comes to direct politics and demographics. Well, it's always a pleasure to have you guys in the studio here at Radio Rock. Thank you, Mark. All right, ladies, sign up for our CNBC Money Minute. After almost 2 months on the picket line, going factory workers are fighting back to about 59% of machinists willing to approve the latest labor deal effectively ending the strike. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us. Dominic, we've been following this story for months now. What finally, sealed the deal? What do employees actually get in this new contract?
Sure, Morgan, thank you. So the contract headline is a 38% wage hike over 4 years for the 33,000 union members who feel close to better jobs. Employees in the CBO carrying over said even with the strike over, there's still work that had to be done to return the company to its standards of excellence. The strike has pressured the company's finances, with the company last week people likely to bury cash into 2025. Meanwhile, Walgreens has paid a company about $100 million to sign a contract to lawsuit accusing it of overcharging customers for a decade when they bought generic drugs through private insurance companies, Medicare or Medicaid. The company wrongly required to insure customers to pay more than members of its prescription savings club plans. And speaking of influencing elections, meta platforms were reportedly extended bans on political ads after today's election. They were supposed to expire just before midnight. CX reports it will stay in place a little bit longer to prevent confusion and misinformation from spreading, while votes are still being tallied. Google, by the way, is also blocking election ads until polls close later on tonight, ladies. So very much a contested election. We'll see what happens here in the coming hours. So I'm sure you guys will be busy by 7:05.
And such an important reminder not to just trust what you see online, go to different sources when you find information, just to verify that's actually true and not to go there.
Let's verify always, especially with such an important election.
Absolutely. Johnson, thank you very much. Our live election day coverage continues as we talk to voters in some of these biggest states to watch. Right when we come back, don't leave. You're watching NBC News.
So this means that the way that it releases energy is that you set this up in a very careful way, such that on average, every reaction that happens exactly releases enough neutrons to slow down that they actually make another reaction, one exact one. And what this means is that because each reaction releases a fixed amount of energy, you do this, and then in time, this looks like just a constant power output. So that's how efficient it is.
And so they're controlling the chain reactions to just a different energy.
It's very important. And when you intentionally design it, that it creates more than one fission reaction per starting reaction, that it exponentiates that. Which is what motor is.
Yeah, so how does an atomic equipment work? How does hydrogen work?
So what you do is you very quickly put together enough of these materials that can undergo fission with room temperature. And you put them together fast enough that what happens is that this process can essentially throw nothing out very fast. And so this releases large amounts of energy. That's the underlying reason that it works. So you've heard of a fusion weapon. So this is interesting is that but it's dislike fusion energy in the sense that what happens is that you're using fusion reactions, but it increases the gain rather than it's not a pure. At its heart, it's still a fission. That you're just using fusion reactions as a sort of an intermediate catalyst, basically, to get even more energy out of it. But it's not directly applicable to be used in energy source.
Does it terrify you? Just again, to step back, the philosophical that humans have been able to use physics and engineering to create such powerful weapons.
It's a terrifying. I mean, what it means. This is the progress. Every time that we've got access, you're talking about the data information. Things really changed when we got access to new kinds of energy sources. But every time you get access, typically what this meant was you get access to more intense energy, right? That's what that was. And so the ability to move from burning wood to using coal to using gasoline and then finally to use this is
We'll continue our coverage now. The local battleground station is tight
and the
residential
consequences
with
as
two of the most important ones, Pennsylvania and Michigan.
it's just like you said,
Michigan project under 3.6. We've got two copies for all NBC News correspondent Maggie Vesco from Grand Rapids, Michigan. But first, let's turn over to NBC News correspondent Julie Stokel, who is outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Julie, you are in Albuquerque. What are you hearing from voters there?
I tell you, Morgan, every single voter I spoke to swung in a different political direction. Everyone was also in a different demo group. So in these Northwest Pittsburgh suburbs, if you give a microcosm of perhaps the shifts that we're seeing in other suburbs, not only in Pennsylvania, but other battleground states as well. I talked to some voters, some women, for example, one woman who was a lifelong Republican, started voting for Democrats when Trump came on the scene. She said that they have to make sure that they stop voting any way, shape, or form because her biggest issue is that women want economy, she cares about anti-abortion,
and these tend to be ones that have done over the habits. Like there's a reason, for example, it's pretty easy to keep a constant temperature when you're not out there. It's the same thing in fusion. So this is actually one of the features that I would argue fusion breaks the trend of this is that it has more energy intensity than fission on paper. It actually does not have the consequences of control.
It's interesting, Julie, because even if you go to places like neighboring Philadelphia, where people are saying, look, we've got to make sure that we are not, we explode this past of the process. Talk to us about the Allegheny process and the security upgrades specifically there.
That you may have not mentioned.
In Erie County, the opposite part of the state, people really want to make sure that nothing challenges their election, that they will have their ballots counted and heard. And of course, officials throughout the state are preparing for potential challenges to the election results in Allegheny County. I talked to election officials here. They need so many movement, specific figures on cameras, putting them in every single battleground location, putting them in all polling centers, putting them, of course, in the population center where they count votes.
So you heat it up and you go to a liquid, and obviously it changes its physical properties. And then if you heat this up enough, it turns into a gas. And a gas behaves differently because there's a very sudden change in the density of the power. So it changes by about a factor of 10,000 in density.
All right, so safe and secure that start really started to work there again.
All very good.
So let's bring in NBC News correspondent Maggie Vesco, who joins us now from the Ballot Processing Center in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Speaking of safe and secure, Maggie, when the Vice President Harris tried to Michigan blew after Biden's shift back in 2020, you've been talking with the voters there. So how are they feeling about the candidates? Are they talking to about who they're voting for and the issues that brought them out today?
Pretty much all the temperatures that are above
Oh, they are happy to tell us who they're voting for. The vast majority of people have no problem with that. We heard every day across the political spectrum, every ideology you can imagine. The one kind of common factor, common thread that we heard was people are pretty stressed out knowing how much of a battleground their state is. 15 electoral votes up for grabs in Michigan. The number one issue here in this state, according to recent polls, the economy and inflation. Here's what two voters voting for two different candidates had to say about why that hit them. We'll start with one who voted for the vice president.
very much less mass and that's surrounding this so the plasma is what happens when you start pulling away the nothing those electrons that they're free
because of our
all the atoms that make up water the electrons are in tightly bound states and basically they're extremely stable. Once you're about 5,000 or 10,000 degrees, you start pulling off the electrons. And And what this means is that
So it's
now
trusting the other candidate,
that is there,
candidate they voted for anyway, to handle the economy better. And those sound bites reflect kind of where the polls are right now in Michigan. Multiple polls put Vice President Harris ahead, but as little guys at a 1 point margin. So it is incredibly tight here in Michigan once again.
Yeah, well within the margin, and Maggie, Michigan's found more than 1.2 million people who showed up for early voting. That's, they've already started processing the absentee ballots and mail-in ballots. Even a fast-counting state like Florida.
Why is it disappointing that we don't speak about this? It's because 99%
It's a faster counting state than it was in 2020. Let me show you what's happening behind me. So this is a ballot processing center. You can see election workers here going through the ballots, flattening them out. They're basically verifying down everything from the ballot number that was assigned to any given voter, their registration, their signature, things like that. Once those ballots are verified, flattened out, then they'll be walked over here, over to these tabulation centers, 6 machines here ready to get those fed in. This process, this is key that we started 8 days ago. That's the first time in Michigan's history that we're able to start that process. So it should speed things up. Hopefully we'll get the results sooner. Thank you so much. Millions of Americans are doing their civic duty today, including this woman, 101-year-old Lucy Hunter, who said she was proud to cast her vote in Pennsylvania.
And so in the gas, you can think of this as being this room, and the thing, although you can't see them, is that the molecules are flying around, but then with some frequency they basically bounce into each other. And when they bounce into each other, they exchange momentum and energy. And so it turns out that the probability and the distances and the scattering of those of what they do, it's those interactions that set the about how the gas behaves. So what do you mean by this? So for example, if I take an imaginary test particle of some kind, like I spray something into the air with a particular color, right? You can do it like how it gradually will disperse away from you. This is fundamentally set because of the way that those particles are bouncing, potential probabilities, or the rate that they go at and the distance that they go at. So this was figured out by Einstein and others at the beginning of the Brownian motion, all these things. These were set up at the beginning of the last century, and it was really like this great revelation. Wow, this is why matter behaves the way that it does. Like, wow. So, but it's really like, it also in liquids and in solids, like what really matters is how you're interacting with your nearest thing. So you think about that one, the gas particles are basically going around until they actually hit into each other, though they don't really exchange information. It's the same in a liquid, you're kind of beside each other, but you kind of move around. In a solid, you're literally like stuck beside your neighbor. Plasmas are weird in the sense that it's not like that. So it's because the particles have electric charge, this means that they can push against each other without actually being in close proximity to each other. That's not an infinitely true statement. It's a little bit technical, but basically this means that you can start having action or exchange of information at a distance. And that's in fact the definition of a plasma. That it says that these have a technical name, it's called collision. Just means that it's dictated by this force which is being pushed between charged particles. Is that the definition of a plasma is a medium in which the collective behavior is dominated by these collisions at a distance. So you can imagine that this starts to give you some strange behaviors. Which I can quickly talk about, like one of the most counterintuitive ones is as plasmas get hot, they get a higher temperature. When the collections have a less frequency.
One of the nation's strictest abortion laws.
That doesn't make any sense. When particles go faster, they
collide more often.
But because particles are interacting through their electric field, when they're going faster, they actually spend less time in the electric field of each other, and so they talk to each other less in an energy exchange. It's one of the counterintuitive aspects of plasma. It's probably very yes, exactly.
So if I can try to summarize what a nuclear reactor is
is
So
folks
you
realize
have
how
a couple
much
of
you
elements
have to go
that
through
are
to
usually
get birth
elements.
control.
Usually deuterium and
But
tritium, which are the heavy
it's
metals.
not just one
Get
size
those,
fits
you
all.
start
Originally,
eating
it was the first state to outlaw
and as
abortion
you
after
start
the
eating
Supreme
it, and
Court
as
overturned
you
Roe
said,
v.
they put
Wade.
on plasma.
What is
No,
the
first it becomes
around
first it becomes plasma, so it's a gas, and then it turns into a plasma, about 10,000, and then so you have a whole bunch of electrons and ions flying around, and then you keep heating the thing.
I remember somebody called the
And
office and asked
I guess
if
as
she
you
would
eat the thing, now it's
like
getting
to
rarer and
She was so
rarer.
scared.
So
It was
yeah.
that aftermath that video
So as you keep
prescription
eating
for
it,
ultimately ended
just
up
that
leaving.
you have to keep eating it to the proper rate of quantity.
Maggie, who now works for a reproductive rights group in St. Louis,
So and also on top of that, sorry to interrupt, you have to prevent them from hitting the walls of the correct. So you asked about the definitions of the requirements for fusion. So the most famous one, or substance, the most intuitive one, is the temperature. And the reason for that is that you can make many kinds of plasmas that have zero fusion going on. And the reason for this is that the average, so you can make a plasma at around 10,000. In fact, you can come. By the way, you're welcome to come to our laboratory at the BSSA and show you a demonstration of a plasma. But you can see through your eyes and see about 10,000 degrees. You can put your hand up beside you and all this is like, and nothing, there's zero fusion going on. So you have, what's the temperature of the plasma? About 10,000 degrees. Stick your hand in it. Well, you can't stick your hand into the glass cap.
or don't know that all forms of birth control are
And if you put your hand on the glass cap,
healthcare system and contraceptive deserts covering much of Missouri, access to birth control more challenging.
plasmas are actually quite
What are they and why do they exist in Missouri?
most amazing form of plasma is like
where there is
it's
not
instantaneous
great
form of
access to
plasma that exists on Earth but immediately goes away
and they
because
still have to
everything else around
travel,
us.
50, 60, 100
And so
miles.
there's different requirements. So making a plasma takes about takes about 10,000 degrees, even at 1 million degrees. There's almost no probability of the fusion reactions occurring, and this is because while the charged particles can hit into each other, if you go back to the very beginning of this, remember I said, oh, these charged particles have to get to within distances which are like this size of a nucleus because of the strong nuclear force. Well, unfortunately, as the particles get closer, this radiation that comes from the charge increases like the inverse distance squared. So as they get closer, they're pushing harder. And then it gets a little bit more exotic, maybe like, but it turns out that people understood this at the beginning of the age after Rutherford discovered the nucleus. It's like, oh, like how are we going to, how's this going to work, right? How to get anything within these distances? Extraordinary energy, and it does. And in fact, when you look at those energies, they're very, very powerful. And it turns out quantum physics comes into the rescue because particles aren't actually just particles; they're also waves. This is the point of the quantum, right? You can treat them both as waves and as particles. And it turns out if they get a close enough proximity to each other, that the particle pops through. Basically, this energy barrier, and in fact called quantum tunnel, which is really just the transmission of back and forth wave, so that it has a finite probability. This, by the way, you talk about like we have a hard time conceptualizing this. This is one of the this is like throwing a ping pong ball like at a piece of paper, and then every 100 of them just like magically show up on the other side of the paper without seeing to use a physical analogy. Yeah, that's anomalous report is critical for functionality. Yes, for all kinds of fusions. This is the reason why stars can work as well too. Like the stars would have to be much hotter actually. In fact, it's not clear that they would actually ignite. In fact, without this effect. So we get to that. So this is why there's another requirement. It's not so you must make a plasma, but you also must get it very hot in order for the reactions to have a significant probability to actually fuse. And it actually falls effectively over to zero at lower temperatures. So there's some nice equation that gets you to 50 million degrees. or there's like practically speaking 100 million, but it's a really simple equation. It's the ideal gas size. So in the end, you've got a certain number of particles, these fusion particles in the plasma state. The plasma state is a certain number of particles. And if the confinement is perfect, if you put in a certain content of energy, then basically, eventually they come up in a temperature, and they go up to high temperature. This turns out to be, by the way, extraordinarily small amounts of energy. It's like I'm getting something to like 100 million degrees that's going to make the biggest flame burner that I've ever seen. No. And the reason for this is it goes back to the energy content of this. So yeah, you have to get it to high average energy, but there's very, very low density. It's low density. So the way that you do this is primarily, again, this is not exactly true in all kinds of fusion, but in the primary when we work on magnetic fusion, this is all happening in a hard vacuum. So it's like it's happening in outer space. So basically, you've got rid of all the except specialized. No, actually, it's even easier than that. You connect the gas valve, and you basically leak gas. How do you get something? How do you get it from getting across? Yeah. So now you've touched on the other necessary parts. So it's not just temperature, you must also confine it. So what does this mean, confine it? And there's two types of confinements. But the general principle has nothing to do with particular technology is to confine it. It's because this goes back to the fact that our method is high temperature content. So it's like building a fire. And what this means is that if you release the energy into this earth or apply thought to this, if it just instantly leaks out, you never get hot. So if you really this is like you're not something you're trying to apply heat to, but you're just absorbing the heat. This is why we get something called designed to if you want the heat coming to this room to just immediately leave because you just start consuming infinite amounts of heat to try to get it. So in the end, this is one of the requirements of it. At the end of the day, all the energy confined is not. So this means if you release a certain amount of energy into this field, how long you sit there and look at your watch, how long does it take for this energy to like leave the system? So you can imagine that that this hydrogen putting energy into the air and you wait for a day, but all the heat comes outside and so it's the same concept. So this is all fusion of how confined. There's another esoteric reason for this, which is that people often confuse temperature and energy. So this is literally the temperature, which means that it is a system in which all the particles, every particle, has high kinetic energy and is actually in a fully relaxed state, namely an entropy of this means that basically it is a thermal system. So it's like the air in this room, it's like the water, it's the water, these all have temperature, which means that there's a distribution of those energies because the particles have applied so much. So this is distinguished from having high energy particles, like when you have a particle accelerators in certain those are high kinetic energy, but it's not a temperature, so it actually doesn't count as confinement. So go through all of those, you have temperature, and then the other requirement, not too surprising, is actually that there has to be enough density of the fuel. Enough, but not too much, yes. And so, in the end, the way that there's a fancy name for it, it's called the Lawson criterion, because it was formulated by scientists at the IQ about 1956 or 1957. And this was essentially the realization of, oh, this is what it's going to take to harness the confinement method. These are a power balance that says, oh, there's a certain amount of heat coming in, which is coming from the fusion reaction themselves. Because the fusion
after that rally that happened, and that was all with those early absentee ballots that came in. Some of those being processed here today as people are also turning in their ballots simultaneously. Wisconsin, I should note, is one of those states that cannot start counting their absentee ballots until election day. And so that's why we're seeing both of those counts happen in tandem. Multiple polls, including the one here in NBC News, have shown a large gender gap in the way people are voting for these two candidates. Are we seeing that on these college campuses with these younger voters as well? Motivations, they say, are really electrifying them, giving them active votes.
Crazy, right? That's what
That's actually something that some source pointed out to me in their analysis data, because Wisconsin also is a state that doesn't share its voter registration demographics data with those absentee ballots. The source pointing out that more women are turning out early than men. We expect to see more men come out on election day. There's several reminders here to my left. But what's interesting about what we're going to see here in Wisconsin is the organization that the different campaigns focused on. President Trump and Turning Point USA was focusing on the youth male vote here on campuses, bringing in Charlie Kirk and now boys popular images for those young men. And so that's something that they're really eager to see the split on as the vote starts moving on their way. Thanks more there on the ground. Thanks so much more. NBC News correspondent Ed Tyler joins us now from Raleigh, North Carolina, which has been speaking with voters all morning. So in fact, we actually talked to the man who said he voted on a whip. Talk to us about what you're hearing from voters. Are they eager to share who they're backing and why they're out there? The issues that matter the most to them.
Goes through it. Visible light goes through it so easy that if you
Guys, most of the voters have been pretty eager and really have their minds very clearly made up. But there is this population here in North Carolina. People who are unaffiliated, aren't really loyal to either party. Technically, unaffiliated are a larger population than either of those two major parties here. And so I have in the last couple of days encountered people who were truly making up their minds at the last minute. And I spoke to a gentleman here who was incredibly concerned about the cost of living, how it feels, and a lack of trust for politicians. He ultimately really praised for Trump taking a surprise.
That's what makes sense in the human experience. I'm reading on a subreddit called Shower Thoughts.
I'll tell you though, just the other day I went canvassing with the Harris team here in North Carolina, and I met a young mom who had two kids. She said she was living paycheck to paycheck. It was the same thing. I'm really not sure if I am trusting either of these candidates, but she went online, she went to a project 2025, and then she made a late grade for Harris. So can you hear about these campaigns coming in battlegrounds and fighting for people?
Project 2025, but I tell you, we have been covering it. And so many of these recent comments from the Trump campaign, celebrating endorsements for the Harris campaign, have really had these sort of late-breaking news that the rest of us are talking about nationally. Really changed the
services. Everybody showed up along with
I think there have been a few of them. Certainly the MSG rally was kind of the rally heard around the country. I spent time with Latino voters the other day for a story about intimidation and fear. There's been a lot of misinformation out there live about non-citizen voters here in North Carolina that's impacting Latino voters, of course. And so I had a conversation with them, and some of them made references to that rally just as sort of an additional, reminder to them of why they wanted to vote, what message they have of the community sent, the power that they have here. And so I think that's kind of a good example of who they're going to keep an eye on, so they have an impact on results. And so we have live in North Carolina for us.
Let's stay down south and head over to Ellison Barber, who joins us from Sewanee, Georgia, with the latest. Ellison, you are in Gwinnett County. I should also say you're a Georgia girl, so you're home. You've been talking to voters there. Which issues are they saying are more important? Those issues change for them this election cycle.
It's really interesting because the top three people tend to cite for us as we've spoken to voters coming in today is women's rights, the economy, and also immigration. And then the big picture just worries about whether or not the country will stay as divided as it is now moving forward. This is a county that's incredibly important to both political parties. It's a really large county population-wise. It's also an incredibly diverse county. It means Democrats like Donald Trump did get about 40% the vote here in 2020, and they're hoping they can inch that up by a few percentage points and also hold on to Republican strongholds, and maybe he would be able to take the state, which he did not do in 2020. I just think there's an interesting mix of voters telling us issues that they care about. Most people we've spoken to today, they've already decided pretty early whether they're going to vote for Harris or for Trump. And when I asked, did you ever waver? They said, no, not really. So I did speak to one man today, a young African-American man who was voting for the first time, and he said for him, it actually took him a little while to decide. He wasn't a fan of Trump, but he wanted to get the policy from the party perspective, and he ultimately decided that Trump was the right person for the economy, immigration, the issues that mattered the most to him. But he wasn't entirely decided early, and those little baby voters, the baby split their tickets. That's what a lot of parties are looking for here to see if they can nudge the margins just enough that they pick up this state.
Here's one in Georgia for us, Ellison Barber, Gwinnett County. Thanks, Ellison. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News Sports Live Illinois again. Now, who's live outside of Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Stephen, talk to us about the mood of the voters who've been there all morning, people streaming into that stadium.
Getting high energy
look, when we got there this morning, the forecast opened, and there were people waiting in lines until 5 a.m. So 2 hours before the polling location opens. This, polling location is a little special. It's a stadium. It's not public record. It's kind of a destination for people. One thing that I've been hearing from voters that I think is interesting is, as I've been hearing all year here about the economy is really the number one issue. The cost of living was interesting. Whereas for most of the year, that tended to push people towards Trump. It's not happening. The people that I'm speaking to today, just listen to what a couple of voters said to me, just in the last few minutes, one going for Trump and one going for Kamala Harris. Take a
so
listen.
as I said, we made many of the aspects of this through a variety of different confinements. Is that the key part of what happened, what was a threshold we had never done, was that if you only consider the plasma, not the total Jesus, just the plasma. We had not gotten to the point yet where basically the size of the match was smaller than
showed Harris closing that lead on the economy with Trump, and that is what I'm seeing bear out in the conversations that I'm having with voters here today.
All right, David Maria, thank you so much. Vice President Kamala Harris ran the shortest presidential campaign in modern history. But this election cycle saw her lead the full she was the nominee. We take a look back at how it got here in just a moment. More NBC News Daily after the show.
Which was said throughout the cycles of what our own side was. So that was not ignition in that sense. So we call this a scientific, but the one that I just talked about, which is where from some instant, when I get enough fusion energy released compared to the size of the match, we call this scientific break-even. Break-even. And it's because you've gone past the fact that this is unity.
What is fusion gain, or as I use the notation Q, is what I'm talking about before. We're talking about using just the same kind of terminology.
So the technical term is Q, is capital Q.
We actually use Q.
We have to use capital Q, or so that Q is taken U sub P or something like this. Which means that what it means is that it's in the plasma. So all we're considering is the energy balance or gain that comes from the plasma. We're not considering the technologies which are around it, which are provided to the why the excitement? Because for one reason, it's a rather simple threshold to get over to understand that you're getting more energy out of the theoretical sense than you were from the starting match. It's conceptually simple, but you get past one, then everybody, like when you're less than one, that's much less interesting than getting past one, because it's really but it really is a scientific threshold, because what P actually denotes is the relative amount of self-heating that's happening in the plasma. So what I mean by this is that in the end, in these systems, and what you want is something that where the relative amount of heating, which is keeping the fuel hot, is dominated by the fusion reaction. And so it's sort of like thinking like a bonfire is a lot more interesting physically than just holding a torch to a weapon. Right? There's a lot more dynamics, there's a lot more self-control. we're excited as a scientist that it's clear that in that experiment that they actually got to a point where the fusion reactions themselves were actually altering the state of the cloud. It's like, I can't see that in close it seems like this experiment is likely to be dominated by self-defeat. That's a very important, so that makes it a self-sustaining. It's more self-sustaining, it's more
assassination attempts to a candidate stepping down. It has been
sort of
protected and oftentimes sidelined by legal issues and even health concerns. It has all brought us to where we are today, where Americans and states across the country are heading to the polls and casting their ballots for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Facing these daily inputs, snow brings us the highlights of this year's major moments. There are a lot of them. And it's like
you explain just how
It's an election fight that looks like it's very
says 192 laser beams were aligned on a sectarian targets.
Donald Trump locked in the Republican nomination this week, defeating a parade of challengers and battling a slew of legal cases.
This is like a perfect strength.
this is
His supporters undeterred, believing Trump would best tackle the economy and immigration.
I'm the only one in history who got arrested in my underwear.
He said President Joe Biden as the oldest major party presidential candidate ever in an American election, a concern for voters, and whispers about Biden's number one.
Is it a discreet spherical, like a beam?
and elderly man with more money.
But that first presidential debate in June set off 3 weeks of unprecedented
How are you going to
political
get into
upheaval.
that? Literally, it's like at 20 degrees above absolute zero because
And
the
every beat this night got off to a
solid
tough
state.
start
This allows
for
us to
President Biden.
as a gas melts as a solid. It's actually, it's very
Is
different.
this an
These
episode
particular
or
experiments, they can
his
introduce one of these,
calls for Biden to suspend his re-election campaign were sidelined an unthinkable
very,
twist.
this is kind of amazing technology. I know some people who worked on this. They actually make these things at a BB size. Frozen fuel, such a cryogenic thing. And they're almost like smooth to
The 45th president of the United States injured but alive. Holding with Republicans now gathering to officially nominate Donald Trump at their convention.
assembly
With
of
his
this
clear
fuel
bandage, the
that all
president
and what is the purpose of the lasers? The purpose to provide optical energy side of this. And what happens is that energy is absorbed because it's in solid phase matter, so it's absorbed really on the surface. What happens when it's absorbed and it's something called the uplater. These moves
his re-election. Endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris and upending the race in just over 100 days until the election. Democrats' female nominee of Black Harris showing strength on the issues of abortion rights and protection.
Like that, this is what you want to do.
Trump pivoted to his new opponent.
And then what happens is that the sphere, like, the second or last section, is gradually, that first section is rapidly compressing people. What happens is that you're squeezing down on it, and see, maybe to that's bad. Maybe you should start with fast. Goes from like a fast and falls down to something like this. And then
I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
when that happens,
And Donald Trump said we should
Don't do classical physics of those system and basically, if you do this,
You're eating the dogs, the people that
because
came in. You're eating the
you're not actually feeding them.
The vice
What
presidential
happens is
debate
you get an
striking
idiomatic mass such that the very center of this thing all of a sudden just brings up its temperature because it's actually done so fast. Why is it called inertia? It's because you're doing this on such fast timescales that the inertia of the molecule basically is still finite, so it can't like push itself apart before the fusion happens. So how do you make it so fast? This is why you use lasers, because you're applying this energy very short periods of time under a fraction of the length of the sound. So basically that, and then the filters are just coming from this comes from the energy of the lasers, which is basically the rocket action, which does the compression. So the force is the vorticing force is that it cold, and then it just literally just ideally compress it, and then it's something which is at the very center of that compressed sphere. Because you compressed it so rapidly, the laws of physics basically require for it to increase in temperature. The effect is like if you roll the thing, so adiabatic cooling actually compares to other, if you take a spray can and you push the button, when it rapidly expands, it cools. This is the nature of technology. Well, the opposite is true, that if you take all of those particles and jam them together very fast, you want to heat up. And that's what happens. And then what happens is you basically have this very cold, compressive set of fusion fuel, and at the center of this, it goes through this whole
right here on NewsNow. Then join
and
us
so
still
if it
holds
gets
and
to that
together
point,
at 7 p.m. on NewsNow and NBC. I'm Vicky
when
Wood.
the
I'm
fusion fuel starts to burn, it wants to heat up the other color fuel around it, and it just basically propagates out so fast that what you can do, ideally, would actually burn in a fusion sense, so most of the fuel gets in. So this was very exciting because what they had done was it's clear that they propagated this, they got this, what they call a hot spot, and in fact that this heating had propagated out into the fuel, and that's the science behind it.
So the idea behind a reactor is based on this kind of commercial environment is that you would have a new baby every like
10 times a second or something like
and
that.
there's some kind of there's a incredible device that you kind of applied that kind of has to create one of those babies.
So you have to make the babies very fast. There's reports on this, but what does it mean? You know, the starting point is, can you make this game? So this was a scientific engineer primarily.
And the rest is just engineering.
No. The rest is incredibly complicated engineering. Well, in fact, there's still physics here before it comes. So where does this come from? And it's actually because if you want to make an energy source out of this, this had a gain of around 1.5, and namely the fusion energy was approximately 1.5 times the laser input energy. It's a very significant threshold. However, from the science of what I just told you, is that there's two fundamental efficiencies which come into it, really come from physics, really. One of them is hydrodynamic efficiency. What I mean by this is that it's a rocket, so it just has a fundamental efficiency built into it, which comes out to orders of like 10%. So this means is that your ability to do work on the system is just limited by that, okay? And then the other one is the efficiency of laser systems themselves, which their wall plug efficiency is 10%. You've done spectacularly well. The wall plug efficiency of the ones using that experiment are like only 1%, right? So when you go through all of this, the approximate, place that you're ordering this is for a large power plant would be a gain of 100, not 1.5. So you still, and hopefully we see experiments that keep climbing up towards higher and higher gains. But then the whole fusion power plant is all determined. So it's not one PV and one laser pulse per day. It's like 10 times 5 or 10 times per second. Like that, right? So you're doing it there. And then comes the other aspect of taking the target and delivering them, being able to repeatedly get them to burn. And then we haven't even talked about like how do you then get the fusion energy out. which is mainly because these
Now,
things
no matter which way
is
it
in
goes, the
micro
balance of power in
and
Congress
hundreds
will
of
be
different
decided
things. So
by an
this
extremely
energy is
narrow
coming out
margin.
from
Right now,
medium on
Republicans
the
have the
outside
majority
that
in
you're
the
going to
House,
figure
but
out how
just
to extract
barely.
the energy
And on the Senate
out of this
side,
thing. How do you
Democrats
convert
are
that
looking
energy to
to, but again, that's a
so in
slim
the end,
majority.
you
Ever
have
since
to
Capitol Hill
basically
correspondent
lose
Howard
it.
Bell has been calling it
So
over. So Howard,
most
let's
of the
talk about the
what
Senate
you in
side.
the end
Which
what
are
fusion
the key
makes
races
mostly
that
is
we
like
should
a
be
high
watching for?
very energetic
Ohio and
particles.
Montana. I think those are the ones
So you have
the
to slow
Republican
those
side
down
most
in some
likely to
way,
flip.
and then
In my mind, having held both of them in
so
2018,
basically what
these
you're
are
version of the
very
kinetic
specific
energy of
characters
particles,
to their very
you're eating
specific
some
states. They have
engineered
outperformed the
material
top
that's
of their
on the
ticket
outside of
before,
this.
but it
And
is the first
that's,
time that both of them
from a
are on
physics
a presidential
perspective,
ticket
is a
and
somewhat
cycle
solved problem
themselves
with
as well.
fusion.
They make it harder, but not
So,
impossible. Those are the two that I'm watching.
physics, I can draw the, I can show you all the equations and tell you about how it slows down and
So what are you looking for there?
kinetic
California
energy
and
into
New York
heat,
are the
and then
absolute
what
keys.
that
There's
heat
about 6
means
places in New
in
York
right
and
organized
just a few
chemical
more in
cycle
California.
kernels.
The
And so
thing
the
with
physics
those
of
is
that,
they're going to be tight and especially out in California. We saw that in 2020 and 2022.
I'll ask
These
you
races
to talk
took
about
until
the
December
difference
to call, so we have
between
exercising patience for the
first
presidential, exercising
just
there
look
for
at
the
this right
presidential.
now. It's nice to have
But you know, with
but
these races so tight in the House and the Senate, talk about how the presidential race plays a role in ultimately helping us to decide that balance of power. So it's obviously we have places like Iowa, if it ultimately ends up flipping as one singular poll showed that it could be trending in Kamala Harris's direction, if one Democratic operative had said to you is, if that ends up flipping, this should be benefiting the people on the Democratic side who are organizing and putting ads on the air there in the House, because there were always two competitive races in Iowa, which might not have been on the presidential marquee, but definitely was on the House side, and so that investment, when you talk about everything being right, that's when you're going to get that.
this is a competitive fire.
Absolutely positive. Thank you, Howard. So this race will be a tight one as outside not just the parties, but any races fall down the ballot. There are some really amazing months, and with the high volume of mail-in ballots, we may have that tally set to wait days or even weeks before we know those final results. NBC News senior legal correspondent Rick Barrett has more on potential timelines for counting those votes.
How do you know that this happened? So one of the ways to do this is to verify the DTU, what it actually, the product that comes out is helium.
Challenge for election officials, and this year
And a free neutron. So the neutron contains 80% of the energy released in the fusion reaction. And it also, because it lacks a charge, it basically tends to just escape flying out. So this is what you use energy. That's mostly what you do in energy. But so what my colleagues, my scientific colleagues at the last Fusion Center built are extraordinary measurements being able to tell the exact details of not only the number of neutrons coming out, but actually what energy that they're at. And by looking at that configuration, it reveals enormous. I'm not going to assume because they need to
all
go
potentially resulting in a
it
days-long
reveals enormous amounts of scientific information on what's happening in that process. So much of it. And I have colleagues there that have worked like for 30 years with this. Of course, you're and it's one of those, there's nothing, it's hard to describe it. It's like almost like one when you get to the research on when you see like a natural discovery of something, and you're looking at, particularly if you're the person who's doing it, and you go, no human being has ever seen this or understood this in a science right? So even Brock's, it's incredibly strong to see this. It's not
several lawsuits
rival here,
already.
jealousy. It's like,
Others
I can tell you already, fusion is really hard. So anything that keeps pushing the needle forward is a good thing. But we also have to be realistic about what it means to make fusion energy something that's the net. But that's these are still the early steps. I mean, we can see the early leaves. So let's talk about the magnetic content.
Whoever needs training, if you
So why
YouTube,
confinement versus
Roku, and people discussing with this election model,
what is the confinement mechanism in this stuff?
it's already turning out to be historic. And remember, we are here on NBC News now all day, but also special coverage beginning tonight on NBC News. You can watch Savannah Guthrie and Lester Holt, as well as our team of correspondents that are all across the country, bringing you real news in real time.
How the hell does it do that? It does that And it's out of like, why does it just leak all of its heat? It doesn't leak its heat because all is held together by the fact that it can't escape because of Earth gravity. So this is why the fusion happens in the center of the sun. Like you think of the surface of the sun as being hot, that's the coldest part. So around the sun, this is about 5,500 degrees. So beautiful symmetry, by the way. So how do we know all this? Because we can't, of course, see directly into the sun by knowing the volume and the temperature of the surface of the sun. You know exactly how much power it's putting out. And by this, you know that this is coming from fusion reactions occurring at exactly the same rate in the middle of the sun.
Is it possible as a small tangent to build an inertial confinement system like the sun? Is it possible to create a sun?
It is, of course, possible to make a sun, although you don't have stars. But it is not possible on Earth because of the simple reason that it takes the gravitational force is extremely weak, and so it takes something like the size of a star to make a fusion.
Well, I didn't mean on Earth. I mean, if you had to build like a second sun, how would you do it?
Yeah, there's not enough hydrogen.
So the limiting factor is just the hydrogen.
Yeah, I mean, the forces that and energy that it takes to assemble that is mind-boggling. Right, so we want to do that. To be continued. So what are we doing? So the one that I just described is like you say, so you have to replace this with some force which is better than that. And so what I mean, it's stronger than that. So when I talked about the laser fusion, this is coming from the force which is enormous compared to gravity, like from a rocket action pushing it together. So in magnetic confinement, we use another force of nature, which is the electromagnetic force. And that's very different because it's a force of magnitude stronger than the gravitational force. And the key force that matters here is that if you have a charged particle, the aliens, a particle that has an net electric charge, and it's in the proximity of a magnetic field, then there is a force which is exerted on that wave. So it's called the Lorentz force. So that is the force that we use to replace physical containment.
We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for us?
How do you build something at 100 million degrees? It's impossible in a physical container. This is not like, it's a plastic bottle holding this liquid or a gas chamber. What you're doing is you're immersing the fuel in a magnetic field that basically exerts a force at a distance. This comes back again like why plasmas are so strange. It's the same thing here. That if it's immersed in this magnetic field, you're not actually physically touching it, but you're making a force go along. So that's the inherent nature of magnetic confinement. And then magnetic confinement devices are like a tokamak are basically configurations which exploit the features of that magnetic field. There's several features to it. One is that the stronger the strength of the magnetic field, the stronger the force. And for this reason is that if you increase the strength of the magnetic field, this means that the containment is maybe the force that you're creating is more effective. And the other feature is that there is no force. So magnetic fields and all these things are obviously invisible. But you think of permanent magnets or your fridge magnet or field lines, which you actually designate as arrows, which are quite around. You sometimes see this in school when you have the iron filings on the thing, and you see the directions of the magnetic field lines.
Welcome everyone. It is it's finally here, and we're coming to you from a different location today. Studio 1
which is a very low intensity magnetic field, strong enough we can actually see
for NBC News
So this is the
Daily.
arrow that the
Again,
magnetic field
welcome,
is
and we
pointing
made
along
it
to
to that's right. Voters have been lined up across the country to cast their ballots in this historic and consequential election. The first polls will close in exactly 5 hours. Former President Donald Trump voted this morning in Florida. He held his final campaign rally overnight in Great Rapids, Michigan. Former President spoke to reporters.
Study of like our near atmosphere. So the study of the aurora borealis, what's happening in the near atmosphere, what happens in solar flares, and everything. Remember I said fusion is the reason that life is responsible for the universe, but you could also argue so is magnetic field because
Ohio. Right now, Vice President Kamala Harris is at her residency in Washington, D.C. She voted by mail over the weekend. Running mate Governor Tim Walz voted early last month. The Vice President's final rally ended early this morning in Philadelphia.
Field which surrounds the Earth and basically traps these charged particles. It's the same thing. I think greatest strong magnetic fields. Yeah. So giant magnet. Yeah. So it's
we may not know the winner of the presidential race tonight. Election officials nationwide are urging patience as all of the votes are counted. We begin our coverage this hour by talking about the candidates out there. NBC News correspondent Dr. Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, covering the Trump campaign, and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alva is outside the White House. She's been covering the Harris campaign. Dr. I'll start with you. Former President Trump holding a watch party later tonight, not far from where you are. What are you doing between now and then? And how do you think that they're feeling during this?
So what we use are so-called electromagnets.
It was a long night for the former president and his staff. Our great reporters covering it. He landed here at 6 a.m. this morning, and you just saw him there voting here in Palm Beach with his wife Melania. He's now back at Mar-a-Lago, so he's spending much of the day there watching those retirements come in. At some point, he's going to make his way over to the Palm Beach Convention Center where the whole watch party is happening. We did get some reporting just moments ago that Elon Musk, the tech mogul and now Trump surrogate, will be watching as he returns in with the former president. He was coming in this part of the evening at Mar-a-Lago with Mr. Trump. And look, the former president held his last rally in a near decade of being the candidate. When you take a step back and you think about that, it's pretty remarkable. He himself has been pretty nostalgic and wistful, going on teleprompter a whole lot over the last 24 hours in his final battleground blitz, talking about the closing messages that this campaign wants to talk about, which is the economy and immigration, but also very often to some attacks on his rivals, calling Democrats evil, profanity over Nancy Pelosi, and painting a dark picture of a nation that is broken and saying that only he can fix it. Monica, let's bring you in here. Vice President Harris will be holding her watch party tonight at Howard University. Dr. mentioned his nostalgia. That's her alma mater. What else should you know about her election day plans? And what's the campaign saying about expectations for this? That's right, Sinclair. Certainly a very sentimental choice for the Vice President. That's why she wanted to be there tonight for her election evening event. It's unclear at what time we will see her, depending, of course, on the rolling results. And the Harris campaign has been very clear in the last couple of days to say that this could take a while. And they have really set out a timeline for how this may happen. But overall, and the message you saw all day yesterday as the Vice President was barnstorming Pennsylvania with 5 stops, is this idea that this team believes, at least in this moment, that the momentum is on their side. So the Vice President and the Second Gentleman got back to Washington late last night. She is at the Naval Observatory for residents, where she has been doing a series of radio calls into battleground states, encouraging voters who maybe haven't made that plan but still have time to get out to the polls to do so, and really talking and framing this race as they have tried strategically to do in the last little bit, which is to present a more joyful, more optimistic, and more confident post and message here. And that has really been what they've tried to do and what the Vice President will likely do. She's going to be watching returns with family tonight from her D.C. residence. Again, before heading to Howard, they expect at some point, depending on how all of this advances, depending on how everything goes. Right down the turns, Monica Alva. Well, out of the 7 battleground states, Pennsylvania has the most electoral votes on
amount, 19 to be exact. Actually, the deciding state. Voters are lining up across the state from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh to smaller communities in between to cast their ballots today. In the final days of the race, both former President Trump and Vice President Harris spent a lot of time campaigning in the country. Joining us now, ABC News political and national correspondent Jacob Sobroff, who is in Philadelphia. Jacob, what are you hearing from the voters out there?
So this is one of 1,703 different election divisions in the city of Philadelphia. You know the Harris campaign wants to drive up turnout here. They're going to be happy with what they see. It's one of the main polling places next to Temple University. How long have you guys been in line for so far?
Like an hour and a half.
Wow, good for you. Are you excited?
Yes,
First time voting?
yes.
First time voting. I've been on for an hour and a half. I understand how long the line is here. So I said 1,703 different election divisions. There's about 700 different polling places all throughout the great city of Philadelphia. Philadelphia City and Philadelphia County are the same election jurisdiction. It's certainly the largest one in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 different electoral votes are on the line. This is not even the beginning of the line. How you guys feeling? Everybody doing okay? Everybody doing okay? About an hour so far. You know that the Harris campaign, I was there last night. Vice President Harris was here in Philadelphia last night. She was here to make her case to voters in that city, just like, by the way, Hillary Clinton was on election eve 2016. She had her rally by independent mile on the Rocky Steps is where we were last night. This line just keeps going and going and going. How's everybody feeling? You guys doing okay? All right, so as I said, the name of the game here for both campaigns, and you know that there's a big voter turnout effort that's happening right here. The name of the game is driving up turnout in these urban areas, especially here around Temple University. You know the Trump campaign as well is focusing on those rural areas, in the middle of the state. I'm going to get to the end of the line before we're done here, guys, but I'm not sure we're going to do it because it literally stretches all the way to the end of the block, Cecil B. Moore Avenue. If I can get to the end of the line, I want to see how people are feeling about an hour and a half wait coming up ahead of them. Guys, anybody first time voting? First time voting? How you feeling?
I'm good.
It might be an hour and a half before you get in there. You going to be all right? She's all right. Guys, I know I'm going to get all the way to the end. I'm going to keep it on the back. We're going to go back to you because I want to say hello to people at the end. But guys, this is the turnout I think any campaign wants to see. Back to you both.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Look at the turnout there. Jacob, thank you so much. Thank you. Another major battleground state is Michigan, a freaking stop for both candidates this election season. Both Vice President Harris and former President Trump, but we have more than a dozen events in the state. Michigan is part of what people are calling the blue wall, right? In Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Winning those states will be Harris's clearest path to victory. Former President Trump, though, has also focused on those states, holding his final campaign rally last night in Grand Rapids, Michigan. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now. Playing from Grand Rapids, Maggie, this is the first national election where people in Michigan have been able to vote early. They didn't have it before in person. So what are you seeing and hearing today? A lot of people showing up to vote on the day of?
The history of this was that many,
Well, we voted on the day of, but more than 1 million people, take a look at this graphic right now, 1.2 million took advantage of that first-time opportunity to vote early and in person. So both campaigns lauding that as a victory. When you add in the absentee and mail-in ballots, we have total more than 3.3 million people in Michigan, voters in Michigan, already casting a ballot before the sun even came up today. That's like a 45% turnout before Election Day. Let's come back and realize this is where the absentee and mail-in ballots are counted. With election workers here opening the envelope and then comparing in particular the number on the ballot to the number that was assigned to each voter to make sure people turned in their proper ballots. Then they put it in tabulator machines to my right. We're not going to show you those because we've got some sensitive info that just come up on the screen there. Obviously, looking at Michigan as a whole, we have the auto industry here, the economy is an issue. We're hearing from that. Some people, the couple of people that we talked about voting for Vice President Harris or former President Trump tied to that same issue, inflation and the economy. Let's let us sound out. That can relate to low-income or medium-based families. And right now, that's very important because of our kids.
Like everything was stuck at
ability to have a roof over our head, food, everything is so expensive right
like
now.
in fusion terms of zeros, basically. And then they come along and say, oh, we're not going to get cheaper because we're 20 times higher than everything else. And it's actually starting to make fusion records, and everyone just goes, no way, it's like, there's no way, because we failed at this. It's a great story in the history of fusion, is that they successfully said, well, we can see this from our data.
Michigan guys polls show the vice president with as little as a 1-point lead, so well within the margin of error. That being said, with all this early voting, you won't have to wait long. The Secretary of State theorizing that we could have final results from Michigan as early as midday tomorrow. Guys, all right, that's those the latest. Thank you. And be sure to join us tonight for complete Decision 2024 coverage. It starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, streaming on NBC News Now, and then it picks up on your local NBC station at 7 p.m. Eastern. I will be anchoring overnight as well, so it's 2 a.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday technically, which is 11 Pacific. All right, it's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute, social media platform as to discussing its privacy. And younger home buyers are being priced out of the market. Stephen Rothschild is now Hi, Kids and Play. If you block someone on X, formerly known as Twitter, that person will now be able to not only see that you blocked them, but also view your public posts. However, they won't be able to apply to the post or repost them. In other news, Netflix is removing nearly all of its interactive shows and films as of next month. The streaming giant confirming the news to The Verge. It's like the Black Mirror, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, 2 Bear Grylls titles. Netflix said the technology serves its purpose, but it's now limiting. And yes, the number of first-time home buyers sank to a historic low this year. The National Association of Realtors issued an annual State of the Market report this week. It found the median age of people buying their first home rose from 35 to 38, while the share of these home buyers dropped from 32 to 24%. Analysts say it's largely due to home ownership costs, with the median home income now at $435,000. See you tomorrow. Thanks so much. And coming up, securing after polls, the political threats law enforcement are watching today. That's coming up next. NBC News.
Professor in electrical engineering and nuclear engineering. It's like even the makeup of the people, right? These got these plans of science and everything. And that's actually was the working so back to this. So yes, tokamaks have achieved the highest in magnetic fusion by far, like the best amounts of these conditions that I talked about. And in fact, they look straight up to the point where they were QP of 1. They just didn't quite get it.
But can you actually just look on the collaboration across different nations? Just if you're looking at the philosophical aspect of this, even in the Cold War, there is something called maybe besides the energy that these giant international projects are really powerful way to ease some of the geopolitical tension, even military conflict across nations. There's a war in Ukraine, Russia. There's a growing tension and conflict with China. Just the world is still seeking military conflict all the time. What can you say about sort of the lessons of the 20th century, these giant projects?
So it's a great question. So, as I said, there was a reason, because it was so hard, that was one of the reasons they declassified it. And actually they started working together in some sense on it as well too. And I think it was really, there was an heuristic or altruistic aspect of this. It's like, this is something that could change, the future of humanity and its nature and its relationship with energy. Isn't this something that we should work on together, right? And that went along, and particularly from any kind of place where you can actually have an exchange of people who are sort of at the intellectual frontiers of our society. This is a good thing, right? Being able to collaborate. I've had amazing career. I've worked with people. It's like hard to turn in a country and help them out, not in a country of people that have been able to work. How amazing is that? And even just getting small numbers of people to bridge the cultural and societal divides is a very important thing. Even with a very population, it can be held up as an example of that. But it's interesting, and if you look at then that continued collaboration between students to this day, is that this actually played a major role, in fact, in East-West relations or Soviet-West relations. Is that back in the Reagan police are actually stations themselves all kinds of changes happening in the new sides, right? And still like a desire to push down the stockpiles of weapons and all that also in that context. It was a very heartening significant story to that at one of the Reagan summits is that they had really, they didn't get there. Like they couldn't figure out how to bargain for predictability. But they needed some kind of a symbol almost to say, we're still going to have working, we're something that's part of us. What did they pick? And that was in 1980, actually, then after, so they basically signed an agreement that they would collaborate on a project whose idea would be to show large net energy gain in fusions
We're talking about a national election today. The reality is all politics is a role play that happens at individual polling places to affect how long it takes to get the results tonight and in the coming years. Since it's been days for Pennsylvania to count the votes back in 2020, there's been a lot of focus on the Keystone State, and already we're seeing some issues this time around in Cambria County. It's about an hour and a half east of Pittsburgh. Voters there early this morning told the machines that scan ballots were not working, and people had to leave their ballots to be scanned later. Voting has now been extended in Cambria County until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. NBC reported Jim is part of our Vote Watch team. He joins us now. So Jay, it's a busy day for you. Talk about what we know about Cambria County, but other issues you might be seeing that Cambria County has software malfunction that's led to those machines not working as intended. You know, when you have a working day or a couple of week operation every 4 years or every 2 years, these problems do occur. Something goes wrong with that. But overall, what I really see is that we're seeing long lines, turnout, and people voting in good numbers. Small amounts of Pennsylvania definitely has a very strong income more than 7,500 ballots after a third-party voter was slow to run those ballots out. But those voters can vote provisionally. As we said, Cambria County, they can vote 10 p.m., but the voting costume for the ballots after 3 p.m. Overall,
this is a way to study this plasma that has more higher levels of
definitely knocking on the wood, the glass, anything we can
but it also has another feature which was let's produce power at a relevant scale. That actually linked together, which actually makes sense. You think about it is that because the fusion power is the heating source itself, this means that they're linked together. So heater makes it is projected to make 500 million watts. So this is a significant amount. This is what we use for power in cities. So it's not just research here. It is really trying to scale here, so self-heating and scale. Yes. So this meant then too is the development of an industrial base that can actually produce the technologies like electromagnets. And to do it with it is a tokamak. It has been very interesting. It also reveals limitations of well, it's interesting is that it is clearly on paper and in fact and in practice as well too, the world, in very different political systems and you consider at least geopolitical or economic rivals or whatever you want to say. Like working towards a common cause and one that we all think is worthy is very like limitations of this. It's because, well, you've got 7, chefs in the kitchen. So what is this meant in terms of the speed of the project and the ability to govern it and so forth? It's just been a challenge, honestly, around that. So this is, it's very hard technically what's occurring, but when you also introduce such levels of, this isn't just me saying it, there's like geo reports from the U.S. government, it's hard to steer all of this around. And what that's tended to do is make it's not the fastest decision-making process. My own personal view was, it was interesting because you asked me, you said, the magnet communication systems. It was, I worked most of my career on ethers because when I came into the field in the early 1990s, when I completed my PhD and started to work, this was one of the most, you can't imagine being more excited about something like we're going to change this project and we just poured an entire generation and afterwards as well too, just poured their imagination and the creativity of making this thing work. Very good. But also at some point though, when it got to be another 5 years of delay or a decade of delay, you start asking yourself, well, is this what I want to do? Or am I going to wait? So it was a part of me starting to ask questions with my students. It was like, is there another way that we can do this extremely maybe it's not that, maybe it's not that well. And the other part that was really frustrating to me is I'm an advocate of fusion. You can ask me about laser fusion or inertial fusion or magnetic fusion. I just love fusion energy, because I think it's so important.
Well, here at Rockefeller Center, we are gearing up for a monumental and historic night, and I'll actually be spending the overnight hours with Craig Melvin at our election night headquarters at the studio.
Which is huge. It's like, that makes no sense to me, right? We should have multiple attempts at this with different levels of whatever you want to think about a technical schedule, scientific risk, which are bringing them, and that's going to give us a better chance of actually getting to the goal. That's there, you're leading directed to our decision desk. That is the behind-the-scenes team that is actually based in Philadelphia. They analyze the voter data that's coming in real time. Eventually, it's that decision desk that will make the official call on who won, whether that's on election night, the next day, or perhaps into the weekend of election 2020. Now, we call this the town square. This is where we will have analysts and surrogates from both sides of the aisle analyzing the results as they come in. And though it is quiet right now at 7:30 in the morning, this newsroom will be buzzing. Every chair will be filled, including, of course, Laura Jarrett, who will be seated right over here. She's monitoring election security and legal issues out of the first watch to her NBC. And it would not be another night, and I've saved the best for last, because this is the famed big board, and here's the map for 270. I'm going to be honest, they've never let me touch this big board before, but since I'm here and no one else is, I'll show you a couple of scenarios. You see the states in gray, those are the battleground states. The candidates need 270 to win the presidency. The quickest way for Vice President Pence to do it is to take what they call the blue wall states, figure eight industrial Midwest states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. It should have that, yes, exactly, 270. But let's look at the easiest path for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and make it red again, if he were to keep North Carolina in the red column and added just Pennsylvania, and he would have 270. It's going to be a very interesting night.
And that would be today every thing. And even though the polls will start closing in just under 5 hours, it's possible we will not know the outcome of the presidential election for days. NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett.
The reason it's for 10 seconds is that in Georgia, that basically allows everything to settle.
The presidential race so far in the winner,
Everything is nice and
a
settled.
high number
So
of mail-in ballots creating a huge challenge for election officials, and this year may be the same. Pennsylvania's top election official Al Smith says he expects more than 30% of voters to cast their ballots by mail this time. But state law prevents election officials from
that
opening and
scientific
processing
pathway
those ballots
was made
until
possible
7
by the
a.m.
fact that we had access to a next generation magnet technology. So explain this real quick. Why do we call it? You said
A similar law in Wisconsin bars print processes mail-in ballots ahead of time, while in Arizona, verified signatures on the mail-in ballots is called delayed. In Nevada, a different check. Ballots get counted up to 30 days after the election. The law is a two-part parliamentary fix. All potentially resulting in a days-long gap
what that
between
means
polls
is that
closed
it
and when the race is
energizes
finally
these
called.
large electromagnets
There's a real period of vulnerability for people to try to undermine confidence in themselves.
Former President Trump seized
basically
on
make an enormous difference as consuming enormous amounts of power and getting caught. That was a technical breakthrough that was realized by myself at the time my students and postdocs and colleagues at MIT, was that we saw the advent of this new superconducting material which would allow us to access much higher magnetic fields. It's basically the next generation of the technology, and it was quite disruptive. Namely, what it would allow that if we get to this point where you can make around 20 Tesla,
Republicans is focused their efforts on protecting things around mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, using several lawsuits already, others still pending and left unresolved. Regarding a former Brown election lawyer says the future fight will be sad.
The nightmare scenario is mail-in ballots where
It's the same kind of design, but not
the
using
signatures, the date, or other details from the ballot, and therefore we have a replay of what happened in 2012.
Georgia and thank you so much for that.
It also looks
Good
like
to
a
take
bigger
us out
version
for this for
of
a
the
moment.
tokamak that
Georgia
MIT
was keen to getting President Biden to the White House in 2020, but has President Harris done enough to turn the peach state blue? We'll get back to that next
So what does this mean? The context is different because it was made because it's primarily being made by a private sector company spun out of MIT, because the way that it raised money and the purpose of the entity which is there is to make commercial fusion power plants, not just to make a scientific experiment. This is actually why we have a partnership, right? Is that our purpose at MIT is not to commercialize directly, but boy, do we want to advance the technology and the science that goes along with something, and that's the reason we're sort of doing it together.
So it's MIT and Commonwealth Fusion Systems. So what's interesting to say about financing, and this seems like from a scientific perspective, maybe not an interesting topic, but it's perhaps an extremely interesting topic. I mean, you could just look at the test trip between SpaceX and NASA, for example. It's just clear that there's different financing mechanisms that actually significantly accelerate the development of science and engineering.
It's great that you brought that up. We use several historic analogs. One of them is around SpaceX, which is an appropriate one because space, putting things into orbit has a minimum size to it, integrating technological complexity and budget and things like this. So, our point when we were talking about starting a commercialization company, people look at it like this is still really just a science experiment. But one of the things that we pointed to was SpaceX to say, well, tell me, 25 years ago, how many people really voted that they were the leading entity on the planet to put things into orbit, a private company. People would have thought you were nuts, right? It's and what was interesting about SpaceX was that they proved it's more than actually just finance. It's really the purpose of the organization. So the purpose of a government, and I'm not against public finance or anything like that, but the purpose of a public contribution for that directly speaks to the political, because the cost comes from a political assembly that is there. I guess from us eventually as well too. But its purpose wasn't about making a commercial product. It's about fundamental discoveries of why did SpaceX succeed so well? is because the idea was, it's like
Bottom of the hour now, we've got much more decision
the
points.
idea that you're going to relentlessly
24 covers that head, but first here's a look at some of the other stories making headlines on NBC News. Tropical storm Rafael has formed in the Caribbean. It's expected to strengthen into a hurricane, essentially. Rafael is on track to enter the Gulf of Mexico later in the week. Parts of Florida and areas in the southeast could get heavy rain by mid to late week. This is now the 17th named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. If Rafael continues to strengthen, it would be the 11th hurricane of this year. First strike that lasted more than 7 weeks. Union machinists at Boeing have a new deal. A new contract will give workers a 39% wage increase over the course of 4 years. The Boeing workers voted 59% in favor of this deal. It was the union's third vote since aircraft production halted in September, and according to Boeing, employees must go to work whenever they choose. Former NFL star Jason Kelsey is apologizing for smashing a fan's cell phone. The incident was all caught on video Saturday outside Davis Stadium at Penn State University. Shortly before Kelsey appeared on ESPN, a video posted on social media showed a fan using a homophobic slur to insult Jason's brother Travis and his relationship with Taylor Swift. Jason Kelsey responded by grabbing the fan's phone and smashing it on the ground. Kelsey apologized last night on ESPN, saying he's not proud of what he did.
We're just going to be really diligent people under the.
Let's get back to politics now. There's no question there's a lot at stake in this election. Not only are voters deciding who will control the White House, but also both the House and the Senate. Let's start with the House. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Howard Battaglia is with us in studio, making a trip up to New York from Washington. Oh yeah, glad to have you. We'll talk more about the Senate in a minute, but let's just zero in on the House and some unfolding races. And you say you got to pay attention to where the leaders in both parties have been traveling. Yeah, it's a real battleground work, but it's not the battleground we typically talk about at the presidential level. Yes, it's the leaders in New York, but the leaders are also here too. So this is a state at the presidential level. Of course, it's likely to go blue, but this is a place where the House majority for Republicans has won in 2022, and it's where they could lose it if they don't hold on to a handful of seats. We're talking about 5 of them that are up for grabs right now, are super competitive, and if they lose even 4 of them, and now you're pretty good, right? They have a very slim majority. We know a lot of these polls closed early tonight, so why do you think we could have a sense of who has control here? We talked about having patience at the presidential level. Patience is going to be even more key when we talk about Congress. I'm a little bit less concerned about how long the Senate side from that according to me. Our side seems like 2022 when the last majority was decided. It took until December to pass some pretty close California races. So let's exercise a little bit of deep breathing for patience. People might be worried that why in New York or California, it's really like tough states in New York. And areas where conservatives might have more total than the overall blue New York. Yeah, upstate New York is one of the key areas. Hudson Valley, actually where I'm from. Then you go up a little bit further upstate, there's 1 key seat there. And then actually 2 seats on Long Island, or 1 or 2 of them maybe often talk about. And then in California, it's really up and down the state. You've got a cluster around the LA area, 1 down in the Palm Springs area. So a lot of geographic diversity and a lot of reasons to stay up and you're very attentive, Howard Battaglia. Impossible to power in Congress could also hinge, obviously, on a handful of Senate races. Many Democrats hold a narrow majority in the chamber, but that could change. 34 states have Senate seats up for grabs. One of those is Texas. There has not been a Democratic senator elected in the Lone Star State since 1988, but Democratic Congressman Colin Allred is hoping to flip that seat against Republican incumbent Senator Ted Cruz. If that happens, it would mark a dramatic shift in one of the country's historically reddest states. So joining us now, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesney from a polling place in Dallas. Morgan, beyond the policies and the parties, what are the people, the voters, telling you about what they think is at stake in this Senate race?
Another generation is like, yeah, there you go.
Casey Clay, good afternoon from Dallas. As for what the voters are saying, the top issue depends on who you ask. Democrats absolutely pointing to reproductive rights as a pivotal voting issue this election. Republicans, meanwhile, pointing to immigration. Texas being a flashpoint for both of these very polarizing issues over the last 4 years during the Biden administration. And I can tell you that the Senate you mentioned, it's been Congressman Colin Howard against incumbent Senator Ted Cruz. proves the two candidates, both Texas natives, could not be more different from a policy standpoint. We are here essentially in the heart of Dallas, and you can see voters lining up outside of the polling locations here. No real surprise, Kate Sinclair, that a lot of people we've spoken to in this line in particular, supporters of Kamala Harris, of Colin Howard, those metropolitan areas tend to lean Democratic. And here's what a couple voters had to say about this upcoming election and what brought them out today.
That moment of realization is just amazing, but it's also my wife's argument, and also the unpleasant unfortunately that makes me like that magic realization of you have this and also when you do the technology and you can actually
I think this year is the most important year of our lifetime, so I felt that every vote counts, and I wanted to be here even though I'm using count again, but here I am waiting in line.
Once we got some funding,
so issues aside, let's talk about numbers real quickly here, because that's some key context for the race again. Since 2016, 8 years ago, the state of Texas has added 3.5 million more registered voters. That's about the entire population of Wisconsin. Colin Howard hoping to get some of those new voters voting for him. We know that on both sides, Republican and Democratic, initiatives to have people registered to vote have been incredibly successful. Time will tell how it shakes out here in Texas for this highly contested generation.
I mean, they're still on it more than Chelsea. Thank you. The Harris and Trump campaigns are neck and neck in a hotly contested battleground state of Georgia. Gwinnett County, which is just outside the Atlanta metropolitan area, has been a key focus for both parties. That's where we find NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She joins us from a polling place in Savannah, Georgia. Ellison, good to see you, friend. So, a record-setting 4 million people voted early in the state where you are. How is the Lions been in Georgia today? Walk us through the process that you've been seeing.
Pushing on all the fronts.
Right, it's amazing, and that number of early voters you mentioned, over 50% of active voters in the state of Georgia. So Georgians came out and voted early in person. They mailed in their ballots, and what is being described by state officials as truly unprecedented and historic numbers of early voters. But you can see a little behind us. Some people are here voting by private and quiet, very special, if you will, of voters. And I think part of that is probably because so many people did vote early. We are expecting to see a little more traffic here once people start getting out of work, and the polls, of course, in Georgia, they're open until 7 p.m., so there's still plenty of time for people to come and vote on election day. But when you're talking to people at this precinct, they say, look, the process has been really easy here. Most people say they have been in and out in 5 to 10 minutes at the most, and then just preparing on with their day. This is a state that really wasn't in state until 2020, but now it is so purple that people really feel that pressure, and I guess the importance of their vote here, because we saw what happened in 2020, a state that was just narrowly decided by only a few thousand votes, and they know that could happen again. So people are really showing up to cast their ballots. We met one woman in play this morning who told us she came, and she didn't vote early, but she came again to bring her dad because she wanted to make sure he voted, and she talked about this where she saw the importance of making sure all of your neighbors, all of your friends are voting, especially in a state like this where it could be an incredibly tight race, because that is what we talked about. It's really incredible, because we were talking to Jacob Silver a little earlier, Allison, who had a line that was 2 hours long in Philadelphia, and now looking at your side, it looks like it's kind of empty.
Getting carbon-free energy sources.
Yeah, I mean, it really is mind-blowing to see, because we checked with other people, other members of our team who are in other precincts in this county, and they're seeing and saying the same thing. People are coming, but they're moving in and out pretty quickly, and it is a little less, and I think probably, again, some of that is because so many people just decided they could vote early, and in Georgia, what we heard is they felt like that process was easy for them this time around, and it seems like when turnout numbers it is making a difference that people were aware of the options to them early, and so many people here took advantage of it.
Could it have any relevance?
All right, Barbara for us in Georgia. Ellison, thanks so much. All right, and as we're jumping around the map, let's check in on Nebraska, where its youth factors make a unique state to watch tonight. Here's the thing, in almost every state, all of the states electoral votes are given to the winner of the state. Winner takes all, right? But in Nebraska and Maine, they split up their electoral votes. So Trump could win some, and Harris could win some. In Nebraska tonight, all eyes are on the second congressional district around Omaha. That's because the Harris campaign is hoping to win there and get one lone electoral vote out of it. Nebraska is also one of the states where abortion laws are on the ballot. NBC News correspondent Aaron Thompson is in Gretna, Nebraska. That's a suburb of Omaha. And former President Trump won the whole state in 2016, but President Biden took just one electoral vote in 2020. What are you seeing in Florida?
And in fact, it's not just the companies now.
Well, first of all, we are expecting a big turnout, Kate. Our local officials think that 73% of the electorate will turn out to vote here in Douglas County, which is the heart of that new dawn that makes up Nebraska's second congressional district. Already 45% of people have voted early, so that's why you see behind the it's been very steady here all day, but I can tell you that people are not only animated by the names on this part of the ballot, they're also very animated about two ballot initiatives that they have to vote on, and they both involve abortion. The first one, 434, would amend the state constitution to ban abortion in Nebraska after 12 weeks with exemptions. The second one, 439, would permit abortions up to fetal viability. And I can tell you that almost every voter we've spoken to today, they are very concerned about a woman's rights to choose. And I know voters there are also watching closely this competitive Senate race in which there is no Democrat.
We're not all the way there, but my intuition tells me
That's right.
we're probably
It's a
going to have a couple of cracks at
Republican
it.
versus independent. Incumbent Senator Deb
This is
Fisher
where we have
versus
to be
Dan
careful when you
Osborne.
say
And there are
commercial
two
fusion.
issues there. First of all, is that the fact that Deb Fisher is running for a third term because that's something she promised not to do.
What it
And the
costs,
second
what it costs to
issue is
build, what it
abortion.
costs to operate,
He opposes
rapid
abortion rights, he
reliability, and putting
supports
energy on
abortion
it.
rights,
That's
but he's also aligned himself with Trump
so
on the
it turns
border
out that
and
that's
China.
not necessarily exactly
And
the first
Thompson,
thing.
and thanks so much. Second later.
There's a learning curve.
And coming out with their campaign is not until they close. Did Harris and Trump get their messages across to voters? The takeaway from this election cycle next, coming up on NBC News.
Other work I continue to do with autonomous vehicles and semi-autonomous vehicles. There's an interesting parallel there where a bunch of companies announced a deadline for themselves in 2020, 21, 22, and only a small subset of those companies have actually really pushed that forward. This Waymo, or Alphabet rather, is to end, and then there's Tesla with semi-autonomous driving, their autopilot for self-driving mode. And those are different approaches. So Tesla's achieving much higher scale, but the sort of the quality of the drive is semi-autonomous. I don't know if there's a metaphor analogy here. And then there's Waymo that's focusing on very specific cities and achieving real full autonomy with the actual passengers. The scales are small. So I wonder, like, just like you said, there are these kinds of similar kind of really hard missions. Absolutely. So actually, this is why I've encouraged fusion's still hard. Everyone be clear, because the science underneath it of achieving the right conditions for the plasma basically is a yardstick that you have to put up against all. What's encouraging that I see it, and it's actually what happens when you sort of let loose the creativity of this is, I'll go back to first principles. So fusion is also fairly strange. So if you think about building a coal, like burning wood and coal and gas, it's actually not that much fun. Because they're kind of all the same physical conditions if you get the view from light. Fusion is very, I told you that there's this condition of the temperature, which is kind of universal. But if you take the density of the fuel between magnetic fusion and inertial fusion, they're different by about a factor of 10. So this, and the density of fuel really matters. And actually, so does it. And this means energy confinement time is also different by a factor of 10. This is the product of those two. So one's really dense and short time lived, and then one's really long lived and actually underdense. So what that means is that the way to get the underlying physical state is so different among these different regions. What it lends itself to is, does this mean that eventually products will actually fill different needs and interests? So
it sort of goes to your comment. I have to suspect this. Because anything that is and it's like a really important thing in our economy tends to never find its way as one only one kind of discussion. Like look at transportation as well. We have
Fortunately, we have some political insiders here to talk about how both the Trump and Harris campaign closed out the same thing. Here with us on set, NBC News political analyst Maria Teresa Kumar, the president and CEO of Voto Latino, an organization that includes Vice President Kamala Harris, and Mark Short, a Meet the Press political analyst and former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Thank you both so much for being here. So, Maria, I do want to start with you. It really seems like this race is going to come down to gender. We even heard Harris on a hot mic talk about wanting to mobilize men. So I want to ask you about women. Do we think Democrats have done enough to really get this voting bloc to count? I think there would be a moment that Harris from
I suspect what we'll end up with is several different configurations which have different features which are trade-offs, basically.
What do you see as the major engineering or general hurdles?
So the first one is just the cost of building single units. So Fusion housing is actually just you talk about the different models that you have. So Fusion has one of the most interesting orientation is that it's very which is like a person home.
Because obviously, President Trump has really been having such a young network.
This is basically impossible for a single unit to do this. So that you're not going to have Fusion like power plant as your focus or your electric bill or your home. And the reason for this comes from the fact that Fusion relies on it being warm. It's not just that it's very hot. This is that the fusion power is the hot source of keeping hot. So if you give too small, it basically just becomes so it's interesting. So this is one of the hard parts. Just because of the individual difference, it varies from concept to concept. The National Governance report that came out last year sort of put the benchmark as being like probably the minimum size of the government. So that's sort of like a scale challenge, and it's one of the reasons why we call them all the private sector works.
So one of the things that we saw is that the polls are not actually reflecting on how people are seeing voting.
Just because it reduces the cost of it. Then probably I would say it's an obvious one that the change from the state itself by 8 hours is a hard one. We already talked about what kind of hard what kind of challenge that's achieving the right temperature density and energy confinement in itself. So some of the configured fusion are their consideration is, oh yes, but by our particular configuration, engineering simplicity refers like an economic advantage on the broad line. This is also what you get when you give an explosion in the private sector. You basically are distributing risks. All that good. So what I would say is that the external is what makes it so what we need to see a unit or some way to put a meaningful amount of energy toward it, because this starts giving us real answers as to like what this is going to look like the full end-to-end. The full end-to-end. So Commonwealth's goal is not, I'll do this comment to Commonwealth because I'll take some credit for this, is that the origins of Commonwealth were in fact examined. We've seen this new technology come, this research, the origins of our thought process were really around designing effectively the pilot plant of the conversion called ARC, which is actually the step forward after SPARK. And that was the word, like the origins of all the things that were all the particles that have like SPARK and Bang were actually all informed totally by building something that's going to be and the timing of that was
Google win that 270 map. I wonder if there one state from both of you that you're watching tonight.
It's like a thing that actually puts it on. So SPARK is being, intentionally that it's like it's on for a short period of time, and it doesn't have it has it's the spark of the fusion, revolution or something like that. Call it. So those are sort of the programmatic challenges of doing that, and it's interesting you talked about SpaceX. So what is evolving in the last year or so was that back in March 2022, the White House announced that it was going to start a program that kind of looks like a SpaceX analogy, that namely, wow, we've got these things in the private sector. We should leverage the private sector and the advantages of what they obtain, but also with the things like this is going to be hard. It's going to take quite a bit of financing. So why don't we set up a program where we don't really get in the way of the private sector fusion companies, but we help them finance these difficult things, which is how SpaceX basically became successful. The COTS program, fantastic, right? And that's evolving as well too. So, like the fusion ecosystem is almost unrecognizable from where it was like 5 years ago. Around those things.
How important is it for the heads of the companies that work in nuclear fusion to have Twitter accounts and to be quite? You said you don't use Twitter. I don't use Twitter much. I mean, there is some element to, and I don't think this should be discounted. Whatever you think about figures like Jeff Bezos, Blue Origin, or Elon Musk with SpaceX. There is a science communication, to put it in nice terms, that's kind of required to really educate the public and get everybody excited and sell the sexiness of it. I mean, just even the videos of SpaceX, just being able to kind of get everybody excited about going out to space once again. And there's all kinds of different ways of doing that, but I guess what the companies do well is to advertise themselves, to really sell themselves.
It is, yeah. Well, actually, it's like I feel one of the reasons I'm on this podcast. And so, like, I don't have an official role in the company, and one of the reasons for this was also that it's interesting because when you come from like you're running a company, it makes sense that they're promoting their own product and their own vision. It totally makes sense. But there's also a very important role for academics who have knowledge about what's going on, but are sufficiently distant from it that they're not fully only self-motivated just by their own, projects and so forth. And for me, this is, we see particularly the problems of the distrust of technology. And then honestly, in the scientific community as well too, it would be one of the greatest tragedies, I would say, that if we go through all of this and almost pull off what looks like a miracle, like technologic and scientific wise, just to make a fusion formula, and then nobody wants to use it because they feel that they don't trust the people who are doing it or the technology. So we have to get so
every
far
4 years, NBC News picks a group of talented young journalists to serve as what we call campaign embeds. They fan out across the country, covering campaign speeches, policy platforms, issues most important to voters. The job is not an easy one. This year, 9 NBC News journalists were on the road for months at a time, racking up those airline miles, probably not sleeping much, and serving as eyes and ears on the ground in battleground states. And joining us now are two of those embeds. Emma Barnett is in Pennsylvania and Alex Tabbitt is in Arizona. First of all, we are so proud of you both. I know you individually, and it's so incredible to see how far you've both come. Emma, I want to start with you in Pennsylvania. What's a typical day in the life for an embed?
But it is the pathway not just to make
typical day in the life,
but to make it economically competitive and viable, so it's actually used out of the private sector, is a non-trivial task. And it's because of the newness of it. Like, we're simultaneously trying to evolve the technology and make it economic. Those are two difficult couple of tasks. So my own research and my
past year, I've spent nearly 180 nights in hotels. I've taken more than 90 flights. I've created tens of thousands of miles across the country. I've reported from 20 different states. Thousands of voters, and as I mentioned, have had countless sleepless nights, and it's all been leading up to today, Election Day. And it has been such a privilege and an honor to cover this election, do what we do best as journalists, report the facts, ask tough questions, and share the stories behind this election.
Yeah, if you saw me when I sitting with voters after the debates on NBC, that was because of Emma. She found all those voters for us. Alex, I wonder if your job before was here on NBC News Daily. You were an associate producer. We miss you so much. I know your life is different. What is the day-to-day? What's today like for you?
Because most of our discussion that we've had so far is
Well,
really
I remember when I first started this job, it was 2023. I was in Iowa covering our practices Saturday morning, and I decided I wanted to go on the job. And about 3 miles into the job, I'm moving and grooving, listening to music, I'm vibration on my phone, and the Iowa Republican Party had announced the date of the Iowa caucuses. And that was big news in the political world, and that was very big news for somebody who was from Iowa to cover the Iowa caucuses. So 3 miles in, I turned around and sprinted to my desk to try to write an article about it. Luckily, my colleague Julie Frankel is with her computer, and she was able to get a head start and worked on it together. But that was the last day that I spent time without my computer or without my camera nearby, and I've been using a lot of journalism these days.
I love that. I mean, I'm sure you both have so many memorable moments, but also, so actually, I kind of want to know the travel hacks and tips or something that surprised you. So Emma, you first, and then we'll go to Alex.
So you're also in a very integrated
Something that
environment.
surprised me is how important it is, even in the crazy busy days, to be able to sit in just 20 minutes of exercise. It really is remarkable how much of a difference it makes to go to the gym, do a Peloton ride, run on the treadmill, and it also makes you stronger because the gear that's firing around is really heavy, so you got to be ready to lift it up on those airplanes.
Yeah. Alex, what about you?
So
Things you
this
didn't
includes
expect?
material science, something called MEHD,
One of the things I did not expect in Iowa, a couple days before the caucus, a massive snowstorm hit the state, and all the major candidates, except for the one that I was running, canceled their events. So I watched some big drama songs, first, second, third, and fourth political events. And I waited to fifth political event, I heard a thud, I got stuck on the highway. I called 911, trying to figure out what to do. Because I looked at the dashboard, and I noticed it was negative 15 degrees outside. But luckily, there was a nearby farmer who took me in, who gave me shelter, who helped shovel me out of the snow. And what I really learned from that experience is the kindness and the generosity of the American people that I will never forget. Will always change.
That is a great way to end our humanity. Yeah, we're all the same in this house. Alex Tabin, Emma Barnett, Sam does it. Hopefully
There is a history of
yeah, if not tonight, maybe in the coming week. Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and be sure to stay with NBC News for Complete Decision 2024 coverage tonight. We start at 5 p.m. Eastern, streaming on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
There's sort of I'm not an expert in it, but I've seen this enough integrated kind of equations. Yeah. Well, there's almost I've seen this from enough teams. Like I've seen also the futility of lone geniuses trying to solve everything for themselves. But also organizations that have 10,000 people in them is just not doesn't lend itself at all to innovation. So, like one of our original sponsors and a good friend, Vinod Khosla. I don't know if you've ever talked to Vinod Khosla. He's a venture guy. He's got fantastic ideas about like the right sizes of teams and things that really innovate, right? And there is an optimum place in there so that you get enough cross-disciplinary ideas, but it doesn't become so overly bureaucratic that you can't execute. So one of the ways, and this was one of the challenges of Fusion, is that everything was leading towards, like, I have to have like big, enormously large like teams just to execute because of the scale of the project. The fact that now through both technology and financing innovation, we're driving to the point where it's smaller, focused teams about doing this. So that's one way to make it faster. The other way to make it faster is modularize the problem or parse the problem. So this is other difficulty confusion is that you tend to look at this as like, oh, it's really just about making the plasma into this state, here that you get this energy gain. Because in the end, if you can parse out the different problems of making that and then make it as separate as possible from extracting the energy and then converting it into electricity, the more separate those are, the better they are because you get parallel paths that basically mitigate risk. It's not new in fusion, by the way. This is the way that we attack those complex technological, integrated technological challenges.
Have you, by any chance, seen some of the application of artificial intelligence, reinforcement learning, and deep mind? As paper, as efforts on basically using reinforcement learning for learning control people fusion. Do you find those kinds of, I guess you throw over under the umbrella of computational modeling, do you find those interesting and promising directions?
They're all interesting. So when people,
take charge of those superpowers.
maybe a natural question is like, why is it different?
And really,
Like there's a long history, right?
and that's what drives
like I told you, like stories from the banking systems, like what's different now? So I think from the technology point of view, there's two massive things which are different. So one of them, I'll be pro.
Election day, everyone. Isaac Glasser, and I'm Kate Snow.
Ways that we understand about how we're getting into fusion power plants or magnetic fusion, but the fact that you've got access to something which changes the economic equation from the magnitude. It's just a whole thing.
Today, Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Today is the day millions of voters from coast to coast are casting their ballots on this election day. This presidential race could be one of the closest in U.S. history. Most candidates are spending their days before the return. Vote watch and that are tuning fans out across United States. What they're seeing and hearing from voters on the ground. Protecting voters, law enforcement officials nationwide are on high alert today. The biggest threats they're monitoring and from and beyond our borders. The voters today's vote in the U.S. will impact way more impact in the United States. The consequences that it could have.
And that's interesting. Both those things self-enforce.
Well, it was so good to be with you in a different location today. It's by having support teams that can actually execute on
to be with you.
But now they can do this because
Day
the
2024
magnets make the devices smaller.
The presidential campaigns are over, and now it is up to the American
effectiveness
people.
about
Voters have been
exploring
lining
the
up
optimization spaces way
all
better.
day long. The first
They're all
polls
moving
will
in
close
plus
in
the
a matter of
virtualization
hours.
that you said
Former
is that
President
it
Donald Trump
works
voted this
together to
morning in
make
Florida.
simultaneous
The former president spoke to
and
reporters
it's
after
actually, it is
passing
through
the
that
test.
learned experience. I mean, of the things that I'm most proud of about what came up, in fact, the origins of thinking about how we would use the high-density magnets came out of my design
Senator J.D. Vance also voting this morning in Ohio. Vice President Kamala Harris is in Washington, D.C. today. She voted by mail over the weekend. For running mate Governor Tim Walz voted early last month. The Vice President is urging everyone to get out and vote.
coupled, integrated, hard
That's what my focus
technology.
is right now today, I must admit, because making sure everybody knows the power of their voice through their vote.
It is important to note that we may not know the winner of the presidential race tonight, especially if it's close. Election officials around the country are holding patience as all of the votes are counted. What is even 2024 coverage kicks off. With the candidates, NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is at Howard University in Washington, D.C., covering the Harris campaign, and NBC News correspondent Dr. Burns is at Short Headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Good to see you both. Gabe, let's start with you. Howard University, a historically black university, is the Vice President's alma mater. He's excited to hold a watch party there tonight. How is the Harris campaign feeling heading into these final hours?
Like 15 MIT PhD students working together towards solving problems. But what I almost recently just talked about the most recent, I say I teach it, I mean I guide the most recent version of this where they actually designed based on this National Academy for the actual design, like the pilot that has basis and similarities to what we have. Like everyone's like pushed the envelope where they are. The creativity and the energy that they bring to these things, like it keeps me going. Like I when I keep seeing that kind of dedication, and it's fun. That now, that's why we use or to paraphrase something, right, which is that the famous quote by Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of dedicated persons will change the world. And it's the only thing that ever happens.
And this is such a powerful and
That's what we're doing.
inspiring
We heard from the president earlier today. He's also holding a watch party tonight in West Palm Beach. What's the feeling among some insiders right now?
I gotta ask you.
Look, they're projecting confidence
It's a
internally,
whole other
similar to
different
what you
conversation
said.
I'm sure
It's
to have.
some optimism that
Nuclear
President
power is
his
a
rallies yesterday said he believes he has a 95% chance
extremely
of
safe.
winning. Of course, we're not seeing the polls. It's very, very high.
So that's a whole
95%
other
is
conversation.
overshooting
But
by quite a lot. So one of the things that his allies are pointing to is that
physics,
he has always
engineering,
done better than the
question,
polls set
what less is
expectations for, and the fact that it is so close right now, they feel like it's a really good sign for them. But the former president has also repeatedly cast doubt on the potential results of this election. He did that throughout his rallies yesterday, and he basically had this message out there that his supporters that we talked to are very bought into, which is that the only way that he can lose is if there is shield. He's especially so in doubt.
Now I know there's, you could say that you're not going to have the same kind of issues, but it's possible that the same folks also said they're not going to have the same kind of issues. Yeah, the human factor, we haven't talked about that one quite as much, but it's still there. So to be clear, so Fusion has intrinsic safekeeping perspective. It can't run away. Those are physics. Technology and engineering basis of running a clock, anything that makes large amounts of power and heats things up has got intrinsic safety. And by the fact that we actually produce very energetic particles, this doesn't mean that there's no radiation ionizing. It's just that it's in a very different order of magnitude, basically. So what are the lessons
One of the most watched counties in America tonight will be Maricopa County, Arizona. That's a major swinging county in a swing state. Let's take a look at these long lines in Scottsdale, which is in that county. It's a similar scene we've been witnessing all day long across the U.S. NBC News correspondent Liz Coates is in Scottsdale for us. And Liz, voters are not only weighing in on the president in this crucial battleground state. Remind us what else is on that two-page long ballot we've got.
The societal demands for safety.
Hey guys, yeah, it's a very long ballot, which is leading to some of these long lines here in this polling location. We're in a very popular location where you can see all these folks that come out trying to make their last-minute pitches to voters as they walk into this polling center. The presidency also, of course, is something big that voters are voting on. Biden won this state, like just 10,000 votes in 2020. People are saying it could be just as tight this time around. Voters are also voting for Senate, and Republican Carrie Baker showed up here at this polling location a couple hours ago to energize supporters. She is running against Democrat Ruben Gallego. And then another critical thing on the ballot here, guys, is Proposition 139. This would enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution in Arizona. This is one of 10 states nationwide where abortion is literally on the ballot. And time and time again, we are hearing from voters who say that is the number one issue that is driving them to the polls. But where we are here in Scottsdale, this is a more conservative area, and voters time and time again also say that immigration is bringing them out to the polls as well, so it's expected to be very tight, guys. Yeah, and that long ballot resulting in those long lines you described. But I feel like party bus is trying out this problem. What's that looking like?
We have fences around, industrial
Yeah, you guys have never seen anything like this. This is the group of conservative turning point action that has literally rented out a massive pink party bus, like a bachelorette-style bus, where they are shuttling people from here to a nearby polling location. In fact, they have their sign up here that says it's called train. That's what they've done.
And then in the end, as I said, like, so
all
Chernobyl
in an
is
effort to get
physically
out the
impossible.
vote, and they're allowing anybody on it. Take a listen to this guy. He said he joined and he's not even
From a
voting.
physics perspective, you can't run away like it did at
He
Chernobyl,
decided to
which is
hop on the
basically
bus.
human error of letting reactors run out of control. Human error can still happen. Yeah, so but in that one, if you inherit errors, then they're just and all of those things, this is the requirement of us as technologists
Yeah, this gentleman did
and
say that once he got
developers of this
taken to this other
technology
location,
to
that
not
location
ignore
ended up
that
having some
dimension.
printer problems, the printer ran out
That's
and
why
then broke down. So it ended up taking just as long as if he had waited
pouring
here.
myself
But
more
again,
into
guys,
that
all of
area.
these creative efforts and this
I actually really think it is an aspect of the
so goes Maricopa County, so goes the
It clearly
state. All of these efforts
differentiates
to try to get out every single podcast. And they got a nice ride with the music. The cooking all right, let's head now to another battleground state, Nevada. Both presidential campaigns have spent time and money courting voters there, especially Latinos. David Noriega joins us from outside the home of the NFL's Las Vegas Raiders. David, good to see you. So you are the largest polling place in the largest county in Nevada. How are things going?
This is a pretty unusual polling place, by the way. The Secretary of State County put a lot of effort into making this kind of a destination polling place for people to see that activities were right off the strip. And it's worked. More than 1,000 people have voted here so far today. That's more than any other polling place. The county, of course, County has most of the population of Las Vegas. Now, it's really been a mix of voters here. And here is a this state is. Some of the folks have spoken about
as we know it now. And we know a heck of a lot about how nuclear reactions occur. But by the way, what's interesting is that they actually have a term. They call it minor, like low energy nuclear reactions. When we do that low energy nuclear reactions, we know these because these come from particularly the weak interaction, the weak force nuclear. So it's at this point, as a scientist, you always keep yourself open, but you also demand proof.
It almost requires a breakdown of the theory of the physics side. So something like the 70% about mechanics of this whole quantum tunneling.
So there are
be sure to join us tonight for complete Decision 2024 coverage. Want to remind you it starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. That's streaming on your NBC News Now. Then it picks up on your local NBC station at 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern time. And then later tonight, I'll be anchoring overnight as well alongside Chris. Now for the CNBC Money Minute, Walgreens is paying $100 million to resolve a lawsuit, and Meta is extending its ban on political ads. Stevens is now Walgreens agreed to pay $100 million to settle a proposed class action lawsuit accusing it of overcharging customers for a decade when it got their drugs through private insurance, Medicare, or Medicaid. Plaintiffs accused the company of wrongly requiring insured customers to pay more than members of its prescription savings club. Amazon is launching AI-generated recaps for TV shows on Prime Video. The company said a feature called X-Ray Recaps will create short summaries of full seasons and episodes, even specific show segments. For now, Fire TV users can use the feature on all Amazon original shows with support for additional devices coming by the end of the year. And Meta will extend its ban of political ads after today's election. It was supposed to expire just before midnight, but the social media giant says the ban will stay in place a little longer to prevent confusion and misinformation from spreading or post-election counting. This is also blocking election managers until 12 days. Realizing that election matters to that end of election.
I think at times the problem
We've been saying it all day. Students, thank you. And coming up, the FBI issues a warning over 2 fake election videos circulating online that shows all voters should be watching out for to separate facts from fiction. You're watching NBC News?
Interesting. Let me tell you a story. So there were really, really clever scientists in the end of the late 1800s in the world. You talk about like James Clerk Maxwell, and you talk about Lord Kelvin, and you talk about Lorentz, actually named after these other ones, and yeah, on and on and on. And Faraday, and they discovered electromagnetism. Holy cow! It's like they figured out all these things, and yet there were these weird things going on that we couldn't quite figure out. It's like, what the heck is going on with this, right? But we teach this all the time in physics classes, right? So what was going on? Well, there's just a few kind of things unchecked, but basically we're at the end of discovery because we figured out how everything works. Because we've got basically Newtonian mechanics and we've got Maxwell's equations, which describe basically how matter is pushed around and how electromagnetism is what it means. these few nagging things. Like, for instance, there's certain kinds of rocks that for some reason, like, if you put a photographic later on that, it gets burned or it gets an image of it. Like, well, where's the electromagnetism of that? There's no electromagnetic properties in this rock. Oh yeah, the other thing too is that if I take this wonderful classical derivation of how of something that is hot, about how it releases radiation, everything looks fantastic, perfect match. Oh, until I get high frequencies of the light, and then it basically just, the whole thing falls apart. In fact, it gives a physical explanation, which is total nonsense. It tells you that every object should basically be producing an infinite amount of heat. And by the way, here's the sun, and we can look at the sun, and we can figure out it's made out of hydrogen. And Lord Kelvin actually made a very famous calculation, who was basically one of the founders of thermodynamics. So you look at the hydrogen has a certain energy content. You know the latent heat basically of hydrogen. You know the mass of the sun because you know the size of it. And he conclusively proved that basically the sun can only make net energy for about 2,000 or 3,000 years. So therefore all this nonsense about deep heat, because clearly the sun can only make 2,000 or 3,000 years. If you think about the chemical, is basically the chemical energy content of hydrogen. And what comes along in one decade?
Welcome back. There is a big focus on security and election disinformation at the polls today. Federal and local law enforcement officials are preparing for the possibility of political violence. Already, the FBI says bomb threats have been made to polling locations in several different states, and the agency is also debunking a fake news kit that claims the FBI was telling people to quote vote remotely due to terror threats. Joining us now is NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter, alongside NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Tom, I started with you. What do we know about these bomb threats? I think we're calling them non-credible bomb threats in Georgia.
Well, that's right, Jake, and that's because it's been investigated by the FBI, one of the state officials in Georgia. We actually just put out a statement from the FBI Atlanta field office, which we can show you, effectively saying, look, they're aware of the bomb threats to polling locations, not only in Georgia, but we've received really from different locales across the country these threats as well, people reporting them, and they all appear to originate from Russian email domains. So a little bit of an asterisk to that, of course, is possible for people to see where they're coming from, but I think for the FBI to say that, they have to have done some investigation that believes in their eyes that it is incredibly, perhaps from those domains from that. And Julia, let's bring you in, because Tom just mentioned this threat in Georgia seems to have come from a Russian email domain. What are we seeing in terms of foreign adversaries? I think of Russia in this election versus years prior.
They didn't know.
I just put that exact same question, things like the senior advisor at CISA, they're the chief election security agency overseeing national trends for elections. And I said, look, you called Russia the chief foreign adversary threat in this election. Because even now, we've seen in past elections and racial evidence of this going back to the 2016 election. The Russia tried to meddle for chaos in the election in order to try to sow chaos in the United States. And they said, yes, right now, Russia, what they're doing, this meddling is on a greater scope and scale than they've seen in previous elections. And now all of the foreign adversaries, when we look at Russia, China, and Iran, that Russia shows the greatest degree of sophistication. They say that they're doing things like reaching out on messaging apps to specifically target certain demographics of Americans with false information, creating fake news websites. They have lists, they go on of dozens of domains that are created by Russia, trying to appear as if they're real news organizations, sometimes even being very local to try to target voters to make them think that they're seeing something that isn't actually true, like those videos. And as we scan the country right now, what other potential threats are posing at this moment?
Well, it's a whole of things, and really there's been a lot of political violence this year. As we all well know, the two attempts on Donald Trump. There's been a lot of political violence that we've seen around the globe. We've seen it in both hemispheres. We've seen it in Europe. We've seen it in Africa. So I think the big question here is, as we move forward, is what can we expect in the next 24 hours? And I think there's two things that are going on right now. One, and there's an awful lot of threats that will continue to come in over the rest of the day in the last 24 hours. People threatening polling workers or polling locations or
figure out
officials,
this
that's
is
been
the
very high.
norm
And
for these
my colleague Julie knows that all too well. Just watching the country focusing on those threats and what polling centers have had to do to protect themselves from the anticipated threats and possible violence that they could get. And that brings us really to the second component, which is this idea that as we go forward, if there's some action where it takes time for the results to come in, news organizations or states to call those results of the election, but the disinformation that Julia talked about, whether it be from foreign actors such as Russia or people here in the United States, that could really ramp up and push people to violence. That's something we're really watching.
Julia, briefly, this can also be so existential. So what can an individual or person do if they see something online that they're not sure about or at a polling station?
Yeah, that changes everything.
I asked that question to the assistant director just last week, and she said that voters should look to the state and local officials. Just as we saw Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger do a press conference today about those bomb threats that allegedly come from Russia, he was able to get out in front of it far before we would see the FBI make the conclusion, far before we could consider do anything publicly, because they want to leave this to the state and local. That is what they believe will get the most trust to voters, that there's no kind of federal overreach here in terms of deciding what's true and what's not true about elections.
It took like another 20-some years before
So
people put that together with
America
that's
put
the
a woman in
process
the
that's
White House, and
powering
could that change tonight? Our Army Battalion
Because the
literally
real
wrote a
regret
book
that does
on
not
this
happen.
topic.
That's why Rebel never held it. It wasn't wrong. It just was right with the wrong assumptions, right? So fast forward to today, like what would this mean, right? Now, there's a couple of things like this that sit up there in physics, and I'll point out one of them, which is very interesting. We don't know what the hell makes up 90% of the mass of the universe. So that, the search for dark matter, right? What is it? We still haven't discovered it. 90% of the mass of the universe is undetectable. Like what?
And then, dark energy, and again, black holes are the window into this.
Well, and black holes, I think sometimes black holes are way better understood than those things as well, too. So all it tells us is that we shouldn't have hubris about the ideas that we understand everything. And when, who knows what the next major intellectual insight will be about how the universe, functions.
And actually, I think Rutherford is the one who's attributed at least that quote that physics is the only real science, everything else is stamp collecting. Right? So there's some.
So he's my hero, but I'll slightly disagree. Yes.
Well, no offense to stamp collecting, that's very important. But that you have to have humility about the kind of disciplines that make progress at a staging in science. That physics did make a huge amount of progress in the 20th century, but it's possible that other disciplines start to step in.
Yeah, but Rutherford couldn't imagine mapping the human genome because we didn't even know about DNA.
Or computers, really. He probably didn't think deeply about
No,
computations.
she's like, here's a wild one. What if the next great revelation to humanity about the universe is not done by
That seems increasingly likely. And then you start to ask deep questions about what is the purpose of science. For example, if AI system will design a nuclear fusion reactor better than humans do, but we don't quite understand how it works. And the AI can build that works, test it very thoroughly. We don't know exactly what the control mechanism is, what the chemistry physics is. AI can't quite explain it. It just can't. It's impenetrable to our consciousness.
Today, we're designed for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer
Again, I'll point out, like, when my godmother was born, like, none of this
Election day is finally here, and it's been a long race for the White House of the last week. We have some political insiders here to talk about how both the Trump and Harris campaigns have closed out their final days. Here with us, NBC News political analyst Maria Teresa Kumar, the president and CEO of Voto Latino, an organization that endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris, and Mark Short, a Meet the Press political analyst and former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Good to see you both. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Munger, I do want to start with you. Some of the reporters covering the Trump campaign have noted some waning enthusiasm and his more recent
years, maybe a few thousand years out, there's something called the Kardashev scale. It's a method that measures civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy it's able to use. Type 1 civilization, this might be given all the power, is not no longer a scale that makes sense. But it very much focuses on the source of fusion, the actual source of fusion, which is for us the sun. And Type 1 civilization is able to leverage, to collect all the energy that hits Earth. And Type 2 civilization are able to leverage the entirety of the energy that comes from the sun.
There seems to be a lot of excitement, but is it possible that that's sort of overshadowing, these real policy issues that we've been paying attention to if they're going to vote for them?
In general,
It's really interesting. I think this is where it was a little bit
where
hard
energy
for
is so
us.
fundamental
I've
to
been campaigning for 9 years.
life on Earth, but also the expansion of
And
life
so
into the
her
universe.
job was to basically make sure that she could mobilize
On a weekend when I sat down and figured out what would it mean for interstellar travel, what the hell would it mean? In fact, I talked about my design class. One of my design classes was how you use essentially a special configuration of a fusion device for not only traveling to but colonizing Mars. So you talk about energy use being at the heart of civilization. So why do you want to go to Mars not to just visit it, but actually leave people there? Second half needs massive amounts of energy. So what would that look like that actually transforms everything it was a fairly quasi-realistic energy thing. Nuclear fusion that powers civilization of Mars. Well, what we considered was something, so it turns out that the radium, which is a heavy element as well, so it's a so-called thermal element that we know, we still know fairly little about the geology of Mars.
Stuff like that. So
And we know that there's a lot of this on the surface of Mars, so one of the things we consider is what would happen. It's basically a combination of a device that actually makes fuel from the thorium. But the underlying energy was fission. So this is one of the examples of people trying to be clever. So what is it, this also means it's like interstellar travel. It's like, oh yeah, that looks almost like an opera, basically, for an energy field. Because the energy required to that you have to transport to get there. Almost the only things that work are DT fusion and basically annihilation, like Star Trek. So your sense is that interstellar travel requires fusion.
Oh,
It's almost even so much as you have to carry the fuel with you, and the rocket engine tells you how much fuel you take. So what you end up with is like, how long does it take to go these places? And it's like staggering.
So I tend to believe that there's alien civilizations dispersed
throughout. Yeah, but we might have slowly. Do you think
we're not there's this galaxy? So like, I guess in the question I also have was why do you think that? Is it all the same?
Yeah, all the pieces are the same. Yeah, right. So this is the Fermi paradox. Like, really. Well, this is so, the scariest one though is that you point out that there's been, many tens of millions of species on the planet Earth, and only one ever got to the sophisticated tools that we can actually start essentially leveraging the power of its innate nature to does this mean that these there's almost certainly life or DNA or whatever would be somewhere? I mean, you just need a soup, I mean, you need energy, and you get organics, and whatever the equivalent of amino acids are. But most of life on Earth has been that. Those still amazing, but it's still very interesting. Are we actually that? This is a very interesting. It's like super rare. And then of course the other part is that also just the other scary part of it, which if you look at the very paradox is, good, we got to this point. How long has it been
in humans. So humans, Homo sapien, has been around 100,000 years, 200,000 years. Our ability in that timeline to actually make an imprint on the universe, like by emitting radio waves or by modifying nature in the same way, has only been for about 100 of those 100,000 years. And, are we, this is a good question, so is it by definition that by the fact that we are able to reach that level of being able to manipulate nature, for example, discover like vision or other kind of or burning fossil fuels and all this? Is that what it says? Oh, you're doomed. Because by definition, any species that gets to that point that can modify their environment like that, they'll actually push themselves, past. That's one of the most depressing scenarios that I can. So basically, we will never line up in time because you get this little teeny window in time. Civilization might occur, and you can never see it because you never. These sort of like scatter like fireflies around the galaxy. You never get them. Goes up, and then explodes. So because of the universe branch out. But when we say destroy yourselves, all you have to do is that we basically go. Humans are all left and we're still living on the planet. But all we have to do is go to the technology of 1800 and we're invisible. It comes from science. But also, to me, it's like another compelling driver of telling us why we should try really hard not to screw this up. Like, we're in this unique place of our ability to discover information. I just don't want to give up on thinking that we can get through.
Yeah, and then to see that there's some kind of game theoretic force, which is shared destruction, and ultimately
It's the bottom of the hour now. We have much more Decision 2024 coverage coming up. But first, I want to check in on some of the other stories making headlines. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has fired his defense minister Yoav Gallant. In a statement today, Netanyahu claimed that full trust is needed between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense. There's been a growing rift between Netanyahu and Gallant as the war in the Middle East has progressed. Gallant posted on social media saying hard that the security of the state of Israel was and will always remain the mission of his life. The new defense minister is already set to finish this work. After a strike that lasted more than 7 weeks, union machinists at Boeing have now come to a new deal with Boeing. The new contract will give workers a 39% wage increase over the course of 4 years. The Boeing machinists voted 59% in favor of the deal. It was the union's third vote since aircraft production had halted back in September. Boeing employees must return to work on November 12th. And former NFL star Jason Kelce is apologizing for smashing a fan's cell phone. The incident was caught on video Saturday at Penn State University, shortly before Kelce appeared on ESPN. Video posted on social media showed the fan using a homophobic slur to insult Jason's brother Travis and his relationship with pop star Taylor Swift. Jason Kelce responded by grabbing the fan's phone and smashing it onto the ground. Kelce later apologized last night on an ESPN saying that he is not proud of what he did. All right, let's get right back to Election Day. Polls are open in all 50 states now and Washington, D.C.
It's a mistake to ourselves. We still don't understand the very mechanism that helps us grow the world.
America is engaged in today.
Like understanding that will also
Pierre Simmons reporting on the global response to Election Day in Dubai.
our ability to understand the world.
Even before we know the results, this election cycle has been historic in elections. One of the biggest reflects that America could soon have its first female president. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Alan Vitale is here with us in the studio. And Alan, you've done a lot of research on this topic because you wrote a book on the topic. It's called Electable: Why America Hasn't Put a Woman in the White House Yet. The yet is important. I know we're on Election Day, and I don't want to be partisan about this. Nobody knows who's going to win tonight. But does it feel that there's a possibility there, and why? It definitely feels like there's a possibility there.
Level of despair in a young generation.
It's like the presidency, and that means that Kamala Harris is once again potentially getting the presidency. I say once again because we saw the same situation in 2016. making history as the first woman to win a major party nomination. This is different for Kamala Harris. She's not the first to ever be in this position. And there have also been a lot of other women who have vied for the presidency. Yes, Hillary Clinton. Yes, people like Elizabeth Dole and others before her. But also, the fact that you have 6 women running in the 2020 presidential primary, all about bridging the so-called imagination gap, letting people imagine what they've never seen before.
Primarily by basically using cartoons that people almost tend to think of as like evil.
Like beyond the record of other women who have run for office before, you're not new to this. You covered Harris when she first had her bid for the White House. I wonder, is she operating differently at all? What have you witnessed? She herself, I think, is a much more confident candidate. She saw it in her early year in the vice presidency. She wrote a lot of criticism of her. Some of it was fair. Some of it absolutely wasn't. And we sort of tossed that out in the piece. But as I wrote in my book, one of the things that people thought about then was when you're damned if you do and damned if you don't so often in your career, it's hard to trust your gut. So has happened in this White House over the course of her vice presidency. She's learned to trust her gut. I think that has also met her where she is. There is such an authenticity to being a woman talking about abortion care at this moment that really allows it to be a topic for her while it's also one of the energizing issues around the country. Let me ask this, whether she wins or not today, will it help a future woman? Could what she's done so far just to this point be sort of a roadmap for a woman of any age? Absolutely, because for every woman who runs for the presidency, really any office, they're all knowing putting bricks in the road for whoever comes behind them. There is such a high stake and a balancing act to that, and we often talk about the high wire act that female candidates have to watch. The double standards, but I can tell you, the media is more primed than media to call this stuff out right now in a way that I didn't necessarily see in 2020, and I definitely don't remember seeing in 2016. And so that's a sign of progress in and of itself, the way that we are just allowing women to run and potentially win by their own merits, and the way that she's running, women in check. She's not talking about breaking last year. She's not talking about being the first. She's just saying, hey, this is my issue set, this is what I think people vote for, and I want to leave it to Great to have you. Thank you guys. Thanks. Still ahead, the road to the White House has been a long and winding one. I'll take you through all the bumps and the turns, things you might have even, well, not that, but other things you might have forgotten about. It's all next from NBC News.
And a great scientist does a very non-intuitive or non-human thing. What we do is we train ourselves to doubt ourselves. Like that's a great scientist. We doubt everything we see. We doubt everything that we see. Because we basically try to turn off belief valve, right? That the humans just naturally have. So when it comes to these things, like I can make my own comments to this. Is like personally, you see these things about the ratios. Like when I made a comment to it, I said, well, some part of my brain just goes, because we're the only interesting, multiverse. Because by definition, it has to look like this, But I have to say, there's other times, I can say in the history of the world, of what has happened over the last 10 years, there have been some pretty weird coincidences. Like coincidences that, like you look at it and just go, is that really? Is something like pushing us towards these things? And it's a human instinct because, since the beginning of humanity, we've always assigned, human motivation and needs to these somewhat, empirical observations.
And in some sense, the stories, before we understand the real explanation, the stories, the myths, serve as a good approximation for the thing that we're yet to understand. And in that sense, you set the antithesis to sort of scientific doubt, having faith in these stories that are almost silly when looked at from a scientific perspective. But just even the feelings of, it seems that love is a fundamental fabric of human condition. What the hell's that?
Well, I mean, so connected together. As a physicist, I go, this is a repeatable thing that's due to a set of synapses that fire in a particular pattern process. Yeah, that's kind of like, okay, man, what a drag that is, or anything. Evolution, biology, there's still magic. I mean, I see scientists and some of my colleagues, do this as well too. Like, where
Mornings are full
what
of
is spirituality compared to
energy,
science?
and how you get set for the
Why?
day ahead matters. It's
My
about
own
getting
feeling
caught up
is
and
that,
getting ahead. Because
as a scientist, because I've had the pleasure of being able to like both understand what my predecessors did, but I also had the privilege of being able to discover things, right, as a scientist. And I see that, and
Believe it or not, we've officially reached the finish line in campaign season, and sometimes it felt like a blip. Yeah, one thing is for sure, even before we know the results, this election is already.
If you're not in awe of the universe and nature, you haven't been paying attention. I mean, my own personal feeling is that I feel that if I go to the store and I feel more awe than I can ever feel like in a church. You kind of notice some kind of magic. There's something about the way the whole thing holds together that just sort of escapes your imagination, and that's to me this thing of, and then we have different words, we call them holistic or spiritual, the way that it all fits together. In fact, that's like what I think one of the craziest things that I think is how does it fit together is like our society. Like how does it because there's no way, like you just think of the United States, there's 330 million people kind of working like this huge challenge about going towards making all these things happen. But there's like no one in charge of this, really. How the heck does this happen? It's kind of like, so these things are the kinds of things mathematically ridiculous that I think of just because they're sort of, they're awe-inspiring.
And there's different ideas that we come up together, we share them, and there's teams of people that share different ideas, and those ideas could be like the ideas themselves are these kinds of different organisms, and ultimately somehow we build bridges and nuclear reactors to do something.
I think I shout out to my daughter, by the way, she's an applied math major, amazing at math, and she's a great, she's doing research. It's basically about how ideas and beliefs are transmitted within society. So she's building applied math. It's explaining, like, she was showing me in this, like, the simulation. Oh, look at this. I said, oh, that's like how political parties work, right? And even though it was a rather simple mathematical, it was a
President of the United States injured but alive. All of this unfolding of Republicans now gathering to officially nominate Donald Trump for convention.
Maybe it is the series as well. Thank you so much for doing creating tools, creating systems, exploring this idea, this wonderful, amazing, magical ideas, of human endeavor, which is nuclear fusion. I mean, that's so interesting.
It's almost like one of my lifelong goals is like to make it, it's not magic, it's like, this is real culture. And this means we're using it everywhere.
And the magic is then built on top of it. Well, thank you for everything you do.
Endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris and upending the race with just over 100 days until the
Thanks for
election.
listening to this conversation with Dennis White. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now,
Democrats quickly energized by their first female nominee of
two
Black
ways to think
in the Senate. Harris shone straight on the issues of abortion rights and protecting democracy. Trump pivoted to his new opponent.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
Convention coronation in August.
Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to live.
I accept your nomination.
This third time on podcast. He's a computer scientist, mathematician, theoretical physicist, and founder of Wolfram Research, a company behind Mathematica, Alpha, Language,
And Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman
This conversation is a wild, technical roller coaster ride of topics of complexity, mathematics, physics, community, and consciousness. I think this is what this podcast is becoming, a wild ride. Some episodes are about physics, some about robots, some are about art, some are about the human condition, and some are just the comedian Tim Dillon calls. This is a luxury podcast supported. Please check out the sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Stephen. Almost 20 years ago, he published New Kind of Science. He presented a study of complexity and approach to modeling complex systems. So, let us return again to the core idea of complexity. What is complexity?
I don't know, I think that's one of the most interesting questions. It's like, if you ask a biologist what is life, that's not a question they can't answer. What I was interested in is, how does something that we would usually identify as complexity arise from nature? We're really interested in that question 50 years ago. I was, how does snowflakes get to have complicated forms? How do galaxies get to have complicated forms? How do living systems get produced? And the question is, what's the sort of underlying scientific basis for all of these things? And the thing that I was first very surprised because I've been doing physics, particle physics, fancy physics and so on. It's like, I know all this fancy stuff. I should be able to solve this sort of basic
There's much more news ahead. You are watching NBC News.
Early 1980-ish time frame. And it's like, okay, what can one do to understand this sort of basic secret that nature seems to have? It seems like nature, when you look around in natural world, it's full of incredibly complicated forms. You look at sort of most engineered kinds of things, for instance, they tend to be, we've got sort of circles and lines, things like this. The question is, what secret does nature have that lets it make all this complexity that we, in doing engineering, for example, don't naturally seem to have? And so that was the kind of the thing that I got interested in. And then the question was, could I understand that with things like mathematical physics? Well, I didn't learn very well. So then I got to thinking about, okay, is there some other way to try to understand this? And then the question was, if you're going to look at some system in nature, how do you make a model for that system, for what that system does? So your model is some abstract representation of the system, some formal representation of the system. What is the raw material that you can make that model out of? And so what I realized was, well, actually programs are a really good source of raw material for making models of things. And, in terms of my personal history, to me that seemed really obvious. And the reason it seemed really obvious is that I just spent several years building this big piece of software that was sort of a predecessor to mathematical language, called SMP, so like manipulation program, which was something that had this idea of starting from just these computational primitives and building up everything I had to build up. And so kind of the notion of, well, let's just try and make models by starting from computational primitives and see what we can build up, that seemed like a totally obvious thing to do. In retrospect, it might not have been externally quite so obvious, but it was obvious to me at the time, given the path that I had to be on. So, so that got me into this question of, let's use programs to model what happens in nature. And the question then is, well, what kind of programs? And, we're used to programs that you write to something, there's some code and does some specific thing. But what I got interested in was, okay, if you just go out into the sort of computational universe of possible programs, you say, take the simplest program you can imagine, what does it do? And so I started studying these things called automata. Subsequently, but it's just a line of cells, joined by a white. There's just some rule that says the color of the cell is determined by the color that it had on the previous step.
NBC News picks a group of talented young journalists to serve as what we call campaign envoys. They fan out across the country, covering campaign speeches, policy platforms, issues most important to voters. The job is not an easy one. This year, 9 NBC News journalists were on the road for months at a time, racking up their miles, probably not too much, and serving as our eyes and ears on the ground in battleground states
And joining us now are two of those embeds. Emma Barnett is in Pennsylvania and Alex Cabot is in Arizona. First of all, we're so proud of you both. Yes, I know you're doing so incredible to see how far you both come. Emma, I want to start with you in Pennsylvania. What's a typical day of the life for an embed?
The compressed version of the story is
Zinkley, it's hard to describe a typical day in the life, but camping embeds, we get to write the first draft of history.
Big thing is, even with very simple
Proceed, whether that means covering campaign rallies, speaking to thousands of voters across the country, or doing our own enterprise reporting. Our goal is to always have our finger on the pulse of this election. As mentioned, over the past 18 months, we've really been living in lives across the country. Here's some of my stats for you. Just this past year, I've spent nearly 180 nights in hotels. I've taken more than 90 flights. I've driven tens of thousands of miles across the country. I've reported from 20 different states, interviewed thousands of voters, and as you mentioned, have had countless sleepless nights, and it's all been leading up to today, Election Day. And it's been such a privilege and an honor to cover this election, do what we do best as journalists, report the facts, ask tough questions, and share the stories behind this election.
Yeah, if you saw any of my sitting with voters after the debates on NBC, that was because of them. I should found all those voters who are Alex, what you're doing your job before was here. And Guinness Daily, you're a associate producer, and you do so much.
Complexity is, it's not easy to talk about. That's the main version of what is complexity, but there is something.
I remember when I first started this job, it was July of 2023.
Can generate.
I was coming out of offices Saturday morning, and I decided I wanted to go on a jog. And about 3 miles into the jog, I'm moving and grooving, listening to music, I feel a vibration on my phone, and the Iowa Republican Party had announced the date of the Iowa caucuses. And that was big news in the political world, and that was very big news for somebody who was sent to Iowa to talk about the Iowa caucuses.
Robots and science fiction. Like you can tell it's a robot because it does simple
to try
things.
to write an article about it.
Turns out
My
that's
colleague
actually
Jane Frankel was
story.
her
Well,
computer,
that's
and
not
she was
obvious
able to get
right?
a head start. We worked on it together. But that was the last day that I spent time without
The sort of the key
computer
discovery
or
about
my
the
camera
computational
nearby.
process.
I've been using a
And
lot
that
of
discovery
technology.
goes very deep.
I love that. I mean, I'm sure you both have so many memorable moments, but also, selfishly, I kind of want to know the travel process and something that surprises you first, and then with Alex. Something that surprised me is how important it is, even in your crazy busy days, to be able to fit in even just 20 minutes of exercise. And it really is remarkable how much of a difference it makes to go to the gym, do a quick Peloton ride, run on the treadmill, and it also makes you stronger because the gear we're carrying around is really heavy, so you got to be ready to lift it up on those airplanes.
Yeah. Alex, what about you? Things you didn't expect?
Compress that, we can't reduce that and say, I'm going to be able to jump ahead
One of
and
the things
say,
I did
this is
not
what it's going to do after a million
expect
steps.
in Iowa, a couple days before the caucuses, a massive snowstorm hit the state, and all the major candidates, except for the one that I was covering, canceled their events. So I went to the big ones on the first, second, third, and fourth political event. On my way to the fifth political event, I heard a thud. I got stuck on the highway. I called 911 trying to figure out what to do because I looked at the desk report and I noticed it was negative 15 degrees outside. Luckily, there was a nearby farmer who took me in, who gave me shelter, who helped shovel me out of the snow. And what I really learned from that experience is the kindness and the generosity of the
how random
That is a great way to end, Alex. It is humanity.
that pie is not a
Alex
restaurant.
Cabot,
So
Emma
that means
Barnett,
only
thank you
restaurant
guys. I hope you get some sleep tonight.
We
Yeah.
know the difference.
Not tonight, maybe.
Maybe it does.
Thank
So
you.
much
Oh,
to
guys,
be
thank you. I think so. Listen, Juan, thank you so much for being with us. You were watching NBC News Daily, and be sure to stay with NBC News for Supreme Decision 2024 coverage tonight. We start at 5 p.m. Eastern, streaming on our streaming network, NBC News
I'm even looking for step one, which is prove the Santa Claus doesn't repeat, and then prove other things about it, like the distribution of equal numbers of zeros to ones. And those are things which I kind of set up myself a little rise today, because I thought those were not too out of range. Those are things which are within a modest amount of time, it's conceivable that those can be done. They're not far away from what current mathematics might allow. They'll require a bunch of cleverness and hopefully some interesting new ideas that will be useful other places.
But you started in 1980 with this idea before I think you realized, this idea of programs. You thought that there might be some kind of thermodynamic like randomness, and complexity comes from a clever filter that you kind of, like, I don't know, spaghetti or something. You filter the randomness and complexity, which is an interesting intuition. I mean, how do we know that's not actually what's happening? That just because you were then able to develop, look, you don't need this incredible randomness. You can just have very simple, predictable initial conditions and predictable rules, and then from that emerge complexity. Still, there might be some systems where it's filtering randomness. Do you have the inputs?
Well, the point is, when you have quotes randomness that means there's all kinds of information. And in a sense, what you get out would be maybe just something close to what you put in. People are very in dynamical systems theory, so big area of mathematics that developed from the early 1900s and really got big in the 1980s. An example of what people study there, it's a popular version is chaos theory. And an example of what people study a lot is the shift map, which is basically taking 2x, mod 1, 2x, radical 1 of 2x, which is basically just taking digits in binary and shifting it. So at every step, you get to see if you say, how big is this number that well, the most important digit in that number is whatever ended up at the left-hand end. But now if you start off from an arbitrary random number, which is puts randomly chosen some of its digits at random, then when you run that sort of chaos theory shift map, all that you get out is just whatever you put in. You just get to see what it's not obvious that you excavate all those digits. And if you're, for example, making theory out of floating mechanics, if there was that phenomenon of floating mechanics, then the equations of theory are not so because what that was saying is the equations of thermodynamic matters to the floor. What happens in the fluid at the level of the millionth digit of the initial conditions, which is far below the point at which you're hitting precise molecules and all that. It's kind of almost explaining if that phenomenon isn't kind of telling you that the fluid dynamics process of fluid is continuous in media, and so isn't really right. So this idea that
Today,
there's
both Vice
it's
President
a
Harris
tricky
and
thing
former
because as
President
soon as
Trump
you
are
put
off the
randomness in,
campaign trail
you have
after
to
making their final visits to
how much of
battleground
what's
voters
coming out is what
overnight.
you put in
Mr. Trump
versus how
spending
much is
Election Day
actually
in
something
his
that's being
home state of
generated.
Florida,
And what's really
where he and
nice
his wife
about this
Melania
system
voted
where you just
earlier
have very simple
today.
initial
The former
conditions
president
and where
gleefully
you get
speaking to
random
reporters
stuff
and telling
out,
our own
seemingly
Jared
random
Hicks
stuff
that
out.
he has
Because you
no
don't have
regrets
this, you don't
about
have to argue about was there something
Yeah,
completely
Joe said regrets. I can't think of
plainly
any
obvious there
reaction.
wasn't. Now,
Use
as a
their
practical
expression.
matter,
I can't
in
think of any.
experiments, the big thing is if the thing you see is complex and
Make the
reproducible,
best of the three.
then it didn't come from just filtering some quotes randomness from the outside world. It has to be something that is intrinsically made because it would otherwise be, it could be the case that you set those up towards the same each time. You say, well, it's kind of the same, it's not random each time. It's kind of the definition of it being random is it was kind of picked at random each time, so to speak.
So is it possible to for sure know where a universe is not like a
problem on country faces and read America and
it's possible to conclusively say there's no randomness in
all we have to do is get out the vote.
Science, natural sciences, deductive research, observe a bunch of things and you say, can we fit these together? What is our hypothesis? What's going on? The thing that I think I can say fairly definitively is at this point we understand enough about fundamental physics that there is, if there was an extra dice being thrown, it's something that doesn't need to be we can get what we see without that. Now, could you add that in as an extra feature plate, without breaking the universe? Probably, but almost certainly yes. But is it necessary for understanding the universe? No. And I think actually from a more fundamental point of view, it's I think I might be able to argue. So one of the things that I've been interested in, I'm very surprised I've had anything sentient to say about, is the question of why does the universe exist? I didn't think that was a question. I thought that was a far out there metaphysical
ago, the vice president hopping on the phone with
even the
voters
philosophers
during an
stayed away from that
unscheduled visit to a Democratic phone
so such a kind of difficult to address question. But I actually think, to my great surprise, that the metaphysics project is on, that it is possible to actually address that question and explain why the universe exists. I kind of have a suspicion. I kind of have a suspicion that explanation will eventually show that by no meaningful sense can it be randomness in the universe. That is, that if there is something that is necessarily irrelevant to our perception of the universe, that is, that it could be random, but it doesn't matter, because in a sense we've already, whatever it would do, whatever extra thing it would add, is not relevant to our perception. Which is why does the universe exist? How does the irrelevance of randomness connect to the big wide question? So worrying about why does the universe exist? Well, let's see. And this is the only universe we got. It's the only. About that, I'm pretty sure. So now, which one? Which of these topics is better to explore? Why does the universe exist? And why you think it's the only universe? Well, I think they're very close. Really, the first thing, let's see, I mean, this why does the universe exist question is built on top of all these things that we've been figuring out about fundamental physics. Because if you want to know why the universe exists, you kind of have to know what the universe is made of. And I think the survival of the why does the universe exist question. So the main issue is, let's say you have a model of the universe, and you say, I've got this program or something, run it and you make the universe. Now you say, well, how do you actualize that program actually running? People say, I've got this program that makes the universe, but the computer is
All throughout the hour, we'll be checking with our team of NBC News reporters who are on the ground, stand out
so that's different from saying there's a pile of two rocks and a pile of two rocks and somebody moves them together and makes four, so to speak. So what is it that tells it from being just this one thing to being something that is actually so now we have to start thinking about, well, what do we actually know about what's going on in the universe? We are observers of this universe, but confusingly enough, we're part of this universe. So in a sense, we are one. If we say, what do we know about what's going on in the universe? What we know is our consciousness forwards other great universe. Consciousness is where the fabric of the universe. Yes, we're in it. Maybe I should start off by saying something about consciousness theory, because that's simple. Maybe we should begin even before that at the very base layer of the ultimate physics project. Maybe you can give a broad overview once again, really quick about this type of graph model. And also, what is it, a year and a half ago, you brought this project to the world. What is the status update? Where are all the ideas you have come across? What are they just like these equivalents? It's a freaking Cambrian explosion. It's crazy. I mean, there are all these things which I've kind of learned about for years. And suddenly, there's actually a lot of information. And I really did not see, I mean, the real strength of what's happened. I absolutely don't see it. But the real strength of it is, we've got this model for physics, but it turns out it's a foundation kind of model. It's a different kind of computation-like model. What I'm kind of calling sort of multi-computation. And that kind of model is applicable not only to physics, but also to lots of other kinds of things. And one reason that's extremely powerful is because physics is very successful. So we know a lot based on what we figured out physics. I know that the same model
And can you get to the White House without leaving Pennsylvania?
Economics, linguistics, immunology, whatever.
It's an
We
excellent
know
question.
that the same
Pennsylvania
kind of
is
model
that
governs
full
those
pride.
things.
The thing
We can
tonight
start
that they're
using
watching foremost
things that we've
closely
successfully
is really
discovered in
North
physics
Carolina and
and
Georgia
applying
because
those
we think
intuitions
we'll
in
get
those
those
other
results a
areas.
little faster
And
than
that's pretty exciting
we'll
and
get
very
those blue
surprising.
wall states coming
And
through.
in fact, it's
Really,
kind of like
does he
the
need
original
North
story
Carolina? If he
sort
won it
of
both in
go
2016
and
and
explain
2020,
why is there
and he needs
complexity
it
in
again,
that
otherwise the map
then
gets a
we
little
realize
bit
there's all this
dicey. He
complexity,
does
there's all
have
this
other
computational
powers
research,
besides
there's a
Pennsylvania.
lot we can't know about what's going to happen.
That's the
It's
one that
kind
both
of very
Harris
confusing
and
thing
Trump
for
has
people
been
who say,
distributing most often.
science
Most
has nailed
other
everything
polls,
down.
and
We're
it's
going
been
to,
the thing
based
that
on
puts
science,
a
we can know
lot
everything.
of
Well, actually, there's this
presidents
computational
over the years.
irreducibility thing.
Yeah,
Right in the middle
Democrat
of
hasn't
that.
won there since
You're going up by
2008.
science, so to
We
speak.
could actually
And then
get
the question
results
is,
for
well,
North
given
Carolina to
computational
write down and
irreducibility,
set
how can
the
we actually
stakes
figure
very
out
well
anything?
for how important that
Why
state
are
is.
we,
Thank you so much
why
for
are we
being
able
here.
to predict
Listen
that?
over to
Why are
you.
we able to
And you heard the Vice
operate?
President
And the answer is that we sort of live in these slices
today.
of
How
computational
is she spending her day? What's the
that exists in this kind of ocean of computational irreducibility. And it turns out that it seems that it's an huge significance
Forward Vice President Harris are on the model of course behind me. The stage is being set. You might be able to get a sound check.
that there are these particular slices of
But this is so significant for her, not just because it's young daughter, but back in 2019, Kristen, she also announced that presidential bid
and not just have everything
well.
that
Now, when you move inside the House
but there are
campaign,
also things that
all praise
potentially
to
give
God,
us
but
an
the
amount of
Harris campaign is
physics
also
like
cautiously
in all
optimistic.
these other
It's
areas. That's been sort of an exciting thing, but I would say that in general,
we have been hearing from Vice President Harris the last several days, during her swing trip to Pennsylvania yesterday, that the momentum, momentum is on their side. And that's something that we're hearing more and more in these last several hours, although the campaign does feel that this is still extremely close around those seven battleground states still. They feel more optimistic about what they're seeing in Georgia, what they're seeing in North Carolina, specifically the turnout in North Carolina. They feel that because only 50% of the early turnout so far has been winning, they feel in their view that is tracking towards them. But as Joshua was saying, the most obvious path for Vice President Harris is the blue wall states, but they feel they are competing right now in razor thin margins in all seven of the battles.
Speaking of those blue wall states, the Michigan Democrat told me they are nauseously optimistic. So it gives you a sense of how close this race is. Exactly. Yeah, it's how close this race is. Let's talk about African Americans all of this because we know that there has been concern that she hasn't been getting the numbers that she needs from African American men. It's a part of the Biden coalition. For example, you know, former President Barack Obama was out trying to energize them. She rolled out an agenda specifically for black men. How do they feel as though their get out the vote efforts are panning out today?
It's been going for a few years now, so it's always a
does
challenge
feel
to
it's
kind of
going extremely well.
find
We
these
just saw Vice
pockets
President
and
Harris just a few moments ago at the PNC for a photo op
So, I mean, first of all, let's
officials
talk
have
about
to brush off those stories as enthusiasm as well among young black men. But brushing them off is sort of overblown, but we can't deny, person, that the campaign has been focusing on that demographic quite a bit over the last several weeks. Former President Obama also voicing that concern in one of the shots. And look, First Lady Michelle Obama was also out making that case. So they have been going towards that demographic quite a bit, trying to get them out of the polls in the last several days. They feel that they have seen it working. They're really encouraged by the really turnout numbers. But not just black men. We saw yesterday they're really going after Puerto Ricans, places like Pennsylvania. They think that could be the key in order to win this is such an important blue wall state.
Well, Dave, I know we've all got a long night ahead. Thank you so much for reporting on the ground there from outside of Howard University. Please, circuit, let me turn to you now. You are in Pittsburgh, and the all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. I just spoke to an election official in the Philadelphia area who said that there was robust turnout there. What are you hearing? What are voters telling you today?
You can build this essentially
robust turnout here as well. Officials here, state representatives I talked to a couple of minutes ago telling me that they have surpassed both the mail-in ballot numbers and, of course, the people who are showing up at polls, not only where I am right now in the northwest suburbs of Pittsburgh, but really throughout the entirety of Allegheny County, which is really a blue island surrounded by red counties that have trended to be more red over the last couple of elections. I spoke to one Democratic official here familiar with how this area operates and works, and he told me that in order for Harris to win Pennsylvania, he's going to outperform the Republicans in Allegheny County. He got 55% votes in there. It's to meet that work needed. If he gets anything under 55%, around the number that Hillary Clinton got in 2016, she was probably in the state that hurt a lot of voters as well in a swing state and swinging opinion, particular to the key demographics of both parties, which is suburban youth.
So first thing is space is made of something. It's made of all these atoms of space connected together with each other, and then everything that we experience is one features of that structure of space. When we have an electron, in some kind of tangle in the structure of space, much like the vortex in a fluid would be just this thing that is, it can actually, the vortex can move around and it can involve different molecules in the fluid, but the vortex does stay.
Although she doesn't represent all my values, she represents more of them than the Republicans do right now, and I'm very concerned about the split of the Republican Party and all the things that I
At every
can't
level of abstraction, you can define what is a basic individual entity.
Yes, but in this
That woman you
model,
heard, her name is
there's a
Anne, she's
problem
65 years old. She told me she, for example, is anti-abortion, but that issue is so important for her because she believes in choice. That is something we heard often here. We, of course, also heard from some voters, including a 19-year-old first-time voter who decided to go to on the referendum.
It's fascinating to me, certainly fantastic interviews, great reporting on the ground there. Thank you. Lady Alexander, let me turn to you. It's so great to have you back just in time for Election Day. You're there in Fulton County. Georgia Secretary of State office says more than half of all active voters in the state cast their ballots early. So talk about turnout today and welcome back, my friend.
which has to do with comparing.
Thank you so much for being back with me. And a little bit going on here in Georgia. So yes, absolutely. We're talking about more than half of the registered voters here in the state and already cast a ballot by the time polls opened this morning. And so that really does kind of have an impact on Election Day. Why is that? Because 4 million people, more than 4 million people have already cast their ballot. I gotta say, Kristen, that among our team, we have visited more than a dozen polling locations throughout the day across metro Atlanta. We have seen any live. I talked to people and they said the wait time has ranged from about 15 to 20 minutes early this morning to less than 5 minutes. That's really what we're hearing from people across the state. And that is a large reflection of what we saw, that record-breaking early voting turnout. Now, as for the ballots we've seen cast today, the Secretary of State about an hour or so ago said that they'd had more than 700,000 people just today come out and cast those ballots. So what does that mean in terms of how the state might go? Well, I spoke with one senior Democrat official here in the state, and they say that they're watching two things. Early voting and where people are voting. And because of that early vote turnout, they're getting a lot of that. A lot of those eyes, as we talked about, has been focused on black voters. Here in Georgia, the early vote turnout, more than 1 million black voters have cast their ballot. That is a state record. That's a very large number. And that's something that they're watching very closely. The question now, of course, is who's coming out today. The other thing, Kristen, that I think is important to find out is when we will start to see results. You'll remember, of course, back in 2020, Georgia was held more than a week after Election Day. But this time around, state law mandates that all counties have to start tabulating those early votes and many of the absentee ballots, most of the absentee ballots by 8 p.m., an hour after polls close. So that means that we should see a great majority of those votes start to be tabulated very quickly.
The energy of a lightning strike, which is pretty weird. In our models, the actual elementary energy is that divided by the number of simultaneous quantum threads, and it ends up being
Blaine is saying that the wait time not as long as you might anticipate there, likely because there were so many early votes. What are you seeing in Milwaukee?
That precise estimate is right.
Despite the rain that you may see and hear around me, it's been a steady flow of people going after polling locations. The clerk actually told me this morning there was a line of people that went on about an hour long, so that shows some of the enthusiasm that you have here. One of my favorite conversations was a voter who said he was undecided until this morning. He decided to take 2 laps around the park here, and that's when he ultimately made a decision. He went to that Vice President Kamala Harris, but I want you to listen to some of the other conversations.
What is the analog hypersonic flow for things about the structure of space-time? And it looks like a rapidly rotating black hole, right? This critical rotation rate it looks as if that's a case where essentially the structure of space-time is just about full, and you may be able to kind of see the evidence of sort of discrete elements. You may be able to kind of see the sort of gravitational microscope of actually seeing these discrete elements of space. And there may be some effect in, for example, gravitational waves produced by rapidly rotating black hole, that in which we could actually see some phenomenon where one could say, yes, they just don't come out the way we would expect based on having a continuous structure of space-time. It is something where you can kind of see through to the discrete structure. We don't know that yet.
As we saw in some other states, there was also a high number of early vote in Wisconsin. The problem is that early vote was just able to start getting processed today, so that may lead to some delays once we get reporting days later this evening.
Detailed, accurate detection of gravitational waves.
The voters, it is their day to actually say thank you for bringing us those great images. So when you're out in Arizona, still relatively early out west, but how has voter turnout been there so far?
But it didn't talk about what time it is. And that's so
We
important
just
to
got an update from Maricopa County saying that nearly 150,000 voters have checked in across the county today. That's adding to the more than 2 million who voted early. And I want to just give you a look inside of the voters who they're walking up and they are getting parents and voter guides. Their Trump supporters here also offering their voter guides. So trying to capture what any voters who may be undecided before they hit this point, and then they're walking in all on their own. There are 80 people in line right now. We've been out here talking to a lot of these voters, and we're playing a little bit of send out what we're hearing.
space and the connections. You can think about these things as a hypergraph. You connect nodes to nodes, but a hypergraph you can have sort of not just friends, individual friends of friends, but you can have these triplets of friends all and so we're just saying that that's just the relations between atoms of space are the hyperedges of the hypergraph. So you've got some big collection of these atoms of space, maybe 10 to 400 or something in our universe, and that's the structure of space. That's every feature of what we experience in the world is a feature of that.
Protecting the right to abortion is on the ballot here, so we've heard a lot of talking from Democrats who are turning out on that issue, but also Republicans talking about immigration and the economy, and just that they believe Donald Trump will take the country in the right direction. So we will see how it all turns out here in many more hours when polls close here very late, 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Every cell gets up to remind our viewers that there is an abortion ballot measure. It will be very interesting to see how that impacts the turnout and the ultimate results. So Wisconsin, great stuff. Thanks to from Battleground, Arizona, and thanks to our entire team for an incredible start. We have got much more election day coverage to get to coming up. I'll talk to California Senator and a longtime ally, Vice President Harris, about the state of the presidential race and the fight for Senate control. Our federal responsibility joins you next. Live from the Harris campaign's election headquarters. Plus, stay tuned for the a special election night coverage straight ahead. It all kicks off at 5 p.m. Eastern with live analysis with the very first exit polls start coming in right here on National News Now. Watching a very special election day edition right now. We'll be right back.
So it's fundamentally asynchronous and parallel. Yes. Which is very uncomfortable for the human brain that seeks for things to be sequential.
Yes. Well, I think that this is part of the story of consciousness. Because I think the key aspect of consciousness that is important for sort of parsing the universe is this point that we have a single thread of experience. We have a memory of what happened in the past, possibly say something about the future. That was a single-threaded experience. That's not obvious it should work that way. We've got 100 billion neurons in our brains, and they're all firing all kinds of different ways. But yet, our experience is that there is the single thread of time that goes along. And I think that one of the things I've kind of realized with a lot more clarity in the last year is the fact that we conclude that the universe has the rules it has is a consequence of the fact that we have consciousness the way we have consciousness. And so the fact, so I mean, just to go on with kind of the basic setup, it's so we've got this spatial hypergraph that's got all these atoms of space. They're getting these little clumps of atoms of space and getting turned into other clumps of atoms of space. That's happening everywhere in the universe all the time. And so one thing that's a little bit weird is there's nothing permanent in the universe. The universe is getting rewritten everywhere all the time. And if it wasn't getting rewritten, space would be knitted together. That is, space would just fall apart. There wouldn't be any way in which we could say this part of space is next to this part of space. One of the things that people were confused about back in antiquity, the ancient Greek philosophers and so on, is motion. How could it be the case that you can take a thing that we can walk around and it's still us when we walked, very cool concepts. And in a sense, without models, that's again a question, because it's a different set of atoms of space. When I move my hand, it's moving into a different set of atoms of space. It's having to be recreated. It's not, the thing itself is not there. It's being continuously recreated over time. That's a little bit like waves in motion, vortices and fluid, which again, the actual molecules that exist in those are not what define the identity of the thing. But it's a little bit, this idea that there can be pure motion, that it is even possible for an object to just move around in the universe and not change, it's not self-evident that such a thing should be possible. And that is part of our perception of the universe, is that we parse those aspects of the universe where things like pure motion is possible. Now, pure motion, even in general relativity, theory of gravity, pure motion is a little bit of a complication. And if you imagine your average, teacup or something approaching a black hole, it is difficult to distorted by structure of space. And to say, is it really pure motion? Is it that same teacup, the same shape layout, is it against the line? And this is a more extreme version of that. So anyway, the thing that's happening is we've got space, we've got this notion of time. So time is this kind of this rewriting of the hypergraph. And one of the things that's important about time is this sort of computationally irreducible process. There's something, time is not something where it's kind of the mathematical view of time tends to be, time is just a code. We can, slide a slider, turn a knob, and we'll change the time that we know in this equation. But in this picture of time as a whole sort of time is this inexorable, irreducible kind of set of computations that go on, that go from where we are now to the future. So the thing, and one of the things that is, again, something one sort of has to break out of is your average trained physicist like me says, space and time are the same kind of thing. They're related by, Lorentz transformations and relativity and all these kinds of things. And, space and time, there are these kinds of focus stories you can tell about why space and time is
to write the next chapter of the great American story, and I think they're prepared to do their part. So we are
connections between these atoms of space. Time is this
we feel good about the effort that we put in, and now it's in the hands of the American people.
Is well, it turns out you get relativity anyway. And the reason it happens that this is a final week of her campaign, the fundamental point is, if you are an observer embedded in this system, then part of this whole story of things getting updated in this way and that, there's sort of a limit to what you can tell about what's going on. And really, in the end, the only thing you can tell is what are the causal relationships between events. So an event in this sort of an elementary event is a little piece of hypergraph called rewritten. That means a few hyperedges of the hypergraph.
As you know, Kristen, the vice president has been really speaking to all voters. And
so then the question is,
communication about the sacredness of our democracy really speaks to the patriotic spirit that we know the American people have. We
love this country. We want to protect this democracy for future generations. And I think the Vice President is right and has made a very strong case about the value of our democracy and what we owe to the next generations. And we've got to be speaking to that. Young voters matter. It will matter in this election. So many people who come before us who have fought for the right to vote, who have protected this democracy on battlefields across the world. And so I think that she is making a strong case about the greatness of America and what we and the opportunity that we have in front of us to save it, to preserve it, and to hand it over to future generations, this next generation of leadership.
There have been some concerns that African American men were not supporting her, the same numbers that they supported President Biden and President Barack Obama. Do you think that the campaign that Harris surrogates has done enough leading into this election day to energize African American men around the country?
So let me be the first to say thank you to every African American man that has already cast their ballot and who is going to be going to cast their ballot tonight. Not only are they supporting Vice President Harris, but they support the Vice President and Democrats traditionally, second only to Black women. And so I want to salute their commitment to preserving this country and this democracy, for fighting for a government that will work for everyone. And I think the campaign has the Vice President and has introduced policies for the first time in history in the presidential campaign that speaks directly to them. And I think that we will see tonight the power of Black men and frankly the role that they've always played in helping to elect. President Trump's closing argument, we have spoken about issues like the economy and immigration, but there's also been a lot of rhetoric. Some would call it dark rhetoric. In some cases, we put it in votes of violence. What do you make of that vote of violence? It's the same old tired message. For the last 9 years, the American people have been listening to Donald Trump denigrate women and people with disabilities. We have heard his
from the outside
cries of antagonism and dismissal of people who may think differently than him. We've heard his whining frankly about things that may not go his way. We're done with this. The Vice President has made this point 23 times in the last week. The American people are done with this tired old story. And if that's the best argument that he's got to close, and I think the choice before the American people tonight is a very clear one.
Senator, what are the plans within the Harris campaign if former President Trump is going to declare victory tonight as he did in 2020?
Can't I record?
I think what we are trying to do is let the voices of the American people be heard through their vote. We are prepared to be patient. We are prepared to defend and protect the rights of every American to have their vote counted and to have their voice heard. We know that the former president has been laying the groundwork to do exactly what you just said, to declare early victory, to create chaos and confusion, but that's the only tool we got. And so rest assured, we have top-notch legal team, voter protection, attorneys all over the country, hotlines that are ready to go for voters to call into. Go to iwillvote.com and find all of the information that you need. But we are, again, prepared to be patient and ensure that every voice, every vote of the American people is cast and counted.
All right, Senator Butler, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Christopher.
Coming up next, we are looking at live pictures of Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. We'll get the viewing from the top Trump campaign official next. The new concerns from Trump allies about the campaign's ground game. We'll delve into all of that. You're watching a very special edition, Election Day, right here on News Now. Meet the press now.
Possible paths, and all we say we know from quantum physics
but there was somebody on
it's not some kind of plug-in add-on type thing.
you absolutely cannot get away from quantum mechanics, because as you think about updating this hypergraph, there isn't just one sequence of things, one definite sequence of things that can happen. There are all these different possible update sequences that can occur. You could do this, piece of the hypergraph now, and this one later, etc., etc., etc. All those different paths of history correspond to these quantum paths and quantum mechanics, these different possible quantum histories. And one of the things that's kind of surprising about it is they branch. There can be a certain state of the universe, and it could do this or it could do that. They can also merge. There can be two states of the universe, which their next state they produce is the same for both of them. And that process of branching and merging is kind of critical. And the idea that they can be merging is critical and somewhat non-trivial for these hypergraphs, because there's a whole graph isomorphism story and there's a whole very elaborate set of
That's where the cause of variance comes in.
Yes, among other things. Right. Yes, so then what happens is that what one's seeing, okay, so you've got this thing, it's branching, it's merging, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so now the question is, how do we perceive that? Why don't we notice that the universe is branching and merging? Why is it the case that we just think a definite set of things happen? Well, the answer is we are embedded in the universe, and our brains are branching and merging too. And so what quantum mechanics becomes a story of is how does a branching brain perceive a branching universe? And the key thing is, as soon as you say, I think definite things happen in the universe, that means you are essentially conflating lots of different parts of history. You're saying, actually, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm convinced that definite things happen in the universe, all these parts of history must be equivalent. Now, it's not obvious that that would be a consistent thing to do. It might be saying these parts of history are equivalent, but like only moments later, that would be a completely inconsistent way of everything we're gone to hell in different ways. The fact that that doesn't happen is, well, that's a consequence of this causal variance thing, but that's, and the fact that does happen in effect also poses
President Trump as you all awake with that.
If that
The
didn't happen,
mood is very optimistic here at the Trump campaign headquarters. We are cautiously confident that President Trump is going to win this election tonight. When we've been looking at the early voting data over the past couple of weeks during this early voting period, Republicans have been outpacing Democrats in many of the key battleground states. And what we're hearing across the country today is that turnout is exceptionally high, especially in rural areas. So all signs point to President Trump supporters showing up at the polls. And we're just continuing to encourage people throughout the day to get out and to vote and to stay in line when you are in line. We understand some of the lines in these key battleground counties and states can be particularly long today, but we're encouraging everyone to stay in line and cast their ballot for President Trump.
That's part of
it. Something about what Charlie Kirk said. He, of course, is a Trump supporter. Part of the round game is being conducted by Charlie Kirk from USA. Here's what he tweeted earlier today. He said, turnout is mixed and not where we want it to be. We need more people to vote. We can't let turnout flatline. What do you make of that? Does that concern you as a consumer?
Let me again go back to the gas molecules.
No, as I said earlier, we are hearing that turnout is high, particularly in rural America. Turnout is low in urban America. But again, as Charlie, I think, was trying to say with that tweet, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but we are not taking anything for granted. And that's why we have been doing GOP efforts here at the Trump campaign headquarters, continuing to call voters and encourage them to get out the polls. We believe in our round game. We have spent months training hundreds of thousands of volunteers across the country who are responsible for bringing up low propensity voters in their respective communities. So we trust our ground game, we trust our people on the ground, and we're continuing to work to get voters out to the polls. So again, we are cautiously confident that as long as President Trump's supporters continue to show up as we have seen them do throughout the morning and early afternoon today, then we're going to win tonight. But you're right, it's all going to come down to those low propensity voters. I know there has been so much focus on making sure they do turn out to vote. I have to tell you, some allies of the former president who are somewhat concerned that the ground game was outsourced to some extent.
Do they have reason to be concerned? We're getting a lot of stats coming in from the Biden campaign. For example, they say they're knocking on 2 million doors per minute in Pennsylvania. How confident are you in the ground game? We are 100% confident in our ground game. We have truly put together the most robust, data-driven, and people-powered ground game that we believe in American politics. That will be proven again when President Trump hopefully declares victory. But there was a lot of criticism and concern because we changed some things from last year. In politics, when you change up the game, then sometimes there's criticism from the outside. But in this building, we believe in the ground game that we have put together. We have exceptional data experts who are looking at the numbers coming in, and again, all of the early voting trends, and also the voter registration trends that we have seen over the past several weeks. In Pennsylvania, for instance, where we were out registering, Republicans were out registering Democrats by a margin of 2-1. In Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, the Republicans were outpacing Democrats in output voter registration, but also early voter turnout. I think that's a testament to our ground game. We just have to finish the job today. I should correct myself. It's 3 million total. They were counting 2,000 per minute over the weekend. So no regrets about outsourcing part of the ground game for Carolina. Absolutely not. We believe in our team, and we believe in the hundreds of thousands of people who have signed up to be volunteers for President Trump. So we have given low-impact tasks to that we believe will make a big impact today in turning out their fellow Americans to the polls. Let me just ask you about some of the rhetoric that we've heard from former President Trump on the campaign trail. Some of his supporters feel as though he hasn't spent enough time focusing on the economy and immigration, and instead has focused too much time on dark rhetoric talking about training guns, for example, on Congresswoman Liz Cheney. How do you respond to some of that criticism and concern from inside your own world? Let me just correct the record or set it straight at least when it comes to the Liz Cheney comment. President Trump was referring to how politicians like Liz Cheney sit in Washington, D.C. and make decisions that send America's sons and daughters over the top. I ignored it, but it never served the combat themselves. That was the greater context of that discussion, and frankly, I think a lot of Americans, Democrats and Republicans, agree with him on that. When it comes to the alleged dark rhetoric, he's talking about the reality in this country right now. More than 70% of the country feels that we are moving in the wrong direction. When you look at our border, when you look at the economy, prices are still 25% higher. Americans are falling behind. There's a lot of pessimism across the country. People want an optimistic leader, and President Trump is offering that optimistic vision to make America affordable, safe, and strong again. Caroline, one more question. How do you guarantee that former President Trump will not declare victory before the votes have been cast before this election has begun? President Trump will be watching the votes tonight, and he will address his supporters at the appropriate time. But can you guarantee he will declare victory prematurely? I don't think that will happen. I will leave it to him, and I believe that he's going to declare victory and give a speech to his supporters again at the appropriate time. All right, Caroline Levitt, thank you again for being here on Election Day. We really appreciate your time. Thanks, Kristen.
That's kind of interesting.
So the an extraordinary campaign for President comes to a close, and the future of the White House and Congress are both on the line. We have much more to get to. You're watching a very special edition of the Professional Story.
Yeah, I mean, the intelligence, I think, the core. I mean, intelligence at some level is just a word, but we're asking, what is the notion of intelligence as we generalize it beyond the bounds of humans, beyond the bounds of even the AIs that humans have built and so on. What is intelligence? Is the weather? People say the weather has a mind of its own. What does that mean? Can the weather be intelligent? Yeah. What does agency have to do with intelligence here? So is intelligence just like your conception of computation? Is intelligence is the capacity to perform computation in the sea? I think so. I mean, I think that's right, and I think that this question of is it for a purpose, that quickly degenerates into a horrible philosophical mess. Because whenever you say, did the weather do that for a purpose?
right? Well, yes, it did. It was trying to move a bunch of hot air, but it created a pulse or something. That's the pulse.
But why? Because I seem to be equally as dumb today as I was yesterday. So there's some persistence, consistency over time that the intelligence has plugged into. So it seems like there's a hard constraint to the amount of computation I can perform in my consciousness. Like they seem to be really closely connected.
Well, I think the point is that the thing that gives you kind of the ability to have kind of conscious intelligence, you can have kind of this. Okay, so one thing is we don't know intelligences other than the ones that are very much like us, right? And ones that are very much like us, I think, have this feature of single thread of time, bounded, computationally bounded. Now but you also need computational sophistication. Having a single thread of time and being computationally bounded, you could just tick tock, that would satisfy those conditions. But the fact that we have this sort of irreducible, computational ability, that's an important feature. That's the sort of the bedrock on which we can construct the things we construct. Now, the fact that we have this experience of the world that has a single thread of time and computational boundedness, the thing that I've sort of realized is it's that causes us to deduce from this irreducible mess of what's going on in the physical world the laws of physics that we think exist. So in other words, if we say, why do we believe that there is continuous space? Why do we believe that gravity goes the way it does? Well, we could be kind of parsing details of the universe that the analogy is, again, with statistical mechanics and molecules in the box. We could be sensitive to every little detail of the swirling around in the box. We could say, what really matters is the wiggle effect. That is, that is something that we humans just never notice. There's some weird thing that happens when there are 15 collisions of air molecules, and this happens and that happens.
We just see the pure motion of
I'm dead, and I'm married,
why do we see that?
I'm very
And the point is
for
that
my right
what seems to
as
be
a
the
married
case
gay
is
man.
that the things that we say, given this sort of hypergrowth updating all the details about all the sort of atoms of space and what they do, we say, how do we slice that? Well, we can be sensitive to. What seems to be the case is that as soon as we assume computational boundedness, single thread of time, that leads us to general relativity. In other words, we can't avoid that. That's the way that we parse the universe. Given those constraints, we parse the universe according to those particular, in such a way that we say the aggregate reducible computational reducibility that we slice out of this kind of whole computational irreducible ocean of behavior is just this one that corresponds to general relativity.
Yeah, but we don't perceive general relativity.
Well, we do fancy experiments.
So you're saying to perceive really does
That's a great example of general relativity in action.
But what's the difference in that and between mechanics and these
It isn't that. This is, when I say general relativity, that's just gravity. The Hoover theory, so to speak, Newtonian gravity is just the approximation that we can make,
I remember working for a guy by the name of Rabbi Rothschild when it was
is one that is a consequence of we would perceive something very different. So the way to understand that is when we think
it all
about,
depends on the shape of the electorate, and I can tell you right now, I don't think that this electorate
with
is
which we parse what's happening in space and time.
and what
So,
in early vote
one of the
studies they
things that we do
a
is
surge of
we
women,
say,
you see a difference, a
as
surge of
time
women. I think there's
progresses,
likely to be a couple points
everywhere in space,
the 2020
something
election. So
happens at a
frankly,
particular time.
we may be
We go
driving a
next
story or a
time.
narrative about
We
it
say
being
this is what
close.
space is like at the next time. This is what space is like at the next time.
Is this
That's
going to
it's
be
the reason we are used to doing things is because when we
Absolutely,
look
I don't
around,
know
we might
how
see
you could look at
10,
it
100
any
meters
other
away.
way. If she wins tonight,
The time it takes
she's
light
going to win
to
on the
travel
back
that
of
distance
women,
is really
particularly
short
older
compared
women,
to the time it takes our
65 and
brains to
older.
know what
That's a
happened.
demographic
So as far as our brains are
Democrats have not
concerned,
done well with.
we are
They're
parsing
doing
the
very
universe
well in these polls. Why is that important? They're reliable voters. They go out and vote, and I think there are so many women today throughout the country who are making a statement. And maybe it's not loud, but it is going to be on their votes that she wins if she wins. So I pick up on that point, and in talking to my Trump campaign sources, they are focused on getting out voters who are local entities. That's really their focus has been. But Senator Hutchinson is saying there so far does seem to be some signs, I should say.
There is a moment in time, space.
Certainly they voted fully at higher numbers. I mean, that we know. But what matters now is what happens today. And, people talk oftentimes about a gender gap. But sometimes a gender gap can be a good thing. If you're down something, you're driving out men, and particularly younger men who are local men, that could be very positive.
That's what consciousness
Have they done enough to get out those local voters? I was speaking to someone the other night who was deeply concerned that a lot of the ground game for the Trump campaign has been outsourced.
It is not allowing
And saying, Kamala Harris is literally knocking on doors herself, and there's not that same on the ground organization. There's allies as they proceed.
Yes, so I actually worked with an organization that is one of the main organizations doing the ground game, and much like the organization I work with, you don't hear about us, but we want you to. They are doing that work. They have turned out actually more voters who did not vote in 2020 than the margin of victory that Joe Biden had in each of the battleground states in 2020. They turned out those votes. And then when you add on the voter registration we talked about from the battleground states, early vote turnout, deficit in urban voters, area voters that we talked about. And now today I'm actually seeing reports coming out of people that said Democrat turnout in Democrat counties around Washington, D.C. and Virginia, down 20%. We're seeing similar trends in some green wall areas of Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, and that could be a very key. They got time to close it, polls haven't closed, but they're right now down.
Let me make a point right now that Democrat turnout will not be down 20%. At the end of the counting, when all the counts are done, turnout will not be down. I don't think it'll be down 20%. I don't think it'll be down. So I think it's hard to compare apples to apples when you're looking at early votes in a pandemic versus what we actually see where a lot of voters go back to traditional ways of voting on election. I mean, I went outside on DC today at the polls to walk out and play the game. I can't do BBC like sometimes we can reach into the early voting.
Let's talk about the other piece of this, which is the opposing arguments surfacing that we have heard from each of these candidates. One of President Trump, yes, talking about immigration and talking about the economy, but also talking about a whole host of other issues, including suggesting that if he loses, that there has been shooting again. What do you make of his closing argument? He said he did what he wanted to do. Well, I think if you look at his advertising, his closing ads, they've been phenomenal. His ads, they're very uplifting, they're positive, they show strength, they show him on the fight. And so people who aren't watching the news as much as we all do, they're seeing a pretty good message. I think certainly sometimes with the voters who makes comments that are not helpful to him, they're helpful to the country. And when he does that, he risks those kind of few remaining undecided voters that are contact. So it's a little bit of a, I mean, I think he's done some really good closing arguments, but he steps on his guys. So many Republicans in my state say that they're surprised actually that he did it.
Everything is saved by this deep sense
Willing to go, she wrote about that, she's endorsed him, she did everything she sort of needed to do, and yet he didn't have her out of the campaign trail. And she got a lot of votes in the primary. I think that's
So because anybody who followed Nikki Haley and supported Nikki Haley, you know that she came out, she endorsed the president, she wrote an op-ed, she has some positive things in media interviews about it. So when they hear on the campaign stage or not, and I think to Sarah's point, it's those closing messages on the advertising. People who aren't watching cable and broadcast news, they're the ones who are still undecided on the bench. If you're watching
using all of these programs.
So that has the implication that
Guess what?
30,
The 20 to 35-year-old girls, they're not watching your television advertising either. And so your message to them has to be really hard and fine. When Joe Rogan coming out as late as what he did, I think doesn't really help. And these are low propensity voters that he's trying to target. But if you look at Trump's voting argument, he keeps stepping on his most important message, which is we're on the wrong track, we can fix it, the signs are right. But he gives the message of hope and the future, and we are going back. And I think that's I really follow up with you on that because there is the counter to that, which is she has a this message. She also spent a lot of time talking about democracy, calling fascist.
That's where it starts. And so the question of, computational problems, actually, you don't need to build those custom servers. Actually, you can just use
on General Kelly. Let's start where it started. General Kelly made this statement, then the questions were asked, do you agree with General Kelly? General Kelly famously the chief of staff for Donald Trump. And so
maybe we're going to have human consciousness uploaded
occupied a lot of space, but your message has been really consistent.
And then you look at that thing and you say, electrons move around just like
closing on abortion. I've
and then you
always
say,
said
well, what's the difference? And principle of
close on
computational
abortion,
says
close on
there
freedom,
isn't
close on,
on some
we're
level
not going
a
back to the
fundamental,
chaos
you
of
can't
that those 4
say
years, and I think she
mathematically
wins.
there's
What
a
do you mean by
fundamental difference between
I
the
think
love that is the future of human consciousness and the love that's just
as long as I've been in politics, it is it's always been
this kind of
right.
consciousness
I work. What do you think was one of And by the way, Romney had a better advantage on the economy.
Something I haven't teased apart
He or she who could find
when it comes to something like the weather itself or whatever, your average, pulsar magnesium
so she's leaning into where she wants the COVID to be about.
how does that relate to how is that entity related to the kind of consciousness that we have?
So of course she's leaning into it.
The world look like to the
All right,
level.
folks, we are about 2 hours away from the polls starting to close. Mark Lauder, what are you going to be watching for tonight? This is going to be the early
It's very
start.
powerful among other things. And it's not obvious.
Carolina and Georgia.
This is a really kind of mind-bending thing. We're trying to imagine where, we've got to try to imagine a parsing of the universe different from what we have.
Well before
By the way, when you think about extraterrestrial
Do you think we
intelligence,
should get a call tonight, or do you maybe some quick tomorrow?
3:30 in the morning.
we always assume, I always assume, okay, the extraterrestrials, at least they have the same physics. We all live in the same universe. They've got the same physics. But actually, that's not really right, because the extraterrestrials would have a completely different way of parsing the universe. So it's as if there could be probably help right here in this world, in the details of the motion of this gas bubble. There could be an amazing intelligence that we have no way of parsing the universe in the same way. If we parse the universe in the right way, immediately this amazing thing that's going on in this line of huge culture that's developed and all that kind of thing.
This
But that thing also has agency. I don't know the right word to use, but something like consciousness, but a different kind of consciousness.
I think it's a question of just what you mean by the word. Because I think this notion of consciousness and the okay, so some people think of consciousness as sort of a key aspect of it. We feel that there's sort of a feeling that we exist in some way, that we have this intrinsic feeling about ourselves. I suspect that any of these things will also have an intrinsic feeling about themselves. I've been sort of trying to think
I
of
think we should be watching Virginia and North Carolina. They're going to report early. And if the margins are big there in Virginia,
what would your feeling about yourself
if she
actually
comes
be?
close and exceeds
Can
expectations in North Carolina, she's going to have a good night because it tells you the right people are going.
Can we get ourselves close enough to that that we can have a sense of
We only need one of us.
and it's all different because you have to not only think about what you're perceiving, also what's actually going on in your brain. brains do what they actually do. And they don't. I think that might be some experimental with democracy in action with tens of thousands of board locations nationwide. Stay with us. We'll offer a very special election day edition of Meet the Press. I've been sort of one of my projects I'm thinking of is there a way of kind of getting a sense kind of from inside the system what its view of the world is and how it can we make a bridge? See the main issue is this. It's a sort of philosophically difficult thing because it's like we do what we do. We understand ourselves. At least to some extent, we humans are sure that's correct. But yet, okay, so what are we trying to do? For example, when we are trying to make a model of physics, what are we actually trying to do? Because you say, well, can we work out what the universe does? Well, of course we can. We just watch the universe. The universe does what it does. But what we're trying to do when we make a model of physics is we're trying to get to the point where we can tell a story to ourselves that we understand that is also a representation of what the universe does. So it's this kind of, can we make a bridge between what we humans can understand in our minds and what the universe does? And in a sense, a large part of my kind of life efforts have been devoted to making computational language, which kind of is a bridge between what is possible in the computational universe and what we humans can conceptualize and think about. In the sense where, when I build language and whole sort of computational language story, it's all about how do you take sort of raw computation, this notion of computational possibility, and how do we sort of represent pieces of it in a way that we humans can understand and map onto things that we care about doing. And in a sense, physics, providing other ways where we can mediate it, right? Can we get physics to the point where we humans can understand something about what's happening? And when we talk about alien intelligence, it's kind of the same story. It's like, is there a way of mapping what's happening there into something that we humans can understand? And, physics, in some sense, is like our exhibit one of the story of alien intelligence. It's an alien intelligence in some sense. And what we're doing in making modern physics is mapping that onto something that we understand. And I think, a lot of these other things that I've recently been kind of studying, whether it's molecular biology and other kinds of things, which we can talk about a bit, those are other cases where, in a sense, trying to again make that bridge between what we humans understand and sort of the natural language of that sort of alien intelligence.
When you're talking about just the backtrack about cellular atoms being able to what's it like to be a cellular atom in a way that's equivalent to what it's like to be a conscious human being.
Designed to keep people away from polls that said that there was a
How do you approach that? So is it looking at some subset of the cellular atom and asking questions of that subset, like how the world is perceived, how you as that subset, like for that local pocket of computation, what are you able to say about the broader subject, and then somehow then give you a sense of how to step outside of it.
But the tricky part is that little subset, what it's doing is it has a view of itself. And the question is, how you can constrain it. It's like, when we with humans, right? It's like we can't get inside each other's consciousness. That doesn't really make sense. It's like there is an experience that's amazing, but you can perceive things from the outside and sort of get inside it. It doesn't quite make sense. For me, it's sort of philosophical issues and not technical. It's meant to be for me, the thing that is really interesting in thinking through some of these things is, when it comes to questions about consciousness or whatever else, it's like when I can run a program and actually see pictures and make things concrete, I have a much better chance to understand what's going on than when I'm just trying to reason about things in a very abstract way.
Yeah, but there may be a way to map the program to your conscious experience. So, for example, you play a video game, you do a first-person shooter, you walk around in inside this entity. It's a very different thing than watching this entity. So if you can somehow connect more and more connect this conscious experience to this
Welcome to election night on NBC News.
Decision
2024 starts right now.
The brain power is still you still have
We are not following
and again, what was going to get? What is not going to actually get to be this what's going to get to reach? So that comes down to this is the frustrating thing I'm trying to understand. How to think about being in this concept like in virtual reality, this concept of immersion,
I will protect our jobs. I will protect our
because
borders.
over time, if the virtual reality experience is well done, maybe in the future will be extremely well done. The immersion leads you to
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024.
you never existed after that experience. It's so immersive.
Hey everyone, welcome to NBC News special report. We're now less than 2 hours away from the first polls closing. And we've got breaking news. Our first look at exit poll data. I'm Tom Yass.
Jackson, and listen, this is our first look at some of the numbers on who's voting and what matters, even if some folks out there are still in polling lines in every state across the country.
Yeah, as soon as we get that exit poll data, it's going to come in at any moment. We're going to bring this to you live. And again, this is our first check-in with the voters across America. How the electorate is thinking about this election and what's most important to them.
Remember, all of it is coming as we are seeing huge turnout numbers in town. Some 79 million people at least have voted early, either in person or in the mail. We also look at a place like Michigan, one of those 7 key battlegrounds, and I know you'll be watching that big board tonight. But the Secretary of State there says they are on pace to set records. A lot of people want to have their voices heard.
Yeah, we should set the table on these exit polls too right now. So exit poll data coming from 10 states. I mentioned those 7 battlegrounds that we're watching. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, you go out west, Arizona, Nevada, plus 3 more. Texas, plus we look at Ohio as well, and see what else we get from the exit poll data.
That's right, and Florida, 600 polling sites all across the country. We want to be clear here, this includes not just day of exit polling, but it also includes in-person, early voting, it includes mail-in ballot voting as well. So that is how you kind of get a sense of the landscape. I have to give you a grain of salt, a bit of a caveat. These numbers can change a little bit. They come in several different ways that are called in throughout the course of the evening. So right now it's 5 o'clock. It is 5:02 East Coast time. That is when lead 1 is set to come in.
Usually this happens exit poll data by now. It's the first batch. Chuck Todd joins us, chief political analyst here at NBC News. Chuck, it's the big issue right this time, the state of democracy, abortion. What do you think we're going to see at the top?
Well, look, I am very curious. The economy is not at the top. That's the top.
Quantum mechanics,
Right off
like
the
for
bat. And
example,
there's been a question. This is a micro-election on that.
I think we're still understanding things like
We've been talking about a lot of specific issues, and I spent a lot of
what's
time
happening
talking
is
about inflation.
launching space
There's
is
no doubt there's
associated
been a
with
great
phase
lag.
quantum mechanics.
Job
What's
related.
happening
There's
is
been
two
sort of
photons
the wind
that
down.
are interfering destructively interfering,
But if it's not the top issue,
launches
that means somebody,
so
there's
us
something else
as
that's
these
been in that
observers
and
that
you
are
know,
trying
state
to
of
have
democracy,
launching
you gotta
brains,
be careful here.
trying
Yeah,
to
it's subjective.
Well,
It's very,
ways.
it's tough.
The Democrats and Republicans both have different versions of what that means to them.
Really want to see the Democrat.
by the time the two
Well, that's right,
photons
because
round up
to
the
me, would
presidents
be
of
whether
Russia's
that is
face,
you've got a massive gender gap on the state of democracy.
So for
It is
us,
something that
that's
more women
sort of the
are
analog
picking than men,
destructive
and when we see the top issues by gender, that's going to tell us a lot about this election.
We already have one tell, and that's the early voting. Record-breaking across all the battlegrounds. It's something we've never seen before, but we're also seeing an uptick between both parties, right? So it's tough to say, what is that going to show us? Well, we've seen this polling, right? If you are a regular voter, the more regular you are in voting, the more likely to vote. If you don't vote in every election, and the less frequently you vote, the more likely you're a voter to come. So a higher turnout, that's a you're a terrorist. Even though traditionally, this has all been since the time Trump does a good job at doing sort of non-traditional version of polls. It's why we've seen his parties improve. His name is
There's 2 storylines that I'm looking at here. You've mentioned both of them briefly here, Chuck. One is this issue we're talking about, these linked defensive voters. And my conversation with some campaign officials and advisors just even in the last few hours here, they're feeling pretty
scared about getting those low propensity voters complaining, which all that means is people who don't just go over time to they're not getting them out. The other big thing, of course, is the gender gap. And I want to say we finally do have these numbers in now on the most important issue. Look at that in bright pink there. 36% of voters say the most important issue to them is the state of democracy, not the economy as the top issue. That is right there at number 2 at 30%, the economy. Abortion, 14%, followed by immigration.
Immigration just take a step back here. Okay, look at those top 4 issues again. We know the number 1 and number 2 issues have been to Donald Trump this election.
The economy and immigration.
Add that together. Okay, add up together state of democracy. I'm being a little simplistic here. Already, and again, one of the things that I want to warn people is that there's been a tradition in these examples. The first wave skews a little left. Sometimes the left can become a second topic. That's happened with some previous elections. So we absolutely want to. These are there's a little range of thought we want to give you.
We're reading into it, but we do want to tell you what we know.
Directionally, if this is what this electorate is saying, you would rather you would be, and the Harris campaign will be ecstatic that that's the direction. Right now, where things are actually right now, who do you trust more to handle the economy? 51% Donald Trump and 4% behind Kamala Harris. This is not surprising. Trump closed on the economy. He also closed on immigration. Check your take on this.
No, it is a little surprising. Exactly. It's closer. Donald Trump has been leading on this pretty heavily.
When you said it'd be better for the economy, she didn't have to win this issue. She just couldn't get clobbered on this issue. Again, that's not an insignificant. And again, this is the first data we're getting, so we're obviously going to talk about it.
Do you know what is interesting in this data? Right, not just us, not just voters, but the campaigns. They love to know where this early data is coming in, what it means, and what it says about the electorate, what trends we can draw more broadly from some of the numbers that we're seeing here.
We have another exit poll that's just in. This is who do you trust more to handle the issue of abortion? Let's take a look at that. I think we have that one in.
We don't yet.
We're actually working on that one. Okay, we're still working. It's about to come, and as soon as it is, we will bring it to you.
I have to tell you, we're seeing this at the same time that you're seeing this. It's loading into the system. We're bringing it up the second that we have it. But I want to bring in Christine Romans, who's with us here in the studio, as we talk about that gap on the economy here and where it stands. Listen, it is one of the most important issues to voters, right? We know that based on these early numbers now. You and I have been talking for months about the disconnect for some voters between the actual numbers in the economy, inflation, the lowest it's been in several years, the unemployment rate is just over 4%, and yet people don't necessarily feel great about it. Yeah, these top-line economic numbers that are so strong and robust for the American economy, but when you ask voters how they feel, they consistently feel like higher prices is something that's holding their family back. And it's not just inflation. You know, I'm going to a lot of battleground states. They're concerned about the cost of elder care, about child care, about housing. They're concerned about wages, especially in states like Nevada. So there are a lot of different things at play here. When you ask people how they feel about the economy, what exactly is their beef overall? We do know that in 2016, when voters said that they felt bad about the economy, they voted more for Donald Trump than for Hillary Clinton. And you go to 2020, when you ask people how they felt about the economy, if they felt bad about the economy, they were more likely to vote for Joe Biden. So the person who was not the incumbent, essentially. So what that means tonight, who knows? There are all these other factors. I will say one thing, Hallie, and you and I talk about this a lot. Voters say they feel lousy about the economy, but they keep spending. Voters say they feel lousy about the economy, but they're record-ending vacations. So they do have household finances in general are better today than many thought they would be 4 years after the pandemic. Also, even in these exit polls, I can't wait to see them when they come out because we asked about inflation. You know, think about 4 years ago, that question wasn't even on these exit polls. We were asking people how they feel about lockdowns, how they feel about public health, how they feel about the state of their own health. So just a reminder that a lot has changed over the past 4 years. The American voter has gone through an awful lot. Christine Roman is going to ask you to stand by for a second, but Tom, we have more news.
Yeah, we got some more breaking news. We had that exit poll we just mentioned earlier. Who you trust more to handle the issue of abortion? 50% for Harris here, Trump 44%. We just got an additional note that more Trump voters today wanted abortion to be legal than they did 4 years ago, which is also sort of a stunning stat for those Trump voters, and it sort of cuts against the grain from what they were before. Also, kind of explains why we've been seeing this consistent gap between Donald Trump and those Republican Senate candidates on this issue. I've had a lot of, I think Donald Trump successfully muddied his position, but he didn't help his party, and it's going to be interesting to see that. I do think there are essentially abortion rights supporters or Trump supporters who maybe voted Trump and Democrats. And we talked about it. Yeah, I was going to say, we talked about this all year, because the news moves so fast. Would abortion still be top of mind for voters? And it could be tonight.
And I will tell you that just again off the phone with a source in the middle on the Senate side, look at that in places like Florida and stuff, right? Exactly that point.
There are two things that Republicans strategists are worried about. One is the issue itself. The other issue, of course, is the Trump voter that just shows up, votes Trump, and leaves. And that's it.
So trust on immigration is obviously an issue that former President Trump closed on. You just saw those trust numbers there. I'll ask for control to pull that back up, because we also have something I know you're interested in, which is the gender gap, the breakdown between men and women when it comes to these top issues. Remember why this matters. We are on track potentially to have the biggest gender gap we've ever seen, right, in modern presidential politics, in at least the last several cycles, with women plus 16 for Kamala Harris, men plus 18 for former President Trump. We need more men back him, more women back her.
I'd be surprised if it ends up that big of a gap. If it's over 30, we've never had that. But it is interesting. You sort of see how this is a little odd, though. You see how it does sort itself. Yeah, it's a little odd at the top there, but if you look at it, right, men essentially are picking economy and immigration more than women are, and women are picking clearly with abortion rights. That's a 2-to-1 margin there. It's the state of the democracy. This is proof that this is high to be holding stuff. And it may be, there's just as many people in the world who think this is the next step. Think that the Democrats, the elites, and the mainstream media are part of this existential threat. I think in a better umbrella for this issue, this is the cultural divide in America, right? And we have not come up with a great way of doing it. I think this is, if you believe this is a macro way of life election, but my way of life is going to be put at risk if the other party wins. This is likely the issue you're picking, which is why I think it's a very difficult one for us to break down, because I do think everybody looks at it slightly different.
You think about Vice President Harris, her closing message largely focused on democracy, and largely focused on abortion access. The Democrats see that as very mobilizing up and down the ticket for Democrats. Former President Trump closed on the issue of immigration. This has been something he's been talking about since Tom, you were covering that. He came down that golden escalator, now back almost 10 years ago. I'm going to pull back up that board we had up, that picture essentially of trust on immigration. I'm going to ask our controller to do that now, because it wouldn't be surprising to see former President Trump leading on that issue as we're taking another look here at the gender gap piece of it. Again, split between men and women. And I got to tell you, Tom and Chuck, as we're sitting here, I know we said it 11 minutes ago. Let me just remind folks, these numbers could change a little bit, right? They could shift here. And here's trust on immigration, and there, unsurprising to see former President Trump with that lead there.
Yeah, still here, but I'm looking at the margins here. I mean, it's not a blowout here when it comes to immigration. As we were talking about it, I kept looking over at Christine Romans, and I'd like to get to Christine Romans right now, because she has a lot of data on the U.S. economy, and it's sort of fascinating, right, Christine? Christine, walk us through what we see there and what you're seeing in these exit polls.
And the tons she's been keeping out over here.
It's fascinating.
I love it, really. So the condition of the U.S. economy, and remember, these are people who actually voted. I think it's really important to make that distinction again. We've been asking people in their polls for 2 years now about how they feel. These are people who actually voted. So this is the clearest view of how people are feeling in their voting booth, or when they're filling out their mail-in ballot. So not so good to poll. Look at that number, 67% there. That's a big number. That's the biggest number we've seen in terms of poor, not so good in the last 3 or 4 cycles here. Only 5% say excellent, which is pretty interesting. Only 28% say good. There are all these top-line economic numbers that have been so consistently strong. But this is exactly what we've been hearing from people for so long. They just feel like the economy is not working for them. That's
no surprise there. You're about 67%, right? People say the economy is not that great. But you're saying that tracks with what we've seen all year. What else have we learned?
Well, we've learned also family finances compared to 4 years ago. Think about 4 years ago what was happening. People were voting in masks, or they were trying to figure out how to social distance. This broadcast was very different 4 years ago than it is today, because we were in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic. So people
honestly, every 4 years always ask how they're feeling. But when you look about 30% say their family finances are about the same, a quarter are better, 45 worse today. So this is one of those things that's really been top of mind for people, especially because inflation has just been this grinding problem for so long.
Do we have data on inflation? That's how we did.
Yeah, we do have an inflation number. In the last year, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship, no hardship, or a moderate hardship? This is a big number here, please. That's a big percentage of people who are voting saying that inflation is something that is still top of mind in their family. I will just tell you, having recently been at a couple of key battlegrounds in Pennsylvania, in Erie County, in North Carolina, in New Hanover County, talking to people about this exact issue, inflation. You know what you hear about again and again? The cost of burger meat, the cost of milk and eggs, and the cost of a gallon of gas, right? Because even if these macro numbers, as we talked about, are adjusting, people still feel like every time they go to the grocery store, they're spending a ton.
And that's almost more important, right? Because things it's not the number.
Essentially
percentage more inflation is how they feel every single day.
Absolutely. And when you look at grocery prices, for example, they're up 22% compared to 4 years ago. But the wages are up 20%. Just looking at wages alone, you're like, that's great, 20% bigger paycheck than 4 years ago. The grocery bill is 22% more. That is a reminder every week or every 10 days for families that things aren't the same as they were the last time they were voting. Christine, I'm going to let you get back to crunching numbers. Chuck Todd next to us is already crunching more of the numbers. The campaigns are looking at this stuff too, so I want to get to Peter Alexander and Garrett Haig, both of our correspondents covering both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. We're just getting in, Garrett and Peter, the what we call fave unfave. In other words, the favorability ratings for each of these candidates. And let's start with former President Trump. We're going to pull that up here, and you can see he is what they say underwater, essentially. 54% of voters in his early exit polls have an unfavorable opinion of the former president. Garrett, as you well know, though, the strategy for the Trump team has long been supercharge the base. Get that 44% who do see him favorably to actually show up and vote either today or during early voting.
So it's R squared, it's R to the whatever 2.01 or something.
So several months ago now, and let's face it, by the time this race is over, both of
you can't try and do optics. It's a common principle of optics.
And that's probably true. Kamala Harris underwater as well in these polls, but not quite as badly. And I think that's going to be part of the challenge for the Trump campaign as we look at these early exit polls, which I should caution that the campaign was telling us sort of always not to overinterpret that. And I think that's a worthy acknowledgement to make here. But they also wanted to use President Biden as an anchor around Kamala Harris's neck and essentially hope that Biden's unfavorability would drag down Kamala Harris, and the delta between Biden being far more unpopular than Kamala Harris is right now is the kind of thing I think would be a warning sign to the Trump campaign about that messaging not being as effective as they like.
We can measure the frequency, we can measure the direction.
Garrett Haig, thank you very much live for us down there in South Florida. Appreciate it.
All right, let's go over to my friend Peter Alexander. And Peter, let's take a look at the favorability for the vice president. Here it is. This is the first time we're seeing this. What we have here, the opinion of Kamala Harris, unfavorable 50%, favorable 48%, unfavorable 50%, favorable 48%. Her unfavorable slightly lower than what former President Trump's was. Peter, talk to me about how the Harris campaign is feeling. I know you've been reporting all day about sort of their momentum and sort of maybe a changing of mood. They were feeling a bit more positive today. Yeah, not just positive today. They've been feeling increasingly confident over the course of the last several days. Let's look at that favorability number, though, for a moment. And Kamala Harris, she performed better than both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. 4 points ahead of Donald Trump, 7 points ahead of Joe Biden. One of the concerns about Donald Trump has been that there was something operation memory gap where Americans forgot the way they felt about Trump at the end of his term. Right now, his numbers coming down. Her number is particularly high, and the AOC right now higher than the Americans who serve Joe Biden. So that's something they're feeling, I think, through the data this evening. One of the data point we'll share, we just heard from the senior campaign advisor. We're seeing some new information coming out of Pennsylvania. Obviously, the crucial battleground, the biggest parts, the swing states are going to take electoral votes and Puerto Rican voters. And the 3 wars with the largest Puerto Rican populations as of midday today, the numbers were already at 79% of turnout in 2020, which is to say, favorably Puerto Rican voters are turning out in big numbers, particularly notable as it comes only about a week and a half after those offensive comments by the comedian who let off before retiring.
This is just difficult for them. I mean, the reason
reason it's different.
All right, Peter, we appreciate all that.
When people are
Happening here at the big board, Tom. They're going to kick off the road to 270, which is what you are going to be watching tonight.
This has been my best friend for the last 2 or 3 months here. We just kind of get to know each other. Again, the road to 270, we're going to start tonight, election night, where we left off in 2020. Except those 7 battleground states you see here are not colored in. Remember, President Biden won 6 of those 7 battlegrounds. So let's talk about Kamala Harris and her easiest path. Her easiest path tonight is she holds that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. How you see those families there, 270, that gets her right to the White House. But if she were to have a terrible night tonight, and the blue wall would have collapsed, and Trump would have done all this, she has another path. Nevada, Arizona, whole Georgia, and flip North Carolina. She gets to 275 there. Again, if this is the night for Democrats, how you know they'd be having heart attacks all night, but she can still get there with that.
Talk about then former President Trump's clearest and clearest path to 270.
The easiest way to remember this, Howie, for President Trump when you're watching election night tonight, is he kicks it East Coast style. Pennsylvania, he wins Pennsylvania, flips that, holds North Carolina, and flips Georgia back red. If he does this, look at his numbers, 270, he gets there. But if something were to happen, he doesn't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. This is important. There is no Sun Belt strategy for President Trump. He has to win somewhere in the blue wall. He has to break through. If he can flip North Carolina, hold North Carolina, flip Georgia, if he wins Michigan, if he just picks off Nevada or Arizona, either one gets him there, even if it's in Nevada get him there. But if he can only win Wisconsin, he has to win Arizona. He uses 11.4 votes to get to 270.
Let me ask you about a possibility that we're not anticipating necessarily, but it could happen, and that is what if nobody gets to 270 and it's 269, 269?
That can happen. So listen, let me give the blue wall to Vice President Harris and to St. Thomas and Dave, and she's at 270. I'm going to say, I'll give you all the Sun Belt states to President Trump. Remember, I told you he can't get there with that. He's at 268. So we come to Nebraska. Nebraska has that Where's Waldo effect right now on that, and that's because Nebraska gives out the electoral votes by total vote, popular vote for the state, but also by congressional districts. Maine does this as well. So there's 3 congressional districts that each get one. CD2, that's a battleground district in Nebraska. That's Omaha. Trump won in 2016. If he wins it again, look what happens. 269 and 269, Howard. And you know what happens there? Can you go down that road?
We can say that road leads to Congress.
Yeah, Congress. The new Congress would take the president, the House, the Senate would take the vice president.
You heard Tom lay out the importance of Pennsylvania. We're going to talk about when we come back, breaking down how voters all across the country feel about some of these key issues we've been talking about, like the democracy, immigration, abortion night. It is election night here on NBC News.
It's one of these cases where I'm really kind of pleasantly surprised that this whole absorption of the things we've done has been quite rapid and quite very positive.
So it's a Cambrian explosion of physicists to interesting ideas.
Yes, I mean, a lot of what's happened that's really interesting, again, not what I expected, is there are a lot of areas of sort of very elaborate, sophisticated mathematical physics, whether that's causal set theory, whether it's higher category theory, whether it's categorical quantum mechanics, all sorts of elaborate names for these things, spin networks, perhaps, causal dynamical triangulations, all kinds of names for these fields. And these fields have a bunch of good mathematical physicists in them. We've been working for decades in these particular areas, and the question is, but they're building these mathematical structures. And mathematical structures are interesting, but they don't typically sit on anything. They're just mathematical structures. And I think what's happened is our models provide kind of machine code that lives underneath those models. So a typical example, this is due to Jonathan Gouraud, who's one of the key people who's been working on that project. This is so I'll give you an example just to give a sense of how these things connect. There's a causal set theory. So the idea of the causal set theory is there are, in space-time, we imagine that there's space and time, 3 plus 1 dimensional set up. We imagine that there are just events that happen at different times and places in space and time. And the idea of causal set theory is the only thing you say about the universe is there are a bunch of events that happen sort of randomly at different places in space and time. And then the whole sort of theory of physics has to do with this graph of causal relationships between these randomly thrown down events. So they've always been confused by the fact that to get even relativistic invariance, you need a very special way to throw down those events. And they have no natural way to understand how that would happen. So what Jonathan figured out is that, in fact, from our models, they, instead of just generating events at random, our models necessarily generate events in some pattern in space-time, effectively, that then leads to Lorentz invariance and relativistic invariance and all those kinds of things. So it's a place where all the mathematics that's been done, well, we just have a random collection of events. Now, what consequences does that have in terms of causal set theory and so on? That can all be kind of wheeled in. Now that we have some different underlying foundational ideas for what a particular distribution of events is, as opposed to just really throw down random events. And so that's a typical sort of example of what we're seeing in these different areas of kind of how you can take, really interesting things about physics and connect them. And it's really kind of beautiful because
we are back now with our special election coverage, Decision 2024, right here on NBC News. We are just over an hour now from the first battleground polls closing, and we've got that exit poll data coming in showing what is driving voters on some of these key issues. We asked this question: which one of these 5 issues matter most in deciding how you voted for president? You can see it there. State of democracy at 35%, the economy following, abortion access after that, followed by immigration and foreign policy.
Yeah, and interesting that Todd just brought up that in the state of democracy, when you dig a little deeper into that exit poll, it actually splits almost 50-50. So essentially, whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, the way you look at this issue is different. And that doesn't tell us too much, but it's interesting that it's more important to the economy at this point.
Yeah, and again, these numbers are early, they could shift a little bit, but there's some other pieces to this as well, including abortion.
Yeah, so let's take a look at abortion, which comes closest to your position on the issue of abortion. This is what we asked. Should it be legal in all cases, legal in most cases, legal in some cases? Here's the first question: who do you trust more to handle abortion? 50% for Kamala Harris, 44% for Trump. That's not a huge surprise. She was closing with abortion, traveling those battleground states with women, talking about the
showed up in Texas. It has a very controversial abortion restriction law. Not because Texas is necessarily a battleground they think they're going to flip, but to be able to have that state for that issue. Of course, former President Trump closed largely on immigration.
Okay, let's go to Pennsylvania right now. It's the key maybe to all the battleground states, the Keystone States. Jacob Sobel on the ground for us in Pennsylvania. Jacob, tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing tonight. We're at Temple University, Tom, and our polling place is going to be 2 hour long line. These folks have been waiting for 2 hours. I'm just going to make this short and sweet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different election machines over here. Let me split this line and tell you a little bit about what happened here. Earlier today, we reported how long the lines were. Well, the city of Philadelphia has showed up with 2 new election machines right now. These are going to get set up. The voters are going to be able to vote on them here. And hopefully, those lines over there are going to go a little faster, guys.
Jacob Sobel live for us there in Pennsylvania. Are we going to see the word Pennsylvania 150 times?
I think we're going to say it all night, maybe into tomorrow. That is for sure. So the first battleground polls close in about 90 minutes. We're going to take you there live as the key states start voting and we get the results in.
Then we're going to see 7:30 polls closing North Carolina, Ohio, and many more throughout the evening. Stay with us. We've got special live coverage right here. Decision 2024 on NBC News.
And you might say, if you're running on possible, why can't everything possible happen? The answer is because when there's sort of this entanglement that occurs. So let's say that you have a lot of different possible initial conditions, different possible states. Then you're applying these different rules. Well, some of those rules can end up with the same state. So it isn't the case that you can just get from anywhere to anywhere. There's this whole entangled structure of what can lead to what. And there's a definite structure that's produced. I think I'm going to call that definite structure the Boolean limits of kind of all possible rules being applied in all possible ways.
So saying that structure is finite, so that somehow connects to maybe a similar kind of thing as like causal invariance.
Well, Boolean necessarily has causal invariance. That's a feature. That's just a mathematical consequence of essentially using all possible rules plus universal computation gives you the fact that from any diverging paths, the path will cause a convergence.
Does that say that the Boolean, does that necessarily infer that the Boolean is finite?
In the end, it's not necessarily finite. It's just like the history of the universe may not be finite. The history of the universe, time may keep going forever. Keep running the computations. The Boolean keeps spewing out more and more and more structure. It's like time doesn't have to end. It's that But the issue is there are three limits that happen in this Boolean object. One is how long you run the computation. Another is how many different rules you're applying. And another is how many different states you start from. And the mixture of those three limits, and this is just mathematically a horrendous object. Okay? And what's interesting about this object is the one thing that does seem to be the case about this object is it connects with ideas of higher category theory. In particular, it connects to some of the 20th century's most abstract mathematics done by this chap Grothendieck. Grothendieck had a thing called the infinity group void, which is closely related to this Boolean object. Although the details of the relationship, I don't fully understand yet. But I think that what's interesting is this thing that is sort of this very limiting object. So a way to think about this that again will take us into another direction, which is the equivalence between physics and mathematics. The way that, well, let's see, maybe this is just to give a sense of this kind of void and things like that. You can think about in mathematics, perhaps as axioms, a kind of like axioms, and you largely, let's say, let's talk about mathematics for a second. What is mathematics? What is it made of, so to speak?
Welcome to election night on NBC News.
Decision 2024 starts right now.
State mathematics. Another statement would be x squared minus 1 is equal to x plus minus 1 as well. There are an infinite number of these decimal statements. So that means not just that this is a statement with x plus y.
It all comes down to
Yes, it is a rule. It's also just a thing that is used and what you can imagine is you imagine just laying out this giant kind of ocean of rule statements largely first off. This is where let me not go in this direction. Let's not go to mathematics. We'll maybe get to mathematics. It's so let me not put these
Hey everyone, welcome to an NBC News special report. We are less than 90 minutes away from the polls closing in that first key battleground state of Georgia. And we've got breaking news right now. The new exit poll data just coming into us. I'm Tommy
And I'm Holly Jackson. And listen, this is our first look at some of the numbers on who is voting and what matters to the people who are voting. Even with some folks, maybe somebody you know, still out there in polling lines in every state across the country.
And this is really significant because this is the data we're just getting from actual voters as they leave those polling places. So it tells us a lot more than any of the opinions
the lesson of Copernicus is
in polling we've seen in the last few weeks. So let's talk about the issue right now. What's taking voters to the polls? Here, voters were asked about the most important issue to them: the economy, abortion, foreign policy, immigration. And look at that, Hallie. 35% saying the state of democracy, 31% on the economy, and 14% on abortion. Again, we want to say this is the first week of exit poll data. We want to be real careful about this. This is in 10 battleground states, but this is huge.
600 polling places across the country, early, in-person, mail-in, and election day out. That grain of salt is well noted, Tom, because these numbers can shift a little bit. But here's why this is so surprising, and why we're pausing on that 35% on state of democracy. Because all along, and you know this from months, the economy has been the top issue that voters said would be driving them to the polls. And usually immigration was right up there in the top two, followed by abortion access. You can see here, abortion, there 15% of voters say is the most important issue to them, with immigration trailing. Now again, these numbers could shift a little bit, but one other note on state of democracy, Tom, that can cut both ways. There are Republicans who are concerned about state of democracy. There are Democrats who say they're concerned about state of democracy.
Let's talk about the other exit polls. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? Remember, the president chose on immigration and the economy. 51% for President Trump, 51% saying Trump, 37% for Harris. We thought this divide might be bigger, and this may change as the night goes on, but that's not terrible news for Democrats right now.
No, another piece of this is the issue that Vice President Harris largely focused on, and that is abortion access. Who trust more to handle abortion? It is no surprise here to see that she is leaning on trust on this issue over former President Trump.
Yeah, it was a big issue. She was traveling with women all throughout states like Michigan, Pennsylvania to make sure she got that message out as well. Again, not a huge surprise here. And again, this could change, but this one right here likely will stay out.
Donald Trump, of course, closing on immigration. This is a message that he has hammered now for months with his rhetoric on migrants in this country and on trust on immigration.
moderation. Here he leads again consistent with the public polling that we've seen. But I want to bring in NBC's Chuck Chagner because Chuck, there's some interesting stuff here with all of the noted caveats, with all of the warnings. We don't want to overread into it. Like, let's be super clear on that. But talk me through your takeaway.
Well, look, I think the biggest thing is the fact that when you take economy and immigration, which is the strongest issue for President Trump, and the fact that they're not either one of them the top issue. If you're in Mar-a-Lago right now, that makes you a little bit nervous. And I agree, state of democracy.
That's what Mar-a-Lago would tell you. We're not.
Of course, because that's, you always have to always be projected. But when you look at the fact that obviously a very large number of immigration that has not, that has been going back and forth in all of our polling. A lot of times it's how do you ask that question? And of course, when you ask, and we've been asking voters if there's a single issue you would vote on more than any other, in polling that has been a voting rights, we didn't ask that question like that. But the state of democracy question is interesting to me because, look, I'm going to confess, I think we're asking the right, I think we're getting the right punch to voters. If you think about it, we've offered them 5 specific issues, 4 specific issues, more policy, immigration, abortion, economy, and then we say, state of the democracy. Yeah. So if you're correct. So if you're a voter that says, you know, I'm really motivated by sort of the,
it's all entangled together. It's not like you can
whatever that is. It's just there's so many different ways you can describe it. But that tells you it's not a single issue that's getting you. You're reacting to the times. There's a group of voters on both sides here. That can move their way of life. Right. Who are ways of Americans is correct. This is not to be dismissive of the single issue. There's the micro campaign specific on those issues, and then there's the macro. Who are we as Americans, right? And I think what we're finding out here is that maybe we need a better punch for people, but that's the way I view it. And when you look at the splits on that, not to get away too much, but when you look at the splits and you realize this is a 50-50 essentially on which side of the aisle you're on, it tells me that's who those voters are. These are my way of life is all about.
We've been talking about the gender divide since we've been talking about early voting and how voters may break the candidate. Here we have it right here, Chuck. State of democracy, 36% for men, 33% for women. The economy, 34, 28, abortion, 8-19, and then immigration, 12-10. Again, this is early. This might seem a little odd to viewers at home. Documented here, just thinking this is the most important issue, but this is the data we have right now.
It is, and early data. I've been here. There's a joke on Twitter already. This is the 20th anniversary of John Kerry's inauguration. Early exit polls, we're so sunny for him. So any of us that have experienced that too, you take it all with a grain of salt. But this is how voters were thinking about this election. This is the makeup. It's certainly something you'd rather be with Team Harris. This is the way they would want to see versus what Team Trump.
Keep in mind, both candidates, right, over the course of the last month or so, nodded to this issue of who we are fundamentally. Very different visions that they have, right? Former President Trump, the country is in a dangerous and broken place, and he's the person who can come in and fix it. Vice President Harris, it will be more dangerous if Donald Trump is reelected, and she's the one who can represent that fresh start for people who might be involved.
Well, and it's interesting, if you want to look in the exit poll and say, boy, what is the evidence that Trump's doing well? I always feel like his job rating is really low, and yet 41%. That's very low. People are dissatisfied with the election in the country. But just like the state of democracy, you can view the direction of the country negatively because of Donald Trump's existence, in the political scene, and that may be why you pick that number, and I think we're seeing some evidence of that too. So I do think what this exit poll is saying, and what I really believe is this is a macro election. This is an election about who we are. This is not about the economy and inflation. Certainly they've been the mood music of the conversation, but the voters are what this is telling me is they want to know a much bigger concern about the direction.
Yeah, it's still very early. It's actually just getting started. But we do have some interesting data on the economy. Christine Williams has been digging into that. We're trying to give us a better idea of what voters are thinking.
That's right. It is early. Think of these as breadcrumbs. Way down the line, we're going to know how this election is going to turn out. But these are the little signals that we're getting here early. And it could change when we get more of them. But the bottom line at the very early hour here is that people feel pretty lousy about the economy. Not so good, 35%, 34%. That is a big number on the condition of the U.S. economy. When you ask people about their family finances compared to 4 years ago, I mean, that's pretty question we ask every 4 years, right? Also,
also think about 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was a pandemic. 4 years ago, people were wearing masks to vote. People were changing how they voted and how they lived their lives because of public health crisis, right? So very different scenario this time around. Oh, we're 30% say it's about the same today. 24% say better. 45% say it's worse today in terms of their family finances. So we know there's been this negative mood music just, for months now about inflation, about the overall feeling of the economy, even as all the top line numbers how income have remained very strong.
Before you go, do you know if Harris was able to sort of detach herself from President Biden on the issue of the economy? Do we have that data yet? Do we know anything about that?
I don't know that yet, but I'll tell you something. When I see such a big spread between the good and bad of how people feel about the economy, and then you see who's better to handle the economy, Harris or Trump with only 4-point spread. That's interesting. That's tight in terms of what voters are saying about who can handle it best. Otherwise, with a moderate hardship to a severe hardship, that is remarkable. 74% saying that inflation is number for them. So we've been hearing people complain about inflation. Voters told us inflation was a hardship for their family. But you look at who's better to handle the economy, only 4-point spread. It's early. Things can change. We're going to get more data, but these little breadcrumbs are all interesting to watch, aren't they?
Christine Roman's the take of that.
Thanks, Tom. Because we've got Peter Alexander and Garrett Hayes, who's our campaign correspondents covering both Team Harris and Team Trump out in the field. As we're just getting that exit poll data showing the favorability for each candidate. And I want to start with Vice President Harris. 48% see her favorable, 50% unfavorable. Peter, let me ask you, what's the sense you're getting from the campaign as they've been watching not just the exits come in, but also some of that data from precincts, folks reporting, etc.?
The basic atom,
the
straight atom.
Numbers now that are good about that they performed better than former President Trump and Joe Biden right now. Obviously, there was some concern that Joe Biden could be sort of a weighted albatross around the neck of Vice President Harris, but she's outperforming him by 7 points in terms of favorability. Right now, that's something that folks will need to take a closer look at Howard University tonight alongside Vice President feel good about. I'll tell you what else we're hearing from a senior campaign official within the course of the last several minutes. They're saying one thing they do is encouraging right now is extremely high turnout among college voters, particularly they give us the example of what you're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania, according to the campuses of CI and Lafayette. They say at least at one of those campuses there are lines that extend for up to 7 hours right now. They say the campaign is sending support and surrogates to keep students in line. A separate senior campaign advisor telling me just moments ago that support comes in the form of some of the stars of the films from the Avengers series. All Mark Ruffalo and Don Cheadle, among others, will be heading to campus to try to energize those students, to keep them in line, and to make sure they stick around, to make sure those votes are captured over the course of the day. A separate level of state out of another state that's going to be one to watch today is North Carolina. North Carolina is interesting because it's a state that obviously Donald Trump has been putting a lot of energy into, a state that he claims publicly that he's going to win right now, but he's done that many times, many more than Kamala Harris, which may be an indication that they're not quite as confident about their internal data as they are projecting publicly. The campaign, the Harris campaign, telling us that according to their numbers, the numbers they're seeing right now, rural Republican turnout is, as they say, low. It's based on a small sample, they say, of rural voters at this time, but they say they're seeing a much larger turnout than they have expected in cities like Durham, a big, dense, singular part of that state that could be a positive sign early on, at least, for the Harris votes.
North Carolina is an interesting one, Peter, especially if Team Trump dumped a lot of money into that state late in the game. Peter Alexander, thank you very much, Tom.
All right, Alex, thank you. Let's take a look at the favorability for former President Trump. So these are the after polls right here. Unfavorable, 54%. This is the opinion of the former president. Favorable, 44%. His unfavorable, slightly higher than Vice President Harris. I want to go over to Garrett Hayes at Trump headquarters. Okay, we had Garrett Hayes giving a live broadcast on things. Happens fast. Sometimes we have people, sometimes we don't. Things are changing on election night. But I will say goodbye to Garrett Hayes. I'll say hello to Hallie Jackson.
Hey, I'm here. I'm always got your back.
So listen, it's hard to kind of parse those numbers. Yeah, 54% unfavorable for Trump, about 50% for Kamala Harris, the vice president. Still early in the night, but a little bit better for Democrats.
Keeping in mind that both of these candidates are trying to say that they would be the better one for the country over the course of the next 4 years. Can I ask you, Tom, since you're here at the big board, it's going to be your dancing partner throughout the night, to pull up the road to 270, because remember, that's what this is all about. The Electoral College, first one to 270, have it in the bag. Talk us through the dynamics
Yeah, so we're going to start election night where we left off in 2020, right? This is the way the map ended up. The 7 battleground states are Pennsylvania. Reminder, President Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. The only one he didn't win was North Carolina. So let's talk about Kamala Harris's path tonight. Her easiest path to 270, she wins Pennsylvania, wins Michigan, wins Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. How you see them right there, she gets to 270. But if she were to have a terrible night, and she were to lose the blue wall, say were to collapse, and Trump would have won all those states, she has one more path, but this is going to get to the last part of time. Nevada, Arizona, holds Georgia, and flips North Carolina. She gets there at 275.
What about former President Trump's cleanest and clearest path?
You know, for former President Trump, just think about this when you're watching tonight. Remember the east side, right? Where Trump is from New York, he's not living in Florida. If he flips Pennsylvania, holds North Carolina, and flips Georgia, he gets to 270 right there. But if something were to happen, if he were to lose Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He doesn't have a sundown strategy. He has to either win Michigan or Wisconsin if he's holding those 2 southern states. If he wins Michigan, either Nevada or Arizona do it for him. Nevada gives it to 6, gives it to him. But if he can't win Michigan, if it's only Wisconsin, he has to win Arizona. This is where the GOP really has to fight hard to get those votes. 270 he gets there.
Depending on the spread, in other words, depending on how close or not this race is, if we're waiting on Arizona or Nevada, everybody wants to know when might we know the result. That could be the scenario in which you and I are sitting here for the next 4 days.
Well, 4 days, maybe in the week, and you remember 2020, we were waiting a long time for certain states. Arizona, look, everyone is telling us this time around, and again, take this with a grain of salt, that the states have improved, that the reporting has improved. We should get things sooner. We're hearing about states that took a long time in 2020. We may get them earlier tonight, which is going to make for a very exciting election night. It might make for an earlier election night, but you never know what happens.
Something else that would potentially be exciting and rare would be if this is a 269 to 269. Nobody got to 270.
People's political minds, if they're political fans, their minds will explode. So here's how it happens, the easiest way. She wins the blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. You'll say, Tom, 270, she goes to the White House. I say, Abby Jackson, hold on. I did Trump the Sun Belt, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. He's at 268, you're like, Tom. Yeah, you can get that number. Okay, in Nebraska, it's got that Where's Waldo status. And the reason why it has that Where's Waldo status is because it gives away electoral votes to popular vote, the whole state, if you want to get to each congressional district, though, you get 1. If Trump were to win that, like we said, if he wins it, it goes 269, 269. He won it in 2016 at the record. It could happen. It would be very hard. But if this happened, the new Congress, the House would pick the president, the Senate would pick the vice president. It's kind of a complicated process.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things we were talking about too, the favorability and unfavorability for Vice President Harris and for former President Trump here. We now see those unfaves for the former president. And again, underwater, 54% unfavorable, 44% favorable.
And we were talking about him all night. Derek, he's finally up and ready to go get it. So look, the unfavorable favorables are in. Donald Trump slightly ahead when it comes to unfavorables, so he wouldn't be ahead. I guess he'd be under. But I do want to ask you something. People are watching former President Trump today when he was voting in West Palm Beach with his wife, Melania. He sounded a little tired. He sounded a little hoarse. He had been talking nonstop for the last 4 or 5 days on the campaign trail. Should people misinterpret that? Because I know there was some sort of Monday morning quarterback that saying, "Oh, he's tired. He doesn't look positive. Maybe some body language." What are you hearing from the Trump campaign?
You've got some other abstract.
I was on that same overnight flight with him last night from Michigan to Palm Beach. With him last night from Michigan back to Palm Beach, right at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was tired too at that voting place. So I don't know that I would read too much into that as any particular signal. There was a brutal schedule here the last 24 hours of this campaign with Donald Trump trying to do something not about those unfavorability numbers, which Trump campaign is long understood are kind of baked in. There's not a person in this country who doesn't have sort of already pre-well-established opinion of Donald Trump. They were trying to attack Kamala Harris on the issue, so trying to make him more popular. Except I would say on the edges with some of those podcast interviews that they were trying to do, where they thought they might be able to introduce him to a young man in particular who didn't already have fully formed opinions of Donald Trump, convince him that maybe he was a more normal guy, sort of a more laid-back guy than the public perception would be. They wanted to win on some specific issues, including immigration, which, as I look through this poll data, I'm not convinced that they've done. And the early exits that we have seen on the question about what should happen
numerous undocumented immigrants in this country, a majority, a significant majority of Americans saying they think they should be offered a pathway to citizenship, not deported back to the countries that they came from. Now, this is a staple of every single Donald Trump rally, interview, press conference appearance for the last 2 years. His idea of the world's largest mass deportation program. The voters are telling us in those exit polls they don't agree.
Garrett, just before you go, give me one data point you're hearing from the Trump campaign that gives them hope tonight.
It's rural voters, Tom. They think there's a landslide out there, and rural voters coming out from. If that's true, we'll see it one tiny county at a time across the country.
It'll be a rural-urban divide tonight, all those battleground states pretty much. Garrett, great reporting, as always, great work on the campaign trail. All right, Howard, let's turn it over to you.
Tom, thanks, because we are just over an hour away now from the thing that everybody has been waiting for, actual vote counts in the battleground states. 7 o'clock, watch for Georgia. That's when polls close there. 7:30, it's going to be North Carolina. It's going to be Ohio. And then 8 o'clock Eastern, this is the big one because that is when polls close in battleground Pennsylvania. You see it there. As Tom has laid out, that could potentially be ball game for these candidates. We know that that is so critical here.
Yeah, coming up right here on NBC tonight, it's just getting started. New data out on these exit polls on how you, the American public, feel about issues like abortion and divorce.
Stay right here with our special coverage of Election Day 2024 continuing on NBC News.
Because there's a disconnection. And that's what happens in event to us. And so what happened between this kind of people who really had, the hype that really had, is there is an event horizon. And, we in our just never know that there is, they're just separate things. They're not connected. Maybe I'm not understanding, but just because we can't observe it, why does that mean it doesn't exist? So you might exist, but it doesn't. It's not clear what it's so to speak. Whether it exists or not. What we're trying to understand is why does our universe exist? We're not trying to ask the question, what, it's, let me say another thing, let me make a meta comment, which is that I have not thought through this, I really have meta experience. So I can't, the hyper-Boolean is referring to a Boolean in which hypercomputation is possible. So like what the footnote is not sure why this is important. So let's ignore that. Okay, it's already abstract. So the one question is, we have to say, if we're saying, why does the universe exist? One question is, why is it this universe and not only this? Okay? So the important point about this Boolean idea is that it's in the Boolean all possible systems. So there's no choice being made. There's no like, oh, we pick this particular universe. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we have to ask the question. So you say, why does 2 plus 2 equals 4 exist? That's not really that is a thing that necessarily is that way, just on the basis of the meaning of the terms 2 plus equals and so on. So the thing is that this Boolean object is in a sense a necessary object. It is just the thing that is the consequence of working out the consequence of the formal definition of things. It is not a thing where you're saying, and this is picked as the particular thing. This is just something which necessarily is that thing because of the definition of what it means to have computations. So the Boolean system. Yes.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best day.
There's no sense to say does 2 plus 2 equals 4 exist. Well, that's in some sense, it necessarily exists. It's a necessary object. It's not a thing
And welcome back. We are back now with our election coverage. The country in a lot of places still voting, but we have some breaking news, which is our first exit poll that just come out.
That's right. Remember, the first sense that we're getting, early sense of what the top issues are for voters, and you can see the pie chart here, right? 35%. So the most important issue to them is the state of democracy, followed by the economy at 31%, then abortion, 14%, immigration, and foreign policy following. Interesting here because remember, for months, that public polling had suggested that, in fact, the economy was the biggest and most important issue to voters, especially with those inflation numbers.
Yeah, and also, we also get to tell our viewers, state of democracy can break both ways. It depends if you're Republican or you're Democrat and how you look at that issue. The president closed with the economy and immigration, and that was the second issue, the economy, but not as high as the Republicans wanted.
That's exactly right. Of course, Vice President Harris found closing on abortion.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about abortion, right? And this is which comes closest to your position. Abortion should be illegal, 30%, legal, 66%. That's a huge number for Democrats.
The Vice President had made this a key part of her platform, especially in those last couple of months here, traveling to states like Texas, Georgia, Florida, where access to abortion is front and center, after either controversial restrictive laws or the proposal.
And it was somewhat a gamble, right? Because abortion wasn't necessarily in the news at the time because it was way past Roe v. Wade, but it was something Democrats knew would drive voters to the polls.
Well, they saw it in the midterms in 2022, and they did better than expected, largely on the back of, of course, that decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. And we have been talking all night about these key battlegrounds. You are going to be talking about those key battlegrounds. One of them, of course, North Carolina. This is a state still reeling from Hurricane Helene, which has been the center of a major misinformation campaign, in part amplified by former President Trump. Our exit poll asked, is federal hurricane aid going to people who need it? And you can see the numbers here. 49% said yes, 46% said no. I want to get to Sam Brock, who's in North Carolina. And a question since that hurricane had hit, Sam, was going to be, will this affect people making it to the polls, getting their ballots in? What are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Sure, let me start with part A, Howie and Tom. Good to be with you. I'm in this tiny precinct right now, about 15 or 20 minutes outside of Ashland in Buncombe County. And what's amazing is they just celebrated 1,000 people voting just in this tiny precinct. Because the reason it's relevant is we see the last voters here that are lining up with about an hour and a half left, is the fact that you have another location where this was supposed to be, that's still having helicopter supplies dropped in for victims of Hurricane Helene. As officials here are trying to coordinate and figure out where people will go to vote. And yet, despite all of that, we only have about a quarter of all the election sites in this entire county that were impacted in some way, whether it's combining with an existing polling site or having to move it all together. The folks seem to be finding where they need to go. The early voting numbers in Buncombe were about 58%, which is outpacing the rest of the state. So we are, in fact, Howard, to your question, seeing people come out and actually exercise their civic duty and be able to vote. As far as the misinformation component of this is concerned, I did have a conversation recently with a young couple who just voted for the first time. They are, in many ways, emblematic of how a lot of folks feel. It's not necessarily that they think that FEMA was only giving out $750, as was that first lie, frankly, that was out there for a couple of weeks, where the FEMA was redirecting funding from disaster relief to the border, or any of the other things that were out there. They said that they didn't think that the community was doing a good job of disseminating water and food supplies to the people that needed it, and that was a real tangible impact that affected their votes. And I'm hearing that not just from that young couple, but people who are voting across the county.
The state where you are, Sam, is also another race that a lot of people in North Carolina and well beyond are watching, and that is NC1, the state's first congressional district, which could not only be a factor for the balance of power in the House of Representatives, but could also give us an early look at some of the trend lines as far as who is turning out and where, right?
That's a powerful thing.
So we're talking about Don Davis right now, who actually won that previous congressional election by about 5 percentage points, but there was a mid-cycle redistricting, Harry, and the reality is that there are fewer black voters in this district now. More right-leaning parts of, say, the Outer Banks area of North Carolina were added, and suddenly he's in the dogfight with Lori Buckeye, who's a businesswoman. And the question becomes, how does this speak reflectively to what's going on across the country? Well, certainly in terms of younger voters turning out as part of it, but also North Carolina is a state where there are more registered Democrats by about 100,000 than Republicans, and yet redistricting, especially when you're talking about the House, matters a whole lot because there's a super majority of Republicans in the state legislature. This, in some respects, is a reflection of that.
Sam Brock, live for us in North Carolina. Sam, thank you.
North Carolina is going to be such a big story. We are tracking the latest exit polls as they come in, and the first polls in battleground Georgia are set to close soon.
Stay with us for NBC News special coverage of Election Night 2024 tonight, even into tomorrow morning. Savannah and Lester are going to take you all the way through right here on NBC News. Stay with us.
imagine reputation. That is, we can certainly say there is a full system that we can construct abstractly in our minds that is computation, and that's the and we can imagine it. Right? Now the question is that full system, once we exist as observers embedded in that full system, that's enough to have something which is like our universe. And so then what you're kind of asking is, perhaps, is why, the point is we definitely can imagine. There's nothing that says that we're not saying that it's sort of inevitable that is the thing that we can imagine. We don't have to ask, does it exist? It is definitely something we can imagine. Now, then we have this thing that is a formally constructed thing that we can imagine. And now we have to ask the question, given that formally constructible thing, what consequences does that have? If we were to perceive that formally if we were embedded in that formally constructible thing, what would we perceive about the world? We would say, we perceive that the world exists because we see all of this mechanism of all these things happening. But that's something that is just a feature of it's something where we are.
See, another way of asking this, I'm trying to get at, I understand what it feels like this that is necessary. But maybe it's just me being human, but it feels like then you should be able to, not us, but somehow step outside of it. Yeah. Like what's outside the
So there's nothing, but that is what people would say. I know that's what people would say, because we're used to the idea that but the whole point is that by the time it's all possible for the systems, it's like it is all things you can imagine. But
all computations you can imagine, but like,
so there can be other code. Okay, so that's a fair question. Is it possible to encode all? I mean, is there something that isn't what we can represent formally? Right. There's something that, and that's I think related to the hyperborea footnote. There has been some discussion of this in theology, but which I don't necessarily understand.
Welcome to Election Night on NBC News. Decision 2024 starts right now. The race again.
People say that you make a law with a particular campaign,
Unrestrained to unlikely dreams. It all comes down to
merely by living in a particular place.
The key contest. Pennsylvania,
we win Michigan, we win
I have to say,
the biggest issues.
I will protect our jobs, I will protect our borders.
And I've
America decides.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here's Hallie Jackson.
I'm Hallie Jackson, and we are coming on the air here on NBC News with brand new exit poll data. Our first early look at what voters think, what matters to them, all of it as the first battleground polls are closing less than an hour from now in the state of Georgia. That is going to be crucial. We're going to take a look at some of this exit poll data as it's coming into us. We've got our team in the field spread out across campaigns, coast to coast as well. We're taking a look there. I think that was Erie County, Pennsylvania. The idea being, what do people think right after they cast their ballots? They come out at some 600 polling locations across the country, and they tell these exit pollsters how they voted voted, why they voted, and when they decided to make their decision. So let's get into it here. The issues that are driving people out. We asked voters, what is the most important thing to you between foreign policy, abortion access, the economy, immigration, and the state of democracy? And you can see it here. The top issue, again, based on these early exit poll numbers, interestingly, is the state of democracy at 35%. That is followed by the economy at 31%, abortion 14%, and then immigration and foreign policy after that. Why is this so interesting? It's because for months now, voters have consistently been telling public pollsters that the economy and inflation were the most important issues to them. So let's take a look at who these voters said they trusted more on each of these issues. On the economy, it is former President Trump who has an edge here over Vice President Harris on trust on this particular issue. On abortion access, remember, this is an issue that Vice President Harris largely closed on. She made it a centerpiece of her campaign. She is leading him as it relates to trust on abortion. And on immigration, that's the flip side of the coin. That is the issue that former President Trump has hammered now for months. He is leading her not quite by double digits at this point. I want to bring in Chuck Todd to talk through all of these numbers. And let me just start with this. The grain of salt, because I think it's important that people know. These are early numbers. These numbers likely will change. This is just the first wave of data coming into us. We have more data coming in as well. But at 5 o'clock Eastern, so over the course of the last hour, is when you see that drop, basically, with the exit poll information. You've been in our system. You've been taking a look at all of it. Tell me what's standing out to you.
Well, there's a couple of things. A big one right now is just, and this is across the battleground states, and I'm going to be generalized here because we always want to be careful for all the caveats that you put out there, which is fewer people are identifying with either of the two major parties. That is a big deal. Like overall, we believe if you just look at the two major parties, we think that there's a slight Republican registration advantage over the Democrats by about a point. But the largest cohort is non-party or independent. And then we ask people what party do they belong to, Democrat, Republican, or something else independent. But then we ask what's your ideology, liberal, conservative, moderate. If this poll is like this, would be more people are identifying as moderate in this poll than in any of the previous elections featuring Donald Trump, and fewer people are identifying as conservative than any election featuring Donald Trump. The liberal number is actually pretty pretty neutral there. What does that mean? Look, you talk to our pollsters and they'll tell you the moderate number is everything. Democrats always win moderates by a big number. The question is, can they win it by 20 plus points or to offset, some of their partisan disadvantages there? And the independent number is a big deal because Democrats did not do well on the voter registration front throughout the last 4 years. It was Republicans who did much better on the voter registration. It means she has to win independence. And the fact that there are more people identifying as independent, I think even raises the stakes even more that might be the single most crucial voting group we deal with.
But you also talk about the divide between men and women. We've been talking about this gender gap for a while, and we can take a look now at how gender gap breaks down on issue. And I want to just be clear on the state of democracy issue, which again, according to these early exit polls, number one, they could change. Number two, just because a candidate is leading on the top issue does not mean that they win. But it can cut both ways depending on if you're a Republican or a Democrat.
Well, it does, and I want to tell people, we offered 5 choices on issues, okay? 4 of them are specific issues: economy, abortion, immigration, and foreign policy. The 5th is this umbrella issue, state of democracy. And what it tells me is the voters going, look, I'm not here for one specific issue. I'm here because I'm worried about X. And there's a lot of what I call the existential threat voters who believe if the other party gets power, their way of life's in trouble. And first of all, it's interesting that this is basically cutting right down the middle. So that means you have a chunk of voters in both parties who view this election in existential terms. Maybe we've got to come up with a better punch here to offer people. But I understand why I think if you don't have a specific issue, you chose that. And that tells me, in some ways, this is a very macro election. People really believe the stakes are high in this election, and that's what to me, that's what that tells me.
Let me pick up on one of these threads, too, because you talked about independents and moderates. You saw the vice president, the Harris campaign, really try to extend an olive branch to that particular group. I was on the campaign trail as she was bringing in former Congresswoman Republican Liz Cheney to try to turn out some of those folks who identify as more moderate. She's also worked to extend an olive branch to late deciders as well. And here's the exit polls. About 12% of voters say they made their decision on who to vote for in the last month. 86% made it before that. And you also have people who decided in just the last week to turn out as well. We're going to pull those numbers up in just a second too. 7% in just the course of the last 7 days. And you've had some news made over the course of that last week.
It is. And, one of my theories of this election to watch 49 has always been, are we going to see a 2016 effect? What I mean by that is it's pretty clear now in hindsight that going into the election, there was a lot of voters waited to the last second to make that decision. And they made the decision, and all of a sudden, all those late deciders went to him. So when they all move in the same direction, that usually tells you, it's usually, that's the person that usually wins.
Let's keep an eye on that. And as we do, I also want to keep an eye on some of those economic numbers as well, because as you saw, the economy, if it is not the top issue, and again, those numbers might shift, it might end up that way at the end of the night, it is certainly among the top issues for voters. So we're lucky to have our expert correspondent, Christine Romans, covering all things economy for us. And you are digging into these exit polls just like we are.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to keep an eye on the gender gap when you look at the economy, you look at what people are really worried about. And this is so fascinating. These are voters under 30 years old, right? Young voters who are energized in this election. And the top issue for men under 30 is the economy tied with state of democracy. For women, it is abortion, far and away the number one thing for women. And the younger the voters, as I look at these exit polls, the younger they are, abortion goes up the list for how important it is for them. So that's something to keep an eye on, the different ages and the gender gap there. Overall, the condition of the U.S. economy, though, I mean, you can see poor, not so good. More than 7 out of 10 voters, more than that, think that things are not going in the right direction. That is in line with what we've been hearing in the opinion polls for months and months, Hallie.
Christine, one of the things that as I've been in some of these battleground states talking with voters about the economy, I hear a lot about the cost of living. I hear a lot about how expensive like a pound of burger meat is, or the price at the gas pump, for example. Even with, of course, gas prices coming down, inflation coming down. But that is a question that we asked on these exit polls, Christine, and you're getting into that as well.
Yeah, and there's housing, and there's childcare, there's wages. Depending on where you are in the country, there are different sort of pain points in terms of how people are feeling. We asked, in the last year, has inflation caused your family a severe hardship, 21%, a moderate hardship, 53%. That is a huge proportion of the electorate that thinks that inflation has been a hardship. No hardship at all, surprising, only 24%. Some might say they can't believe it's that high, considering how many people have been complaining about inflation. And by the way, this is a question we didn't even have to ask 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we were asking about the pandemic. Now so it's a reminder. I want to show you this one really quickly. Family finances, worse today, 45%. That is the highest worst family finances compared to 4 years ago in 5 presidential cycles. That's even a little bit higher than the great financial crisis, guys. That's so interesting. Christine Romans, thank you very much. Appreciate that. You know, the campaigns, the candidates are looking at this data too. Peter Alexander and Dasha Burns are covering both the Harris and the Trump campaigns, as we're just getting our look now at favorability ratings for each of the candidates. I want to show you here. Donald Trump will start here. 54% of voters view him unfavorably, 44% favorably. But Dasha, as you well know, part of the strategy here for the Trump campaign is to take that 44% and make sure that they get to the polls, that they turn out and vote. It's about supercharging the people who already backed them, Dasha.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And a large focus for that base is men. You heard Christine Romans there just talk about the gender gap. From being out in the field, would almost call it like a gender chasm, a gender Grand Canyon. It is so stark, this divide, and it could be the defining factor for this election. And you can see that in just some closing messages that we watched from those candidates. Former President Trump last night got the endorsement of the nation's most popular podcaster, Joe Rogan. That is likely to maybe help him with men, especially young men. He's hugely influential. Not likely to help him with women. He did bring out conservative commentator Megyn Kelly, who was actually pretty critical of his approach with women, but she tried to help him make that closing pitch to female voters. But he's really, Hallie, been leaning into talking points that are more catering to men and platforms that cater more to men. The other thing that we're seeing from him just moments ago, he's already posting on Truth Social saying that there's a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia saying law enforcement is coming. We got a response from DA Krasner saying that the only talk about massive cheating has come from one candidate, Donald J. Trump, and there is no factual basis whatsoever with law enforcement to support this wild allegation. We have seen him sowing seeds of doubt about this election with no evidence to support anything nefarious, Hallie.
An important reality check there. Dr. Burns, live for us in South Florida. Thank you. Let's take a look now at the favorability for Vice President Harris, and you can see it here now. 50% of exit polled voters say that they have an unfavorable opinion of her versus 48% who say that they have a favorable opinion of her. In other words, that they like her, that they are into her, if you will. Let me bring in Peter Alexander, who's live for us just outside Howard University in Washington, where the vice president is holding her watch party. Peter, give us a sense of what you're hearing and seeing from the campaign at this moment.
Well, I can tell you what I'm hearing right now, and it's a lot of loud music as they get ready for a celebration here tonight. They're projecting confidence and opens this night works out very well, but we'll save that for a little bit later. So the favorability numbers right now, I think particularly what is satisfying, or is viewed as a good sign among Harris campaign officials with whom I'm speaking, is the fact that Kamala Harris, the vice president's favorability, is at 48%. Joe Biden is at 41%. She's well outperforming him right now. Of course, there have been real concerns that the sense that Americans thought the country was heading in the wrong direction. They had largely been dissatisfied with President Biden's handling of his time in office could have an impact on her. Ultimately, it's likely in part what led him to have to get out of this race. But she is not only outperforming President Biden, she's also outperforming former President Donald Trump at 44% right now. And what's also striking to me is in the NBC News poll, Hallie, as you know, that we put out only a matter of days ago, Americans had sort of a better, a rosier view of Donald Trump's time in office now than they did at the time itself. 48% saying that they like the way he handled his time in office, which is notable because his favorability right now, according to these exit polls, early exit polls, is at 44%. So that number has come down a little bit as well. So those are some of the things we're going to keep close eyes on over the course of this evening. A couple other things that we're watching, and campaign advisors are flagging to reporters like myself, reaching out and speaking to them. They are seeing large numbers among young voters, particularly on college campuses. We were told specifically about Lehigh with a 7-hour line only a short time ago. They're sending more voting machines there, election officials are, and the campaign sending more support in the form of some of its surrogates to keep those folks in line in hopes that they'll come out in favor of Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is so critical to that campaign and to the former president's campaign as well. Peter Alexander, I hope you get your coffee handy. We'll be talking with you, I know, in just a little bit. We're also getting exit polls out of not just the national landscape here, but some of those key swing states. Remember, exit pollsters post up at some 600 locations all across the country. So let's get a look at some of the results here. And I want to start here with the blue wall. So remember, that's Pennsylvania, that's Michigan, that's Wisconsin. Favorability, unfavorability. Again, favorable. Both candidates here are below 50%. This largely tracks to a degree to what we saw nationally. Senate, very similar story here, too. I want to get to the fact that polls are starting to close now. Looking at my watching, just about 45 minutes in some of those key battlegrounds. We're going to start on the East Coast. We're going to start with Georgia. And you can see Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina as well. But it's Georgia that we're going to be watching for, that you should be watching for as well. 30 minutes later, you've got North Carolina. This is one that is so fascinating here. Remember, former President Trump won this state twice, but it looks like it is, based on public polling, a very close race. And then at 8 o'clock, buckle up, because that's when it hits, right? Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground here, along with a slew of other states, including some of the key Senate races, for example, Maryland. I also have we've got to answer tonight. We're going to three of these critical cities in just a couple of minutes. Checking in with us. Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin as our season 2024.
I would never Well, that were even if they're like really super hot, there's like 2024, something like that in my opinion.
exclusive you get to someone else, right? There's like I mean, I absolutely feel the starter has one way or another, but I think I just think that what he's well, I must admit, I love there too as much as I sometimes I can say that I just wasn't that community as a couple years ago. I think it was it's all right. Having if your own daddy's you become a slut, then you're the guy. Another program called the Safe Mobility.
NBC News. Actually, it's still exit policy. That the way things are going in the country today, 72% of those policies feel dissatisfied or angry with you, where we are. 26% they feel satisfied. We've also talked about early polls, and these numbers could change tonight in the first next couple of weeks. But with the state of the is the top issue, 73% I think it's significant. I think it's a sign that this is a big important, and I'd be I never right now. Let's be different. It's pretty sure, right? Whoever the city of It will reach all its absence research. Explain it. Yeah. Transparent. All right. We do whatever background state. And in just 40 minutes from now, remember, this is a very easy back in presidential law. Became ground zero next election and evidence to support that. We're asking voters to select this being fairly, 17% but by far, 80%. Alexander is the force. He's the give us a good check on it. We talked about those machines, that's where the calculation of the votes as they come to be tabulated outside because that's all people state law. So because the tabulated, that's why we're going to start to see a lot of things happening. There's a couple of voters out there in Georgia. Not just today, but the next couple of weeks. The increase on metro is very and he's kind of on the second this on this entire metro Atlanta area. That really is what the folks and take Blaine in their life in Georgia and it's back to the west. Yes. Nothing is happening, but because of the Republicans and Democrats, they just have transparency. The recount ballots that might be here in outside of that. I've been going through. You take a look inside this polling. Here at this location, the folks that this morning stretch out of the door and our actually have a small population. He said that they've been able to take advantage of this insane recently challenge that we can and actually in person is that someone said this is the moment
which is essentially a fuel tax here. He said, you didn't look you sat on, so you took 2 laps behind the to get a loan, and finally decided to be back when the Vice President Harris. You mentioned that we're going to an incredibly focus for Democrats. Head of election day, one that is 50 points those are
who maybe the society in the not too long. He's also as well. He segues swings. Savannah.
In 2015, tweeted something that I think like this, put the guy in the hat with the handle. And then it was satisfying for husband, or at least satisfying marriage. This is yeah, that was I thought. But no, I think she's the freak. I think she's getting gangbanged up. Like, she goes crazy. Oh my god. Say this shit on her. Not say this stuff. No, first of all, they can't Thailand and say that's not that's retarded. That's like do not need to be making any comments or getting thrown into. Don't get or I mean not going through crap, but you have an auto warrior, right? Exactly. I can get my way out of Thailand. I'm not getting around the street. I'm not getting out of my person. And no matter this, I didn't get on the street. It is true. Actually, we do have a friend. There is one police station in that will not arrest one of our friends. Someone who's on the watch. So I suppose if he was able to help you, he would be there with you. So that's yeah, give it a second. Yeah, we're gonna go nuts though. Of course, bro, this is more like right? This is a dangerous combination. Crazy, I know. That's what happens with that. For the price of like you read I have talking about for around like 70%. He has a driver and security guard, lives in this part of the No, it's just it depends on where you're living, right? So like, a lot of the places here in the West try to get there to have their economy. If you, I mean, you and I were told this for the Dubai government. That is crazy. Yeah. They just show up at the border. Yeah. UAE has like a WhatsApp or Telegram. Like you just like talk to them, you just send like $1,000 and you just I like the idea. Yeah. Yeah. No, certainly. You could also get pretty nice places in Italy has some more. Yeah, Italy has some more. I like these are like Americans so have to get there, right? So you have to spend that's like a month pay. I guess like 5 days. Here's the deal.
At the Heritage University, and we can do the smartest thing. Give us the young marketing resource.
Already.
Anyone in the audience. Podcast on which day?
So far, Trump has after they added
That's what but if she's she's going
There's that. See how that will be potentially drop less this was a yes. Do you get I should say Montreal Athletic. I mean, Mount Oil itself, right? Like the nice. The city does have Quebec City. Definitely, if you're looking for like kind of like traditional type stuff, Quebec City's got a lot of that. And then you point out Halifax. I mean, that's actually a pretty insightful format as a happy community have to support you on that community. West Coast, yeah, West Coast always has. The thing is, the East Coast has its own interesting accent. So you're going to the hunters are out there. And you talk crazy, like where am I? They'll be like, where am I to? Like, yeah, it's like British. It's weird. Well, they're way the fuck up there. It's like a rural place. About real something. I was like, I went to space hunting. Oh, really? Yeah, it's awesome. You go to every single way. That's insane. Also, I was going to say, don't say Creole. Schiller has been different interpretation of Creole. Schiller was like white or something there. But they're kind of white. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's a little Spanish thing where it's making up names for everything. I mean, yeah, to the back, you got the dog anyway, who cares? And it's a lot of people.
Still like that. I'm like, quick side hill. Find out Canada real quick. So we'll see tonight. The person that I met works for like a PR firm that works for the local party of Canada, and they brought him to like this like ranch in Canada, rural Canada. It's like massive estate. Like there was like all these people, and it was like a whole promotion or whatever. And they're like bring him into this room, and like Trudeau walks in, and, like his staff, and like they tell all these different party people tell him that like the black stories about come out. You know, they're like, they asked him, you know, how many times have he done this? And his answer was, I don't recall, like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know, more than once.
See, that's I told people about my desire to adopt a child from Africa and name him Black Brown. And he said, say, oh, I guess that's not it. Yeah, all these so I have my Halloween and he'd be my kid, and all throughout life, anytime he would go somewhere, he would introduce himself, and I'd be like, hanging out Halloween, and he'd shake his hand, he'd be like, I'm for Black Halloween, and he'd always have every bit of figure that I would have to deal with it. But someday he would grow, he'd become big and strong, and he'd surpass me, and he would be introduced me to someone. And he'd say, yeah, this is my father, Halloween. And I said, my wife, and this is my son. Someday I'll that's the end.
That's a pretty good name, pretty good wrestling name.
Yeah, that's actually a light. That's right. I'm sure, the Lord. That's all to say that basically, if you're right now, if you're saying, if I'm going to go move to like Singapore, Australia, I would have to pay Singapore and Australian taxes, but I would also have to pay U.S. taxes as well, even though I'm not living in that state. It's insane. It's insane. I get it from a perspective. It's like, that's basically, especially in the modern election coverage, what it is, but that's all to say that I do hope he does it, because if he does, I would never want to be late in a day. But I could do 6 months to a year somewhere and cash out on crypto and save taxes. So my question to everybody is, if Trump does kill that, A, will you work there or somewhere else? 3, if I do it, should I go? And C, do you want to go to the same place to get Italy recently raised their taxes. I would love to live in Italy, so I can read some of the choices that are available here. Okay, so maybe Bali, I think Bali might be illegal. My estimation is, do they have Catholic churches there? Yes, so Bali is the one area of Indonesia that's Hindu majority and not Muslim majority. Huge genetic list. But I think Bali is good. Bali is really, it's like, the climate is amazing. It's basically like Singapore, but not
So less tropical.
I should change it. It's not Singapore development. It's a beach place. But yeah, it's like the climate there is really nice. Another option is. More like a meatball party. Remember the place? Yes, basically meeting
I would be.
said.
Carolina, Georgia, she has
Look at that. And those are taking you inside some of the great. Not even just the less is
So that's the answer. So to that end, what's your answer?
You said Paris. Excellent. That's it.
And then
Are you busy?
America. And we're not just 400. So, tonight in the America, I think is that failure into the future come out to say. So, also, we're trying to from another page is Ohio. Yes. So that's actual. I heard
Sure. Well, that's just directly impacting just about large last year. I mean, I just
because this 2020 actually won. There's not a whole so he just wins. He wins. Yeah. Martindale. But since slightly governor because he was 10%. Second these are the here's the issue. You're just the issue of those are those are from countries.
That's right. Yeah.
What you cooking? What you cooking?
When somebody cuts me off on the freeway, I'm like, good, I'm glad they're still people. Because this country needs a wall. Whenever we get into a war or we don't fight for anything, we need those guys. We need tough people.
How are we doing?
At this stage, I'm running like 2 accounts. My telephone, and something happened. Office spaces.
Yeah, that's okay. I hate that.
Like Kamala's fault.
They're definitely investors call Trump over and say,
I mean, spaces don't work really well today. I don't know.
Kamala's vice president.
I was out in front of my house about a month ago. A guy walks up and said, hey, can I talk to you?
Why? I cannot explain.
And he goes to the party with the Democrat Party.
That's like what happens if you're in class and you're in your period and you're a guy.
Does the canvassing work? I was canvassed, man. It can work.
Yeah, times when they have
I'm so sorry for you.
He reserved person in school. And
yeah, why is it so why? What do you think? I have a big mate.
Very convincing, and he had me at that point look harder at that candidate, and it worked. Yeah, I don't think more effective than in a race for candidate. Exactly. No, I mean, I was looking at Los Angeles community college board members. I can't. Right. It's not fair if you don't know anything. Why is she voted in? Who cares? I don't know.
This is not a hot space.
All I see is the guy who I canceled and everyone.
Are we staying the whole time here?
I don't think so. I think you think that. I did.
Celebrating.
I'm very tough.
Whatever comes up.
That's the jury's out.
Yeah, more like that. We should have these spaces more often. I really want to try most of my family. I don't have like, I'm not just all the energy. Maybe we can figure out like a space pattern system that is for us time. And what's hard is I just found how people sit down. I'm sticking with stuff and just being happy. Just someone who says whatever.
Here's West Jim affected
One lead, but they're
Gratitude to Marcus.
to the everything.
95.
They just
All right, let's talk about Sweet J.
we are
Gotta call Sweet J.
have got somewhat seven different those statement.
What is Harris? It was
talk about his affair with Barack.
Yeah, this is why I'm not the crossover would be weird. But again, we get another house of stories.
Similar liking. I think yeah, I feel like it's big. I feel like think about it. Like that would be a phenomenal. Yeah, I think he was there. He interviewed everybody. Yeah. I mean, you can get a lot of his dad is great. I'm just podcast is cool, and I'm glad they did it. However, the same stories, I already know the stories, if that makes sense. But I like the was great. Trump has his own way of his, he's authentic enough where when he goes out and speaks, you get it, you know what I'm saying? And have that same experience with J.D. Vance, which was great about being on Joe Rogan, so we got to hear it, right? That's also the thing. Hunter great to hear. It would really be like the first public speaking in that instance. Obviously, J.D. Vance has gone out and spoken publicly before, but Joe Rogan not exactly. I would love to hear Hunter Biden speak for 3 hours with Joe. Let's go. And then halfway through the rant, Joe has to enjoy Hunter fucking big sick. Who knows? And then he's like, and that is full transparency, Montana and Ohio. They probably offer us a private resolution. Yeah, that'd be fucking hilarious. No, incredible content. I mean, I think it would really help you. It's interesting. I remember the reporting being pushed out. Everything onto his desk. I can't imagine what's going on. Come after him.
Yeah, all of them have it. And also, I don't want to hear Joe Biden. I don't want to hear it. I feel bad. I mean, I'm not I talk bad out there, you know.
For like 10 minutes, you don't really get a lot like that. Whereas I go to this gym,
Kamala Harris, I think he's got a prosecutor flash out. And she said,
No, they definitely rank him
I can tell you how much why would the ex-side attorney general for the state
How is it? So let's forget. Yes. He's kidnapped. Why? Because he can no longer do these things. He can do it. Keep him and we will. Yes. Take off the state out. Now, it's 2 to 3 hours. She's doing that. Years ago, right?
West Coast. So
Gender. She needed try to reach.
He's been doing that in Texas. Breaks up there. That's why the address like that's how much we can narrow it down.
address in Pennsylvania where there was no sense if there was a and the county or whatever that address that's somebody registered. It's like, what? The phones are in?
This is the story of the building.
So yeah. I'm saying
election coverage all North Carolina, for Donald Trump. North Carolina was great for Kamala Harris. South Carolina was great for Donald Trump. Our next geography.
As our all right.
Schwarzenegger was running.
Yeah. Philadelphia. How to call it. Two things. And more yeah. Like work all night. With you.
Yeah.
She's over.
There it is. All right, Harris, 7. All right.
Genetic. About Harris. A lot of So, yeah, one. They have 5%. That's it. Look at the fact that makeup is there was and I think on it engine so look I mean lesser give me it that's a team. I just and money and power. And he's coming out. Anyway, definitely.
and orange and those and on that like Alan, you let it so they try or the amount to vote and how one of the things is I noted that so President campaign she doesn't 44. Here's the
Illinois.
Winner absolutely right. Most it's the opposite. And that's he went out 4 years. He's and
No, I just it's there's that's a huge independent passion. You don't like I think to you have a low share of nature. And it means ball game. They're going to your kid. Right. Decision that is a different too close.
This where it is yeah. It is correct. So I think that as we all places in the urban so she's going to so I think reflect I'm not saying but I columns go and then Pennsylvania bigger, and they 500
That's when they're
was there. Or Jake. So if you
But then, yeah, he's running Carolina. And that Jude's that where so she's holding and the G if you just leave and absolutely being no and vote. It's just because I think you're going to be there. Call. You're looking
Roger, why the 24-hour case? I knew it. And months and months. Even just it is favorite is Brian Trump has could be.
All right. This is North Carolina's race there. The race Governor candidate is splitting where that the governor's great word this controversial.
Because I would comment on the result and question. The question is short. You don't know that it's
around your favorite artist.
President not the state. Now, right up. He's more and there's here.
Listen to my new show.
Here. November 5th.
All right.
Yeah. It's, yeah. It's good. Let's talk yeah. Let's see. Slightly. But you can it's going to be stable. 90. How about 78? He's holding. Union,
Connecticut, New Jersey.
a little percent. Yeah. Let's go to Georgia. Here in 7. Slightly. So again, I'm trying to say here is right now. Seems to be hitting this in the crack. It's what we're which carrier?
I know they were going to do that in Harrison. Offense of 73-26. What is it about, what is it about people where Democrats vote early and Republicans vote late? I mean, it's bad. I think that's a convenience but it became a political issue. I mean, well, during the
message from the top was, this man was, we're same-day voters, we're day voters, and then it was a weapon that you could use. I had that calculation was hard, man. Mail in, I'm going to get up early, so he changed, pivoted himself.
If you wait till the end to get hosed by log lines and store, but I have to vote, and that's what we're showing it at 6, right? And I to the voting precinct, and it was such a long line. I think that might have been a COVID year, right? Lines were long. Long lines, and it's near 7 o'clock, and my wife is calling saying, "Hey, can you come? There's some social thing." It's like, go home. So I get voting as primary. So that's not matter all that much, but that this year I'm good on Sunday afternoon.
So we're done. Right yesterday. The election.
Nice.
News.
There's no way.
He's now generation.
For years.
Victorville, where they on day in, the guy playing.
Virginia. The ball. On the console there, and it tries this. I know you say that, depending on from just do it. This say it. You can nationally is the other there's and she is not that and the better Senator. Says, I think we have and yet
Pennsylvania is still
so among and the I think is they're with
critical election. Now, what this is like a lot, but how much her presidential election Rover's that big. The job is the actually, but that's really that one of many.
Probably win the Senate seat.
Yeah. We're going to win. And I don't want they are taking they're on how many places area.
This guy. Trump more reaches.
It's very